re-sign and just give it another couple of years just so I could say I at least tried. That's all I needed to really entrench myself up here in Sydney.
Switch to a Kogan Mobile low-price phone plan and visit dexionvictoria.com.au.
Henley Breakthrough Collection, built from only $227,900. Live from the Caribbean, Australia and the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
It's the takeover! That is a shot of an emperor.
Facing up on 28.
Bowls in. Middle stump out of the ground.
Test cricket at its finest.
Live from the Caribbean, the Frank Worrell Trophy, Australia and the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
And a warm welcome to Sabina Park for day 2 of the third test in the Frank Worrell Trophy between the West Indies and Australia. Live from Kingston, Jamaica. Adam White, Sundaresan and Bryce McGain in the half-hour build-up to day 2, where the West Indies will resume at 1 for 16, having dismissed Australia on day 1 for 225. Very similar day to yesterday. Bright and sunny, breezy as well, and also hot. Maybe not quite as hot today as it was yesterday, but certainly throughout the course of the day, the cricket was hot after maybe a sedate start, 1 for 50 at lunch, but gee, didn't it take off after that. 11 wickets to fall on day 1. Injuries. There was some sledging. There was some words spoken out on the field, which might just spill into day 2. So many talking points as well. As we welcome in the team, Bharat Sundaresan, welcome to you.
Good afternoon, Adam White, and good morning and good evening and good night, wherever you're listening to us. Not just in Australia, but all around the Caribbean. So it's a balmy day again here at the Sabina Park. It's hot. We have to come up the steps, or I prefer the stairs to the elevator, because the elevator is always overcrowded or not working. And it takes a toll. It takes a toll on you as you come up. As I see, speaking of taking a toll, there are 9 people trying to drag this heavy roller on this pitch, and they're barely managing to get it on the actual playing surface. So
there's lots of ground staff here. I've noticed, and there's a lot that stand around, don't do anything as well, but they're all wearing their bright blue t-shirts. It is quite remarkable to see some of the things we've seen here in Kingston, Jamaica. And we will find it easier to broadcast today because there was this tinted film across our windows that were also pretty dirty, and it's all been cleaned up. So we thank people here at Sabina Park for making life a lot easier for us going into day 2. They're currently stripping it off in the television commentary box as we speak. We had a very interesting day yesterday. We almost had one of our commentary team arrested.
Yes.
There's all sorts of things going on. It is SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes as we welcome in Bryce McGain. Bryce, welcome to you.
Whitey, good morning to you and to Bharat. And yes, it was a hairy time yesterday morning. a case of mistaken identity and for a pitch invader. Can we call them that?
It was
they had a pitch invader taking some photos out there, and in a blue shirt and light coloured pants, and with a media accreditation, and that I fit the description while I was on air yesterday, and was talked my way out of going into the lockup. So anyway, that was an interesting start. So here we are back home. It's 4 a.m. and around the Caribbean, obviously, it's a great time because it is the afternoon and ready to absorb some exciting cricket here. As you said, yesterday 11 wickets fell. It resumes now, and the reward for both batters in King and Chase was the fact that you get to bat in really good conditions now. The reward of getting through that night section. So it's going to be important straight up.
So just on that, and I think it's an important time to mention this as well, and that is that more good news for the West Indies. John Campbell and also Makalui are able to bat. So they were sent for scans last night in hospital, as was Elzari Joseph. The 3 of them were. So I'm not very good at maths, but 3 of the 11 were in hospital yesterday while the game was going on. But the good news is they're all cleared to play from day day 2. So, and we talked about this, Bharat, last night. The fact that the West Indies, with 2 makeshift openers, one of them making their debut, now he did ultimately lose his wicket, but to get through at stumps only 1 down when Australia batted recklessly to give themselves 30 or 40 minutes at the West Indies late on day 1, they've actually set themselves up pretty nicely from here.
You would think so, and they've been in good, decent, even strong positions previously in the series as well, and then they've let themselves down, especially with the bat. So they would take it. There was a bit of relief in the camp when Roston Chase and Brandon King walked off with West Indies just 1 wicket down. But I don't think Australia would be too fussed about the fact that they only managed to get 1 wicket, because it felt like another wicket was coming, especially when Stark was bowling, and even in that last over from Scotty Boland. And because the pink ball did so much or was difficult to bat against even during daytime, I don't think they'll be too worried about, we didn't strike when the iron was hot and maybe West Indies have a chance here. But that's how the West Indies should be thinking about it, like you said. And with Campbell and Louis back, and I don't know where they'll bat, they have all their batters as well.
So, Bryce, I'm going to throw this scenario at you. Let's flip it around now. So the West Indies, they do like to bat aggressively, which is, the Australians didn't do that through the first session when it was tough yesterday. But we could be in a scenario, best case scenario for the West Indies, where they're declaring late tonight and having 45 minutes at the Australians with a 75-80 run lead. The Australians could be potentially 4 for 30 and still 50 runs behind. That's best case scenario for the West Indies, and I understand that. But the Australians have kind of opened the door because of the way they batted in that last session and didn't take full toll when they got the ball in their hands last night.
Yeah, the conversation in the team, that's the long-range forecast. To be able to set that up is to start the day. And knowing that if they do lose a wicket, the guys that have handled the bowling pretty well over the series in King and Chase are in now. If they can do that, then you've got an opening bat coming out and another opening bat coming out. So it's an odd situation that they've got some support. The moving ball, they're designed, even on debut with Louis and Campbell, they're there to deny the new ball, but they come in next. It's a bizarre situation. They've got opening bats at 4 and 5, but it may come up to be a big advantage for them.
So, Bharat, when we talk about the West Indies, where we've been impressed is that they've been able to keep with Australia for 3/4 of the match. In Kensington, it was 2 days and a bit, and it only went 3 days. And then over in Grenada, they stayed with them for 3 days, but couldn't be a 4th. But their first innings have actually been okay. They've been very much comparable to what the Australians have done. So I'm looking at this optimistically because I want a competitive test match.
Oh, yeah.
But, easily, I mean, the West Indies could easily get out for 100. But if they play well, they are in this, and it sets up a really exciting next 2 or 3 days.
I think that's the beauty of pink ball test cricket as well, because it's all about strategy. So it was a strategic decision by Australia to bat for a declaration on the first evening, is things that you would never, especially Jayden Seales. We've seen it throughout the series. He gave Pat Cummins the send-off in Barbados, and knowing very well that he'll be batting 10 or 11 and they're going to come after him. And Mitchell Stark was right into him in Grenada. He was saying things to him, hit him on the arm, but then he batted for half an hour, didn't score a lot of runs.
Absolutely.
So he's not going to back down. And we saw it yesterday as well. Steve Smith was the one who stood right next to him, was shadow practicing shots over extra cover after having edged him over the slips. And and then he doesn't get out to Seales, but Seales was right in his face and he wasn't backing down. So there's something about this young man. More than even Shamar Joseph, he's got spirit to him.
I agree. We're going to take a break here from Sabina Park. We are just under 20 minutes away from the opening ball on day 2. We're watching Mitch Stark, Scotty Boland doing their warm-ups out in the middle. Josh Hazlewood is out there as well. I haven't seen Pat Cummins, but Pat Cummins doesn't seem to do anything unless he's actually in the match. We've noticed that over the last couple of weeks. It is SEN Test Cricket. It is for Henley Holmes. Back with more after this.
Henley Breakthrough Collection, built from only $227,900. Live from the Caribbean, Australia and the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Hey you, ready for some feel-great news from Chemist Warehouse? We've got massive savings on essentials, like Blackmore's Probiotics Plus Immune Defense 90 capsules, only $41.99. And Swiss Ultiboost Magnesium Glycinate 120 tablets, $32.99. It's a great time to try Microgenic Scarlet 10,000 100 capsules. It's 2 for $30 right now. And stock up on Bioglan Curcumin Plus Advanced Pain Relief 50 tablets for just $34.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
Spending too much time in the shed used to be an issue. But with IMAR's new loyalty program, aptly named The Shed, I can now spend as much time in the shed as I like. You see, The Shed gives tradies insured with IMAR cashback rewards from heaps of brands, like Toolmart, Pet Barn and JBL. So now that my business is insured with IMAR, I can enjoy great cashback rewards. Visit imartheshed.com.au.
Never tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. Struggling with supply chain woes? Let's fix that. If your supply chain is giving you more Monday blues than you can handle, let's chat. I promise to turn your week around faster than your last delivery. Let's make logistics work for you and not against you. Call State Transport today on 134 888.
State Transport. Our people are your solution.
For too long, only institutions had exclusive access to premium investment opportunities. But iPartners changes the game for wholesale investors. iPartners opens up the field to alternative assets with access to opportunities out of reach. Get front row seats to sophisticated investment strategies. iPartners, fund managers specialising in alternative investments, offer the diversification and risk-adjusted returns you need for a long-term outlook. Visit iPartners.com.au and start kicking more investment goals. For wholesale investors only, consider the risks. Learn more at iPartners.com.au.
There's only one official hot dog of the MCG, Don Footy Franks. From the first bounce to the final siren, Don's been fueling footy fans for nearly 50 years. So when you're heading to the game, don't settle for anything less than the real deal. Whether it's topped in sauce and mustard.
I agree. How the world sees us, and which is slightly different in Barbados. It is a more posh, sophisticated player. They try to carry themselves in a more sophisticated fashion. They still consider themselves pretty anglicized in that say, very close to England. So it is quite.
West Jamaica's a bit more American.
It is. It's closer to America as well, geographically speaking. Yeah. And Jamaica has its own thing. And I think the identity here, whether it's Bob Marley and the Rasta Revolution that he brought into this country alongside many others, Marcus Garvey, whose picture, or photo you'll see on a lot of the banknotes here. So there's great history, deep history in Jamaica. I mentioned yesterday on air about the history of Sabina Park itself, which was named after a woman called Sabina Park.
That was an amazing story.
Oh, it is really it's an out there story, isn't it? But I think there is a lot of that, and for the longest time, it was the jewel of the English colony in this part of the world, jewel of the Caribbean for the English when they were, ruling most of the islands here. So it is bigger, and Kingston is the big city with a lot of people, but as you travel northwards, it is one of the most spectacular islands you'll ever be or ever visit in the world, whether it's Ocho Rios or Negril or Montego Bay, and there are so many other spots in the north. I've been fortunate to do that in the past, and if you do get the chance, I think you should do it as well.
Yeah.
There are great golf courses over there.
Well, that's sort of got me over the line, the golf courses. But I tend to agree with you, and it depends on where you are in any of the islands that we've been so far. They can be so different, so dramatically different in the space of driving for just 15 minutes. I mean, even going up into the hills last night to have the view of Kingston was amazing. It reminded me so much, and it was ironic that we went up to Beverly Hills here in Jamaica, but it reminds me so much of Hollywood, where you go up into the hills and look out over at Los Angeles. There was so many similarities. It is an amazing place. There's no doubt about that. But I keep going back to the people that I have met and spoken to. That's what I'm going to take back with me more than anything else. I've just loved the people. Anyway, a bit of some postcard action of the Caribbean. Why not? We've got a little bit of time because we can't find Andrew Mason. We'll take a break. It is SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, the West Indies and Australia. The Windies to resume at 1 for 16 after the break. So after the break, live play for the next 7 hours.
Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Live from the Caribbean, Australia and the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Grab your shopping list and rush to Chemist Warehouse to save on must-haves, like Pain Away Heat Patches regular 5-pack for just $12.99. Having vitamins is fun, with Synovus Vitamin D 1000 IU chewable 90 tablets only $9. And Soothers Buttermenthol is just $2.49. Make your well-being a priority with Selfish Give Me Plant Protein French Vanilla flavour 450 gram only $32.89. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Cricket Clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest... Oh, that really is sharp. The sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13-IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Develop your ability to connect, inspire and lead with real impact. Join the 2-day performance leadership course built for managers, emerging leaders and business owners wanting to build and sustain high-performing teams. Hear from the CEOs of the Western Bulldogs, Melbourne Storm, Melbourne United and the former CEO of the Australian Grand Prix. Don't miss out. August 5 and 6 at Mission Whitton Oval. Register now at education.westernbulldogs.com.au.
Look here. Look at shorty got back. Should I ask her for a dance? Hold on, there's too many in the wolf pack.
The all-electric Kia EV3, crowned the 2025 World Car of the Year. Awarded for its record 604 kilometres of all-electric range and fast-charging capabilities. The Kia EV3 is your 2025 World Car of the Year. Visit kia.com.au to find out more.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
When it comes to your farm, you're always thinking about the future. And when you do, what comes to mind? Is it innovative tools and tech? You might want to stay ahead of the markets or just need some advice. Whatever comes to mind,
Nutrien Ag Solutions can help. With specialists in fertiliser, crop protection, farm supplies, livestock, finance, insurance and more, we'll help take your business further. Nutrien Ag Solutions. Going further.
At Australian Outdoor Living, we've spent 20 years bringing backyard dreams to life. Now we're celebrating with 20% off outdoor blinds for a limited time only. Join the party. Book your free measuring quote today.
In any game of cricket, short form or test match, walk away with figures of 4 for 3 and it's a mighty good day. It's the same at Tyre Power.
Winter safety sale now on. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres.
Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store at tyrepower.com.au.
Follow at SEN_cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok for all the highlights and behind-the-scenes action. Live from the Caribbean, Australia and the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
Adam White with you from Sabina Park. I thought I'd just jump in here and give you news from Wimbledon because Yannick Sinner has become a Wimbledon champion for the very first time. He's come from a set down to beat Carlos Alcaraz. It was Alcaraz winning the first set 6-4 before Sinner's gone 6-4, 6-4, 6-4. So Alcaraz was going for 3 Wimbledon titles in a row, but that has been snapped by Yannick Sinner. So these two clearly the best 2 players now in the world, and it looks like they've got a rivalry for a long time to come yet. So Yannick Sinner, the Wimbledon champion. I also mentioned what is happening over at Lord's. There's a bit of a real London feel to this sports update. So England in their second innings, disappointingly, were dismissed for 192, but then they've come out late on day 4 at Lord's and have India 4 for 58 at stumps. So 4 for 58, that means India need 135 runs with 6 wickets in hand. We'll take a break, come back with live play. Just don't go anywhere, it's only a short break.
Hurry into Chemist Warehouse for savings on self-care, from the tip of your nose to your bones. Dimester Allergy Nasal Spray 120 dose is just $34.99. Bless you. Great news. Hot Hands Cure Heat Neck and Shoulder Pain Patch 3-pack exclusive is just $8.99. And Little Swiss Prebiotic and Probiotic Gummies 50-pack is $19.99. Feel the savings in your bones with Ostavit Vitamin D3 and K260s just $28.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Welcome back to Sabina Park. Pat Cummins is taking off his cap to give to the umpire. We still haven't seen the West Indian batsman at this stage, but the umpires are out in the middle and the Australian players are out there as well, as we welcome in Bryce McGain. Welcome to you, Bryce.
Hi there, Whitey, and look, it is an exciting morning to be here at Sabina Park. That's the cheer for the West Indies batters coming out. It's King and Chase. And behind this, the good news is the fact that Louis and Campbell, John Campbell and Mikhail Louis on debut, will be able to bat. So they had some injury concerns yesterday. They are clear to bat. So they have some opening batters to come in at 4 and 5. So it may, in a roundabout way, strengthen their batting lineup to bat through this first session.
It's a bit of a hazy morning, but as I look out towards where the airport is, it is blue sky, and this, you can actually see the sun over the bay. But where we are at the moment, there's no hint of rain, but just a little bit hazy to start play on day 2, whereas yesterday it was bright sunshine and it was hot. So the West Indies on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, to resume at 1 for 16 with King on 8, Chase on 3, and it will be the captain, Ruston Chase, to face the first ball of the day. It will be captain to captain with 3 slips and a gully and a bat pad. In comes Pat Cummins. Oh, and just when he was about to bowl the ball, Chase has pulled away because he's heard something in the crowd. It was like a speaker or something, and he got totally distracted as he was in the motion to deliver the ball, Pat Cummins.
Yeah, in the gather, and Chase pulled away. No ball was bowled, and all heads turned to the DJ. So he's been caught out the DJ in the party area. He's tweaked a speaker.
Bit of doof music.
And we reload for the first ball of the day.
Cummins again on the runway. He bowls, and Chase is hit on the body as it balloons up on the onside. No bat, so Head didn't even try and get himself into position to take the catch. He just watched it drop on the onside. And that is the first ball of the day. The crowd, it isn't nearly as big as it was yesterday at its peak, but similar to what it was when we started play yesterday. So again, the George Headley stand has only got the super boxes in action. The blue seats are vacant again, largely. Apart from a couple of people that are allowed to be in there. Cummins again to Chase. Stands tall, defends down the onside of the pitch, finding the middle of the bat.
Chase batting outside of his crease. So it is looking to deny that movement. Pat Cummins so dangerous as that ball comes back inside to the right-hander.
I've just been told from our we almost call him a producer for us in this coverage, that the people that are in the George Hadley stand are Jamaican selectors. So Jamaica, you can see them in their yellow shirts of Jamaica. They're allowed in there. Cummins again to Chase, who's pushing forward, just squeezing it out to Constas at point. Again, finding the middle of the bat. So again, to try and find you the best weather forecast, 32 degrees is the temperature today, 62% humidity. So we've got the feels like temperature, which is 37. Yesterday it felt like 78. In the box, probably 126.
Oh, it was up there. There's no doubt about that.
Real weight loss opportunity for me, which I'm very happy about.
We're about to hand out some towels. It was a genuine sauna.
And Cummins again on the approach. 3 slips a gully. Cummins bowls, and Chase again defends. Back down the onside of the pitch. He's a tall man anyway, but the way he defends that ball, Bryce, he's quite upright and looks quite elegant when he plays defensively. He doesn't sort of hunch over and get low and try and stroke the ball down the ground. He stands up nice and tall. We're having a look at the pitch on our TV screen for Chemist Warehouse, and again it's that even coverage of grass which is really quite noticeable. Cummins again bowls, Chase nurses it straight down to ground, and Head can take on the second bounce. He bowls the ball to Hazelwood. I wonder who will bowl the second over of the morning. Cummins from the Headley stand end, who will bowl from the Blue Mountains end?
I suspect it's just swapping the bowlers around. Look, it'd have to be Stark from this end, that big in-swing, the breeze is suiting that. So from our Courtney Walsh stand end, the Blue Mountains end, I'm sure it'll be Stark. But it's interesting that Cummins has started up there. Hazelwood did take the new ball.
Last ball of the over. Cummins a bit wider on the crease, and Chase nurses around the corner nicely. It's the first run of the morning down to Boland at fine leg. So the first runs of the day go to the captain. So after 1 over here, it is the West Indies 1 for 17 with King on 8, Chase on 4. Cummins 3 overs and no wicket for 4. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, and I was talking about it being a bit hazy to start today. The sun is coming out, which is great news for everyone concerned.
And that feels like temperature. Did you know the meteorologist who devised that situation passed away recently? He was 86, but he felt like 75.
Some jokes from Bryce McGain. I reckon that's a rubbish thing. Now he's passed away, you can probably be a bit more honest about it. It is what it is. If it's 36, it feels like 36.
Felt like about, as you said, it felt like 46. It was hot yesterday. Humidity has that feel like. Anyway, it is Stark. Let's get to the cricket.
Bryce liked that joke. Stark, and he comes bowling here to Chase, who fins and misses. Sort of wafting the bat at that one with the angle across the right-hander, and it goes through to the keeper. Maybe Roston was a little bit distracted after that Bryce joke. He liked it.
We started with the scrambled seam, the wobbled seam, if you like. A ball that goes away from the right-hander, and it was last night that Stark was hooping the ball back in, and it was all sorts of challenges for Kevlin Anderson on debut, and he was swinging the ball back between bat and pad and brushing past the off stump. That one he decks away.
3 slips in a gully, but no bat pad, and this time a quicker ball, a more conventional ball from Stark, and it's defended away on the offside by Roston Chase. So 1 for 17 the score on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. It was interesting just having a look at the replay then for Chemist Warehouse. The one that came, just that big sort of off-cutter, almost like a quick off-spinner. Alzari Joseph bowled that really well yesterday, didn't he? And really got quite a lot of purchase off the pitch.
Yeah, and the feedback from the players when they were practicing that evening session, where they've obviously built a lot of strategy around that, the Australians, is that the pitch was getting caught up in the seam of the ball. So pronounced is it.
Stark again running away from us. Bowls to Chase, who's standing tall again and defending this time up the offside of the pitch. And Steve Smith uses his foot to elevate the ball back into his hands. Very crafty work from Smith. And got 48 in the first innings. Polishing the ball away before giving it back to Stark. Stark's got sweatbands on both wrists. He's also got a towel in his trousers, usually what you'd see from a tennis player. Just shows just how hot and sweaty the players are getting. Halfway through his over, his first of the morning. Stark bowls here, and it's wide and full outside off stump. Chase doesn't chase it. And of course, it's afternoon, not morning. It's hard to get your head around day-night test cricket sometimes. We don't know what day it is, let alone what time it is. We do know that the deficit is 208. There's a band somewhere that you can hear in the background. Not quite as significant as last week. Stark here bowls to Chase, tries to drive, takes the inner portion of the bat, and is knocked down by Stark. Those bands last week were fantastic in Grenada.
They were on either side of the ground. The drums, the dancing.
I'm not sure. Great energy. I think this is more DJ type activity as opposed to a proper band that we had last week.
Yeah, which you don't normally get in between balls at Test cricket, but this is Jamaica, and there's a rhythm to the cricket, whatever version.
So still 3 slips in a gully for Chase. Last ball of Stark's over. Big gap in the covers. Stark bowls, Chase defends. Again, another one of those off-cutters that Chase picks and pushes back to the bowler. So we're through 2 overs here on day 2 here in Kingston, Jamaica. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. The West Indies 1 for 17.
Hey you, ready for some feel-great news from Chemist Warehouse? We've got massive savings on essentials, like Blackmore's Probiotics Plus Immune Defense 90 capsules, only $41.99. And Swiss Ultiboost Magnesium Glycinate 120 tablets, $32.99. It's a great time to try Microgenic Garlic 10,100 capsules. It's 2 for $30 right now. And stock up on Bioglan Curcumin Plus Advanced Pain Relief 50 tablets for just $34.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Pat Cummins is going to continue from the Headley stand end here at Sabina Park. He bowls to King, who faces his first ball of the day, and he leaves outside off stump.
So already there isn't the movement that we saw last night, particularly from Stark after his first over. But the swing back in was pronounced last night. It was really hooping. Took him an over or two to just get used to it, and once he did, he was right on song in his 100th Test match.
Yes, we didn't see much swing in that first over from Stark either, did we? Really?
No.
Cummins bowls here to King, who's jammed, but he defends away on the onside.
But the skill of Mitch Stark is the fact that if it's not swinging back in, he can still pitch in line, and it's forcing the batters to play. And that wobble seam that he bowls and it decks away or holds its line, it's so difficult to face. So he's not only challenged with the swing on the inside edge of the right-hander's bat, but the outside edge is absolutely getting challenged as well with that angle across. So it's still not going to be easy, even though the conditions are a little bit different.
Bright sunshine here as Cummins bowls to King, who's hit on the pad. Sort of a half-hearted appeal as it balloons away on the offside, but no real interest from Cummins and certainly no interest from the umpire.
So just to warm up the vocal cords from the cordon in that instance. The ball seaming back in to King, who was well forward on defence, and it was certainly going down the leg side. So Cummins getting his rhythm. He's at the Michael holding end. I know it's the Headley stand end, but the down lower at Michael holding end. Imagine him charging in.
Cummins to King, who plays and misses, just pushing forward cautiously. He wasn't really committed to go well forward there. We do see Brandon King like to take a big stride. That time he was sort of half forward, not really sure what it was going to do. Unfortunately for him, it beat the outside edge. It didn't take the outside edge. So this is good bowling here from Pat Cummins.
Well, it's reasonably short straight here at Sabina Park. So you can imagine Michael Holding, renowned for the long run-up and how smooth he came in. You can imagine him pushing right back near that sight screen.
Just coming off the sight screen, even maybe. Cummins here to King, who drives. Oh,
beautiful
that's
shot.
A good shot from Brandon King through the covers. That's 4. He's played that a lot through this series. It's such an attractive looking shot. Right out of the textbook. Cummins over pitching, was a bit floaty, and that time there was the full stride put in by Brandon King, and that was going nowhere but the rope.
No need to move. He played the shot and just stood there and admired it. Terrific technique, a good stride, as you said, Whitey. Played the ball late, under his eyes, and away it went.
Cummins again. Not surprisingly, a bit shorter on the back foot. King defends away on the offside. That is the end of the over. So the West Indies have got through their first 3 comfortably, 1 for 21. The deficit 204. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes.
It's another great week at 40 Winks. Right now you can get any size mattress for the price of a single. That's right. Get a Queen, King or even a Super King mattress for the price of a single. Plus, earn double Qantas points on your purchase. But be quick, the Any Size Plus double Qantas points offer is on for a limited time only. Exclusions and T's and C's apply. So come and find a bed matched perfectly to you. Go to better sleep at 40 Winks. Serious about sleep.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. With Henley Holmes as Stark continues from our end, running away from us, bowling to Chase, and Chase leaves alone with the angle across the right hander. Still 3 slips in and a gully in play with Adam White and Bryce McGain. Bright sunshine and a bright start from the West Indies.
We're alongside many of the SEN audience who are up bright and early.
0433 98 11 16 if you want to send a note as to where you are listening.
Block in Ringwood. Lads, good morning from Melbourne. Well, good morning to you too. Why are you doing postcards? How far is Kokomo from Jamaica? Kokomo's in America, I think. Florida.
Stark bowls here. Chase plays and misses. He tried to do what Brandon King did in the last over and play through the covers, but he didn't put his foot across to the pitch of the ball. It went down the wicket and then chased it and missed.
I think he's humming the Beach Boys song already.
Yeah, that's right.
You got a good voice. How does it go?
No, you're not getting anything from me.
A catchy little tune from the 80s, the Beach Boys. But Kokomo, I think, is in Florida, so it's a fair way away from where we are.
Thanks, Molly Meldrum. Stark bowls here, and it's tucked away by Chase Fine down into the deep. Retrieved by Hazelwood, and they take a single. Chase moves to 5, 1 for 22 the score.
The feedback from Matt in Melbourne. Very cold in Melbourne. The delay is exactly 30 seconds here. So if you're tuning in, listening to us, wanting to sync to the TV, 30 seconds back to Australia. It can be a little different to the UK, and we'll get an update on that. Just the sync timings.
So Matt's saying it's 9 degrees in Melbourne at the moment, and it's 32 degrees here. So there's quite a significant difference in temperature.
We can share 5 and get it more comfortable here.
Stark here bowls. It's a bouncer, and King didn't pick that up too early. He didn't really duck. He just got his head out of the way and did that quite late. And there's no surprise there that he was a bit rushed. That was a bouncer at 143.8. And I feel like that's been the big thing that surprised me through this series from Mitchell Stark. He's repeatedly been in that mid-140s range. You know, in hot, humid weather to keep the speed up as high as he has been a real highlight of his bowling performance.
That's telling me Kokonos isn't a real place. Well, it's a restaurant here in Kingston, so it's not too far.
Stark again a bit closer to the stumps bowls, and standing up, defending back down the wicket was King. That was much better from the man who would normally bat at number 4, maybe at 3. He had to open with the 2 openers at hospital when the West Indies started their innings last night. It really was quite remarkable.
Would have been chaotic scenes in the dressing room. Well, who's doing what? Decisions getting made. Well, do we shuffle it around? Do we send out a night watchman? Warwican had the pads on later, and when they did lose the wicket, there was a pause by Chase whether Warwican was going out or not.
Last ball of the over. Stark over the wicket, bowls to King, who leaves. He got into position to play and then decided not to. Again with that angle across from Stark. Over bowled, 1 for 22. King 12, Chase 5. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. The West Indies are 1 for 22. Chase on 5, King on 12. Chase to face Pat Cummins in the first ball. Sees Chase firmly defending up to mid-off. Smith, who is at extra cover, had to scuttle along there to collect that ball, because I think we all thought that was just a regulation defensive shot, but it really rocketed off the bat.
So watchful already, the West Indies, but it's a good start. They both look very comfortable, King and Chase. Early on yesterday, the ball was seaming around as a little slower the wicket and was seaming around at this stage.
Cummins bowls here, edging and through green. They get a single. It was one of those ones where I don't think it carried. We're behind the cordon, so we'll probably need another look. My gut feeling was it didn't quite carry to Green, who went low to his right. But that's the first edge we've seen today. Yes, definitely short of Green, who stop 4 runs as opposed to it being a drop chance, but they did get 1, so he stopped 3, not 4. 1 for 23. That's the first anxious moment we've seen so far from the West Indians through the first 20 minutes. Chase to 6, 1 for 23. King back on strike. Cummins bowls, and a late decision to leave from King. He had the back lift up like he was going to really drive it through the covers again, but decided not to.
Leaving with a length that was definitely going to be a drive on the up, so good decision. He did go forward and then just flicked the wrist up and pulled the bat out of the way.
It really is quite noticeable how the ball isn't swinging here for the Australians.
No.
It did for the West Indians in that first session yesterday, and this ball's only, 7 overs old when we started this morning.
Yeah, 13 now,
today,
into the 14th over. Yeah.
Cummins again rushing up to the wicket, bowls to King, who's back and across, and again finding the middle of the batting defence up to mid-off. Can be a bit confusing. We're starting in the afternoon because it's a day-night game. We're going back to Australia when it's the morning.
Yes, we're trying to cover all bases.
We're trying to cover all bases. And a cheerio also to all our West Indian audience that are listening throughout the course of the Caribbean. 11 different radio stations are taking our coverage of SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, also through the West Indies, Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. I know the numbers have been really significant.
There's been lots of queries about how to get a Henley home built in the Caribbean, so we're working on it.
Cummins bowls here to King, who again is back, and this time defending up to mid-on, getting right in behind the line of the ball. So yes, we're aware that there are so many people that are listening, particularly through the YouTube channel Cricket West Indies. So hello to everyone, wherever it is you are listening to SEN Test cricket around the world. Absolutely loved our time here in the Caribbean. It's a bit sad that it's coming to an end at the end of this Test match. One ball left in the over. 7 runs so far today. Cummins to bowl to King. He bowls. King pushes forward, runs here. That was nothing more than just a little press forward on the front foot. They've got 2 and they're happy with that. Smith retrieves the ball 5 metres in from the boundary. But he's looking good here, King. There's no doubt about that. He's asking for some bat tape. So while he does that, we'll take a break. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes.
Grab your shopping list and rush to Chemist Warehouse to save on must-haves, like Pain Away Heat Patches regular 5-pack for just $12.99. Having vitamins is fun, with Synovus Vitamin D 1000 IU chewable, 90 tablets only $9. And Soothers Buttermenthol is just $2.49. Make your well-being a priority, with Selfish Give Me Plant Protein French Vanilla flavour 450 gram, only $32.89. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
The Tyre Power scoreboard sees the West Indies trailing now by 200 on the dot. 1 for 25 through the first 20 or so minutes of play today. Brandon's happy with the repairs that have been done to the bat, just a bit of bat tape. He also took the opportunity, and so did Roston Chase, to get a drink as well.
Chase changed his bat. He had about 4 come out, so he's weighed up another bat.
It was interesting because he actually asked for the tape and then decided, that rather than tape the one I have up, I'll get another one, which is a risky move because he was certainly finding the middle of the one that he was using. He's on 14. Chase is on 6, 1 for 25. As Stark is ready to bowl again from the Courtney Walsh end. We're right behind him as he comes in, bowls, and it's driving this time. Chase, not off the middle of the bat, but he's got some runs here. First shot of conviction from the captain so far today. Didn't quite time the ball, but was still able to get a couple of runs through a straightish mid-off region. So 1 for 27 now on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Chase up to 8.
Steve Smith, the fielder there, and he went down on the slide. I think he's enjoying the fact that he's running around, but he went to throw and then went, no, I'm not going to do that. He's had an elbow issue and a couple of times he pinched in there tightly and he waved it away, waved the throw away.
Stark again to Chase, who again is standing tall, bat and pad close together, defending up to Smith again at a wideish mid-off. So they're really throwing the bait out there for Chase, a massive gap. So we've got 3 slips in a gully, Kawaja at first, Webster second, and then Constas in at third, and then a gap to the gully which is green, and then Travis Head at a backward point, and then Smith at a wideish mid-off. So massive territory through that sort of cover point, cover region, and even if he was to go straight down the ground through mid-off. Stark close to the stumps, bowls, that's a short one, sort of rib high, and Chase did well. He got inside the line of that one and watched it go through, almost tickling under his arm.
Just tuck the gloves out the way. That was the important part. Often they're fended away as you feel it near the body, but importantly, inside the line of the ball. So both West Indian batsmen moving nicely here, picking up the ball, adapting. Every ball out there is getting them in.
Stark at the top of his run, looks at the batsman, then starts running in. Bowls, Chase defends again. Half step forward, standing tall, finding the middle of the bat, defending back to the bowler, who is of course Mitchell Stark, and he throws the ball to Smith and says, "You polish it. I'm going to walk back to the top of my mark."
Mika, we appreciate you. Hope the test goes as long as possible for us early work starters. Plenty of those. It's fantastic. The commentary team has been brilliant all series. Hey, great to have you on board. We're happy to be bringing it to you live from the Caribbean.
We're realising how many people start work early over the last few weeks. Stark again, bowling to Chase, who's turning nicely into the onside. It'll just be a single to mid-wicket. Boland coming around from mid-on. He was partial misfield, but still they didn't take any more than the single. One more ball left in the over, 1 for 28. Chase up to 9. 9 from 36, so it's slow going, but it's assured going. Really only one edge that fell short of Cameron Green at third slip. A couple of plays and misses, but generally speaking, it's been a fairly controlled start from the West Indian pair here.
No, they've done really well. They've been challenged with good deliveries in good areas, but the movement just isn't there. No swing in the air, really.
No.
And minimal seam movement as well.
Stark again. Past the umpire, bowls to King, who shoulders arms with the angle across, and that is the end of another over, and again another example of no swing back in to the right-hander. So networks around Australia on the SEN network are about to leave for their coverage of breakfast programming shortly, but you can keep listening to the cricket across the morning on SEN Fanatic, so that's on the digital platform, and also, and I know most of you listen through the SEN app. And sync us up with the TV by using SEN Sync, or if you're on your way to work, just flick across to the cricket coverage through the app and you're away and running all the way through, pretty much till 12 o'clock. And then, of course, the new ball with Bharat, thanks to Cobram Estate, going through all the issues of the day. So there's going to be so much cricket throughout the course of the next 6 or 7 hours. So just again, repeating that we're about to, or a lot of you are about to leave for your breakfast programming around Australia, but keep listening to us through either SEN Fanatic or through the SEN app. G'day, Bharat.
Afternoon, Whitey. And to you as well, Bryce.
Yeah. Bharat, welcome aboard. It's Scotty Boland time.
It is indeed. So Scott Boland from the Michael Holding end. He's on his way. First ball for the day. It's a good one. Inside edge onto the pad. Chase going half forward. So as I said, for most of your audiences now, you're leaving for breakfast programming. We'll see you soon. And for everyone else listening through the SEN app, well, I'm not going to say hello again because you're still listening to us.
Yes, you are. So stick with us, because Scott Boland started the way that he generally does, on the money, on target. zeroing in on the pads. It was an inside edge from Roston Chase. It haunted him throughout his career, the LBW, and Boland will eke him out if he can.
Charges in, bowls again to Chase. He's up on his toes guiding into the gully where Stark is fielding. He slides on his knees and fields. Just get a feeling that this might be a Scott Boland sort of wicket, particularly if the ball's not swinging for whatever reason, because it did for the West Indians at the same time yesterday. It's not for the Australians, but it's one of the reasons why Boland's playing is because it just looked like a Scott Boland pitch.
It felt like it was made for him. Even the way he was bowling at training, he was arguably the most difficult batter to face. Picked up most of those 50 wickets that fell in the training session.
That's right. Bat padding play as well as the 3 slips in the gully. Boland bowls, and that is an inside edge onto the pad. It gets away from head, more up towards mid-wicket where Cummins came around to do the fielding from mid-on. But straight away, Boland able to get 2 inside edges in 3 balls.
And already in just 3 balls that he's bowled, each of those deliveries, Roston Chase has had to make a decision very late.
Oh, yeah.
Unlike with Stark and Cummins, he was lining them up and leaving deliveries. Here it's just the difficulty level goes up a notch with Scott Boland.
Yeah, he would challenge your forward defence, but he'll push you back a little bit, and then he challenges your knee roll and forward defence. He's a dangerous bowler.
3 dot balls in a row. He bowls here to Chase, who is defending back to Boland, who fields on his follow-through. We're talking, Bharat, about Roston. He's a very tall man, but very tall in the way he defends as well. He doesn't hunch over. He stands up and just strokes the ball.
Yeah, which is why he gets into such trouble with the ball coming back in. He doesn't, even when he's driving the ball, he doesn't lean into his drive.
No, he doesn't. He sort of wafts.
Basically, he just does everything in life in that position.
Yeah, that's right. It's a real arm swing. There's no weight transference through the ball. Boland again. Travis Head waiting. Boland bowls. Head. Yeah. He was in the game there, I thought, for a moment. Another inside edge. It just bobbled around a little bit in the air. I'll probably not give you enough credit to Chase, but it wasn't in full control.
Just a little warning as well with Scott Boland. Everything's coming in here. They're not always coming in. There is a ball that nips away, and many a player has been suffering from, I've got to protect my inside edge, I've got to do that, and then he just takes your outside edge. So it's a good start by Boland.
The last ball of the over here. Boland to Chase. That's wide of the off stump. That was the one that went the other way, but was a little bit too wide. End of the over. A maiden there from Scott Boland. The deficit 197. The West Indies 1 for 28. That is on the Tyre Power scoreboard. We'll take a break, and after this, the great Andrew Mason.
Looking for the ultimate weekend escape in Melbourne? At Pullman Melbourne on the Park, enjoy inviting rooms and suites offering breathtaking views, perfectly positioned next to the MCG and Rod Laver Arena. With on-site parking, you're only a short stroll from the city's top shopping, sports and concert venues. Upgrade your experience with executive lounge access on level 18 for evening drinks and canapes. Or kickstart your night at the Cliveden Bar and Dining, your perfect pre-event destination. Book now at pullmanonthepark.com.au.
All right, it's always good to be in the company of my good friend Bharat. Hello to you, my friend. Good afternoon. How are you?
You're looking resplendent in the red. It's almost pink that you're wearing today.
Well, the action continues. Hazelwood is in and bowls the King, and King is forward. Opens the face of the bat and runs it squarely offside down to that backward point area. So the first half an hour, not a wicket going down 28 for 1. How have they done so far?
No, I've seen off Stark and Cummins, which whoever you are is a big tick in the box. So Stark and Cummins are the ones who started proceedings for Australia. Now you've seen a double change. Boland bowled the previous over from the holding end. Now it's Hazelwood from the watch, and he struggled just controlling the swing last evening, and with his red identity, Bryce.
Yeah, he did. I think this is going to suit him as well. This is the combination, isn't it? The seam and the length.
He's in and bowls. Dropped on the pad, big appeal, like before. He's gone. Given like before. The umpire took a long time to give it, but that dreaded figure went up. Will he go upstairs? We shall see. I think he's going to go upstairs. Wow.
Yeah, well, he looked in trouble. He just, from the moment the ball made contact with his pad, we'll see on the replay here for Chemist Warehouse on our replay screen, he does not look very confident.
No.
Brandon Kane, it was an instinctive Sign upstairs. Here we go. Pitch is on off. Just seemed in a little bit. Yeah, I think he's in trouble. I mean, maybe going down a little bit.
You think so? It's just above the knee roll, or maybe hitting the top of the knee roll.
Could the umpire's call?
He hasn't quite extended out. There's no bat on it.
No.
Now, as I said, this is Hazelwood. This is what he does well. He will challenge the forward defence, and there's no let-up. Boland did it the over before. This is just deck back in. He's got his radar right on song. Here we go. We're following it through. In line. Umpire's call. Clipping the top of leg stump.
Yes.
And he's on his way.
Well, so it means that the batsman King has to go. Umpire's call. He's gone 28 for 2.
Yeah, we spoke about Scott Boland and the damage he can do at the other end. Hazelwood's so similar to him. It's that length, and Brandon King very upset. Doesn't help that the umpire in question here was umpire Holstock. The West Indies have been very vocal and got into trouble for being very vocal about their thoughts on this particular umpire.
Yep.
And that wouldn't please them, you would think. So Brandon King, who looked so solid till that point, as the change of bowling has worked for Pat Cummins, it just feels like a Hazelwood or a Scott Boland day. Mitchell Stark strikes a lot with the pink ball early and late in innings, but it's Hazelwood who generally mops up the middle order. As we see opener John Campbell walking out at number 4. He was ready to bat at number 3 yesterday, but just couldn't get his pads on in time. And then you saw Roston Chase was waiting outside the dressing room, waiting to see what Campbell was up to, and then eventually decided to
Couldn't
avoid
get his pads on in time.
Yeah, so he'd just come back from the hospital.
Oh, okay.
That's what we were told.
Okay.
He'd just come back from the hospital and he was trying to get ready quickly, and then Roston Chase didn't want to risk,
or maybe not so quickly. One or the other.
Yeah, one or the other.
And generally the night watchman at that stage hides in a bathroom somewhere. They can't find him, so that could have been Warwick and hiding, so hence the pause. But look, he comes out now. This could be a strategic advantage, I think, for the West Indies. They've got 2 opening bats to roll in now. King did all the hard work. I really feel for him. 42 balls, got through the night session, was looking prime there, a beautiful cover drive, and it was an umpire's call situation. You can feel disappointed, but technically it's just out LBW, isn't it? Like it's the umpire's call, you got to back it.
So it's going to be Hazelwood to bowl to the Jamaican John Campbell. Comes up now, goes past the umpire, bowls to Campbell. Campbell covers up, plays it rather late. Oh, that was a good one. Inside edge, played a bit down towards forward square. There's no run.
He's attacked Hazelwood, hasn't he? He played the paddle sweep, the first ball he faced from him this second innings in Barbados, and then looking really good in the first innings in Grenada, then played an awful shot to get out after making 40. Was out first ball, the second innings, wasn't he? The first ball he faced from Hazelwood anyway. So it's been a bit of a battle within a battle, Hazelwood to Campbell, and it's safe to say Hazelwood has got the better of him.
2 for 28. Here's Hazelwood in the sunshine of Sabina Park. Edge found through the corner. That's gone for 4. Upside and the off stump came forward. Went between third slip and gully. That's gone down to third man for 4 to get Campbell on the way. 2 for 32.
Yeah, he opened the phase of the bat. It felt like, or maybe not, maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but he did loosen the grip. So you could see it just came with the face of the bat and just sped past gully. It was not in the air.
Yeah, lovely delivery. Hazelwood looks threatening already, as he always does. He's got 3 sips of gully. There's a man at point, mid-off, mid-on, forward square, and a long legs. He comes up on his way to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell is alone the ball to go outside the off stump, perfectly pitched that chord of uncertainty, and just whipped the bat in the last minute as the ball was angled across him. So 28 for 2 becomes 32 for 2. Hello to you wherever you are in Jamaica. 11 parishes of Jamaica. We are in Kingston, of course. There's Clarendon and Hanover. That's the parish of Merlene Otti, the Bronze Queen. Of course, Manchester, that we're going to go to sometime on Wednesday. And we're going to take our good friend Bharat down to Mobay as well. 2 for 32. Here's Hazelwood. Last ball the over. Comes up, bowls to Campbell. Campbell is alone the ball to go outside the off stump. Good carry to the keeper to end the successful over from Hazelwood. 2 for 32 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
All right, so 2 for 32. The West Indies losing Anderson yesterday. Gone bowl by Stark for 3 and King gone this morning. Here's Boland to continue. Comes in to bowl to Chase and Chase.
Brandon King very upset. Doesn't help that the umpire in question here was umpire Holstock. The West Indies have been very vocal and got into trouble for being very vocal about their thoughts on this particular umpire.
Yep.
And that wouldn't please them, you would think. So Brandon King, who looked so solid till that point, as the change of bowling has worked for Pat Cummins, it just feels like a Hazelwood or a Scott Boland day. Mitchell Stark strikes a lot with the pink ball early and late in innings, but it's Hazelwood who generally mops up the middle order. As we see opener John Campbell walking out at number 4. He was ready to bat at number 3 yesterday, but just couldn't get his pads on in time. And then you saw Roston Chase was waiting outside the dressing room, waiting to see what Campbell was up to, and then eventually decided to avoid
get his pads on in time.
Yeah, so he'd just come back from the hospital.
Oh, okay.
That's what we were told.
Okay.
He'd just come back from the hospital and he was trying to get ready quickly, and then Roston Chase didn't want to risk,
or maybe not so quickly. One or the other.
One or the other.
And generally the night watchman at that stage hides in a bathroom somewhere. They can't find him, so that could have been Warwick and hiding, so hence the pause. But look, he comes out now. This could be a strategic advantage. I think for the West Indies, they've got 2 opening bats to roll in now. King did all the hard work. I really feel for him. 42 balls, got through the night session, was looking prime there, a beautiful cover drive, and it was an umpire's called situation. You can feel disappointed, but technically it's just out LBW, isn't it?
Yeah,
like it's the umpire's call, you got to back it.
So it's going to be Hazelwood to bowl to the Jamaican John Campbell. Comes up now, goes past the umpire, bowls to Campbell. Campbell covers up, plays it rather late. Oh, well, it's a good one. Inside edge, played a bit down towards forward square. There's no run.
He's attacked Hazelwood, hasn't he? He played the paddle sweep, the first ball he faced from him this second innings in Barbados, and then looking really good in the first innings in Grenada, then played an awful shot to get out after making 40. Was out first ball, the second innings, wasn't he? The first ball he faced from Hazelwood anyway. So it's been a bit of a battle within a battle, Hazelwood to Campbell, and it's safe to say Hazelwood has got the better of him.
2 for 28. Here's Hazelwood in the sunshine of Sabina Park. Edge found through the corner. That's gone for Frog. Saladin, the off stump came forward, went between third slip and gully. That's gone down to third man for 4 to get Campbell on the way. 2 for 32.
And he opened the phase of the bat. It felt like, or maybe not, maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but he did loosen the grip. So you could see it just came with the face of the bat and just sped past gully. It was not in the air.
Yeah, lovely delivery. Hazelwood looks threatening already, as he always does. He's got 3 sips of gully. There's a man at point, mid-off, mid-on, forward square, and a long legs. He comes up on his way to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell is alone the ball to go outside the off stump, perfectly pitched that chord of uncertainty, and just whipped the bat in the last minute as the ball was angled across him. So 28 for 2 becomes 32 for 2. Hello to you wherever you are in Jamaica. 11 parishes of Jamaica. We are in Kingston, of course. There's Clarendon and Hanover. That's the parish of Merlene Otti, the Bronze Queen. Of course, Manchester, that we're going to go to sometime on Wednesday. And we're going to take our good friend Bharat down to Mobay as well. 2 for 32. Here's Hazelwood. Last ball, the over. Comes up, bowls to Campbell. Campbell is alone the ball to go outside the off stump. Good carry to the keeper to end the successful over from Hazelwood. 2 for 32 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
All right, so 2 for 32. The West Indies losing Anderson yesterday. Gone bowl by Stark for 3 and King gone this morning. Here's Boland to continue. Comes in to bowl to Chase, and Chase is getting the delivery on the line to legs and whips it into the onside. The field at that forward short leg in a rather retreat position. Got his body behind it. Oh, did he? Let's have a chance to see the monitor there. What happened?
I think it just smacked him in the shin guard and he had no idea where it was going. He thought it was going past him, but it hit the shin guard. Travis Head, the man in there. And I think Chase thought, oh, that's gone. He started running and then realised it's gone nowhere.
No. So they trail by 193, the West Indies. Boland again with a big George Headley stand behind him, comes in to bowl to Chase, and Chase allows the ball to go outside the off. Not all that far taken by the keeper.
And it won't be easy. And yes, there's been so much talk about Boland coming in for Nathan Lyon. The other thing Scott Boland can do, 36 or not, he can bowl long spells. He can be the workhorse like he has been throughout his career for Victoria and county cricket and any other team he's ever played for. So he'll just keep at it over and over, and then they can attack with Cummins and Stark from that end.
He's an absolute bull. He just keeps going and going.
Here he is, comes up, bowls to Chase, and Chase is wrapped on the pad. A big appeal for leg before. The umpire says no, might have been going down the leg side or height. We shall see. Talk to me about that, Bharat.
Yeah, it just looked like a height to me. It was an aborted, or it wouldn't have mattered. It's a no ball.
Oh.
So so then
we can shut it all down very quickly.
It doesn't matter what happened. We will.
Forget what happened, everyone.
Indeed.
I think probably the biggest no ball I've seen Scott Boland bowl. He doesn't bowl too many. It's a big no ball.
It's probably just getting inside edge on it. Getting excited.
He comes in again to bowl to Chase, up and bowls to Chase, and Chase is covering across the off stump ball that was short of a length, just pushes out towards cover. There's no run. And a test match that is going on, which is rather interesting if we look at that with England and India. 58 for 4. They require 135.
Another no ball. So back-to-back no ball.
Oh my golly, what's going on there? Gotta get it right. Let's see this one. Is that one big as well?
Big-ish.
Big-ish.
Missed the popping squeeze.
Yeah, sometimes, and we know that Seals had the same issue at that end, the Michael Holding end, with the breeze. I think it just is coming in behind them and just pushing them.
Well, this is the deflect away beautifully by Chase. That's going to go towards the boundary, and we'll get there just about now. Bits in the pads, and he worked it wide of mid-on. That's gone for 4 to carry Chase to 13. The West Indies up to 2 for 38.
Yeah, that's a shot Roston Chase plays really well. It was angling onto its pads. This is a very wristy flick past or through that mid-wicket region. And that'll make him feel good. He hasn't really looked settled against Boland so far.
With 3 sips in the gully now. Forward short leg, almost short square leg. He comes in again, Boland. How will he respond to that? He's up to the wicket now. He's in and bowls to Chase, and Chase is coming forward and drives it down towards that mid-on area. Not the pace that would trouble Roston Chase. He's got 13. Campbell is 4. It's 2 for 38.
Scott Boland is an interesting player for those in the Caribbean. Like, he's maybe not a household name. He hasn't come up against the West Indies before, I don't think. Maybe a few
at home.
Maybe. Yeah. But this is his 14th Test match, and he's taken 56 wickets, but averaging 17 and a half. So he sits in behind what has been a quartet of bowlers, 3 quicks and a spinner.
But he comes in again to bowl to Chase, and Chase is forward and drives. Ball goes square in the offside. Didn't time it very well. Constance comes across from that point area to pick it up. There's no run.
But every single opportunity he gets, it's often as a replacement with a bowler that has a niggle or needs a rest through an ongoing series, and he comes in and performs incredibly well. Bharat, how did he go in his last test match, Scotty Boland?
Just a small matter of took 10 wickets.
10 wickets, okay.
Player of the match in a series winning Australia winning the Border Gavaskar Trophy for the first time in 10 years.
Oh, he comes in again, Boland, up to the wicket, bowls to Chase, chases forward and drives up to Weidman off. It doesn't time it very well as the fielder comes across to make the stop. That looks like Smith up there to end the over. 2 for 38 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
If you love a country pub, you'll love the Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. This classic country pub is located in the town of Ultima, just down the road from Swan Hill. Grab a cold beer, meet some of the friendly locals, or join in on a Sunday session with meat off the famous smoker. So come say good day to Shane and the team at the mighty Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. They're also proud supporters of the Ultima Roos, Lara Cats, Hay Lions and Tooleybuck Manangatang Football Netball Clubs, as well as the Bannockburn Cricket Club.
All right, 2 for 38, and Hazelwood to continue. Bit hot, lovely weather as we look out towards the Norman Mandeville International in the distance, and of course Port Royal as well. In he comes on his way. Hazelwood bowls to Campbell. Campbell is covering up. Kingston man he is, pushes down towards mid-on. There's no run.
Which part of Kingston, Andrew?
My good friend, the producer, our good friend who's been with us. What part of Kingston is he from? He's a St. Oh, okay, so I got it wrong. He told me he's from St. Mary.
Oh, he's not from.
Okay. So he's born in St. Mary, one of the 11 parishes, of course, St. Mary, Trelawney as well. Hello to all our friends in Trelawney, 2 for 38. So he's a St. Mary man. Settles, he waits, and will face up to Hazelwood, who comes in on his way to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell is forwards, outside edge found down to my third man. We'll get runs, we'll get one, we'll get a second. Lovely outswing of the right arm bowler, angle the ball across the left hander, goes down to my third man, back for the second.
Yeah, just closed the face of the bat a bit too early there. Campbell came off the leading edge, as you see on our replay for Chemist Warehouse.
Yep.
The wobble seam pitching in line with middle stump, that one moved away. So the conditions are certainly in favour of just that seam now. No swing. The Australians haven't been able to swing the ball this morning despite prolific swing last night.
Here's Hazelwood as he comes in again to Campbell, who's got 6 into this delivery. He's allowed to go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper.
That was nicely left alone of the angle. Yeah, it's just been, and which is why it feels like in this phase of play, Boland and Hazelwood are the bowlers that Australia will look to kind of break the back of the West Indian batting lineup, and then you can always go back, or Pat Cummins will come back on, and Mitchell Stark with the pink ball wraps up tails for fun.
Yep. It's a good rotation they have. But what we did see yesterday was some spin and bounce, which probably makes Nathan Lyon feel a bit sick.
Hazelwood comes up now, bowls to Campbell. Campbell is putting a rather cheeky shot to a short delivery. It didn't time it right, didn't place it very well. Luckily, he got away with it, went down towards that forward square, back for the second. That was rather a strange shot he played there to a short ball. Seemed to be indecisive. Let's have a look at that.
Well, in fact, he did place it well because he just got it over the square leg fielder.
Have a look at that.
Travis hit the man. Oh, he was in no control. Just came on too quickly to him.
He's batting outside of his crease and just was panicked for time. It was half a duck, half a swat. With a vertical periscope up sort of shot that just went over square leg. He gets 2 runs and keeps going.
2 for 42. Hazelwood again comes in to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell is edging and did that carry. Well, outside line, the off stump went forwards. It went to the fielder at second slip. We'll have a chance to see that. What's your gut feeling there?
Just the body reaction or the body language from Josh Hazelwood feels like it did carry. Let's see, Bo Webster. No. Just fell short.
Just fell short. Have a look at it again.
Yeah, that's short.
Just fell short. So,
well, he's not settled here, Campbell. He's really not settled. And the outswingers eat him for bait, really.
I think Hazelwood's getting frustrated up here. He's going, I should have you.
Yeah, he comes in again on his way to bowl to Campbell, and to this one. Campbell is allowed to go back to the off stump the very stylish way. That's stylish to leave alone. He survived. He's got 8, chased 13. 2 for 42 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of?
Laser tag? Pew pew.
No, you clown.
Laser cutting.
Close.
Laser welding?
Correct. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
We say hello to all of the listeners back in Australia and, of course, in the Caribbean, to the 11 stations from Grenada right through to here in Jamaica on Omega Radio. It used to be KLS Radio. We want to thank you for enjoying the broadcast and listen to a great commentator, Bharat, my good friend. Like your colours again today, Bharat.
Thank you, Andrew. Just thought it's a Sunday.
Yes, a Sunday.
It's a day for prayer.
It's a day for prayer, yeah. Did you pray this morning?
I pray for you every morning.
Oh, you should. I need it.
I know you do.
Well, there's a calypso in Barbados called The Mighty Gabby sings, Lord, send an answer for we. A wonderful calypso from The Mighty Gabby. So 2 for 42. Of course, he's the most honourable, one of the great Barbadian calypsonians. Here we go. Bolden. Bolden comes up, he's in, and ball's outside the off stump. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. It's a bit wide. Chases hang on in there, really. He's got 13 from 51 balls.
Yeah, just like Brandon King was hanging in there. So just taken out Mitchell Stark from gully. He's gone into the cover region, but he's fought hard. This is what you want to see from the West Indies. You saw the Australians yesterday, Khawaja and Constas and Green. Didn't find life easy. And they had to really work for their runs, which they did.
Here we go. Scotty Bolden again goes past the umpire. He's up to the wicket and bowls. And good delivery. That one's cutting back at the bat. But a bounce. And he pulls the bottom man away and the ball goes up towards mid-on.
The one thing he is doing, Roston Chase, is trying to get that front foot across so that he isn't getting just locked inside his crease as he has been throughout this series, making him a massive LBW candidate and a victim. So you can see that he's trying his furthest to get that forward press, just drag that front foot outside the off-stump line.
Bolden again comes in to bowl to Chase, and Chase is on the ball to go outside the off. So no challenges, no difficulty with that. It's a bit wide. Taken by Carey as he skipped across to his right.
He's got a chance to bat at number 3, Roston, so maybe this is what, you never know, these kind of things can work in your favor.
Yeah, indeed.
He walked out as the captain when the ball seemed to be doing all sorts. Mitchell Stark had just knocked out the debutant Kevlin Anderson, and he showed some grit to survive the 6 or so overs he had to last night, Roston, and he's continued to show some fight this morning or this afternoon.
And you wait Sun Bolden, who comes in, and this one is, there's an appeal for Castle Wicket gone, caught behind, immediately goes upstairs. Well, outside the off stump, the keeper took it, a big appeal, the umpire gave it, and immediately Roston says, oh no, I'm going upstairs.
Oh no, it's a no ball.
It's a no ball. Wow. What luck for Roston Chase. He should go out and buy some lotto tickets. Well, oh my golly. A no ball. Have a look at that.
Well, that's the third no ball from Scott Boland. So the third no ball from Scott Boland in the last couple of overs. But let's see the replay. Well, I'm not sure about the inside edge either. Roston Chase went up immediately. So he was caught behind. Inside edge onto pad. But then Nitin Menon just got the message from Richard Kettleborough upstairs saying Scott Boland had overstepped the line yet again.
Yeah, he's having some challenges there. And this is his third no ball now as he comes in to bowl to Chase. He's up and bowls to Chase, and Chase is wrapped in the pad again. There's the appeal for leg before. That was more of an inquiry. He wasn't sure about that, but Chase is having his challenges here against Boland.
Well, this feels like the kind of inquiry Scott Boland poses every time he has a ball in his hand, especially the pink ball. He does it for fun in Australia. This time there was an inside edge, but the ball just not carrying far enough or long enough to Cameron Green at gully. We still haven't seen a proper replay of the previous one. Here we go. So it was front pad.
Right.
Let's see if it did graze the inside edge after that. So this, anyway, it's a moot point because it was of the no ball. So from the replays are showing that it was probably just bad.
Probably just bad, yeah.
So we would have gotten away with it regardless.
Ball in bowls, and he's coming onto the front foot. Happy to come forward to that chase and pokes it down towards Benoff. There's no run.
Just on the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse, we'll see that again. So it hit his pad, and I think it missed his bat. It did. So the two noises that Nitin Menon heard was front pad and then probably just a bit of thigh pad on the back leg. So those are the two noises. So Roston Chase, if it wasn't a no ball, it would have gone. He did go upstairs. He would have survived. So all's well that ends well.
2 for 43. Bowling again comes and bowls to Chase. Chase is forward and drives. Will get a single. May even get a second will. They feel that cover doesn't pick up cleanly. Just reaching for that and driving the ball towards the extra cover. And then there's a big fall from Smith, who's going to have a big laundry bill this evening as the batsman came back for the second. So with that, Chase goes to 15. 2 for 45 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Is your outdoor area living up to its potential? If not, speak to Louver House and transform your outdoor area with an Australian-made opening and closing roof that's ready for next summer. Louver House do everything: planning, design, council approvals, manufacturing and installation, so you'll have peace of mind it's done right. Don't wait any longer. Find out more with a free design, measure and quote. Bring your outdoor area to life and see the light with Louver House. louverhouse.com.au.
So Hazelwood to continue. Quite predictably, he's bowled beautifully. He's gotten the wicket of King when he had him leg before for 14. You talked about Roston Chase, but yesterday was a tricky period for him. In the defaced 14 balls, he was not out 3 overnight. King 8 not out, 26 balls. That difficult period. West Indies would have done well just to have lost the wicket of Anderson, starting the day at 1 for 6 and have gone to 2 for 45. And Hazelwood looking for his second because he comes in to bowl to the left-handed Campbell. He's in and bowls to Campbell, and Campbell gets one outside the off stump, full but a little bit too wide, and the left-hander watches the ball go by to be taken by Carey.
Yeah, just before the start of this over, Steve Smith and Pat Cummins just had a word, captain and vice captain, with the umpire. Holstock with the ball. This ball hasn't swung at all this morning or this afternoon, as Bryce McGain has told us a few times. So just trying their luck, but didn't manage to convince Holstock that the ball even needed to be checked, to be put through the ringer. So they have to stick with this ball. Still doing enough off the pitch though.
Hazelwood again comes in to bowl to Campbell. Campbell gets a very wide delivery, almost a wide really. That was taken in front of first slip, too wide.
Sabina Park steaming as ever. Kingston Cricket Club.
Yep.
So different kinds of audiences you get in different parts of Sabina Park. And generally the members are here with their guests, so not quite the MCC at Lord's, but still you'll see a lot of people just sit down, and a lot of advice coming the way of the fielders and the bowlers and the batters from the wizened members of the Kingston Cricket Club.
Hazelwood again comes in to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell is outside the off stump. That's a peach of a delivery. That touchdown just outside the off stump, the bumps there and the movement beautifully bowled by Hazelwood.
Yeah, the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. That had John Campbell's wicket written all over it. Somehow, though, he survives. He got his bat not out of the way, but he got it in the way of the ball, but the ball just snaked past that outside edge. So he still survives, and West Indies are still 2 for 45 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Here's Hazelwood again. Comes in to bowl to Campbell, and to this one, Campbell is covering up and pushing into the offside. We'll get a single as Smith comes in from that mid-off out towards extra cover. Doesn't pick the ball cleanly. They've always had the run under control. Positive call in from Campbell, with Chase responding. 2 for 46.
Good cricket from Roston Chase as well. He realized his batting partner was in all sorts of trouble against Josh Hazelwood. He just had to give him the get out of jail card. The moment Campbell managed to just push that little bit of gap between Smith and Constis in the offside, Roston Chase was the one who called for the single. Not that Roston Chase looked comfortable at the other end against Scott Boland. So basically says, okay, let me try Hazelwood and you try Boland, because neither is working out for us, but we're still in there.
So they trail by 170 now the West Indies. 2 for 46. It's going to be Hazelwood to bowl to Chase, the captain. He's faced 57 balls. He's got 15. Here's Hazelwood. He's halfway there, beginning to go past the umpire now. Final leap and bowls. On the back foot goes the West Indies captain and plays it out towards the cover area. There's no run.
So the Kingston Cricket Club is where people are generally seated. There is consumption of alcohol, but very controlled and disciplined.
One would think.
It gets a little more wilder as you get into the grandstands. Like yesterday, there are musicians. I saw a few dancers come through as well, a few cheer girls. And they keep streaming in.
But it's supposed to be a mound at this ground. Is it going though? No, there's no energy. It's not full of energy, which is the slogan of the West Indies. Here's the delivery, which is pitched up on the off stump. There's the batsman coming forward, and that's the captain pushing the ball into the offside out towards the cover area. So 2:46, time for drinks.
Hurry into Chemist Warehouse for savings on self-care, from the tip of your nose to your bones. Dimester Allergy Nasal Spray 120 dose is just $34.99. Bless you. Great news. Hot Hands Cura Heat Neck and Shoulder Pain Patch 3-pack exclusive is just $8.99. And Little Swiss Prebiotic and Probiotic Gummies 50-pack is $19.99. Feel the savings in your bones with Ostavit Vitamin D3 and K260s just $28.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Save on hot water energy use by up to 73% with Ream Ambi Heat Heat Pump.
Install a Ream.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Here to King, who drives. Oh, that's a good shot from Brandon King through the covers. That's 4.
He's in and bowls. Left on the pad, big appeal like before. He's gone. Given like before. The umpire took a long time to give it, but that dreaded figure went up. And this is the flicked away beautifully by Chase. That's going to go towards the boundary, and we'll get there just about now.
Some of the sounds of the first hour of play on day 2 SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes from Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. And after an hour of play on day 2, the West Indies 2 for 46. So they've lost the wicket of King in that first hour. Hazelwood getting the wicket, as you heard then, LBW. But apart from that, things have been okay. So they were resumed at 1 for 16, so 30 runs in the first hour. Similar sort of rate to the Australians on day 1. Adam White and Bharat Sundaresan with you. It's okay. It's not great, but it's not bad.
Yeah, and if anything, Boland and Hazelwood have looked a lot more threatening than Stark and Cummins did in the first half hour. It's just relatively speaking, the slow pace of Boland and Hazelwood as well. And there's been no swing. They've tried to get the ball changed a couple of times. There's been a bit of seam movement. It hasn't meant that batting's looked easy still.
No, but it's so bizarre because in virtually the identical conditions, the West Indies had the ball swinging all over the place yesterday.
No wonder Australians wanted to see if they could get a different ball.
That's right.
Just from where you sat, Whitey, can you see those 3 white things just on the outfield, not too far from where Mitchell Stark is? I know this is radio, but Whitey can see it. I just want to talk about, I think they're lollies. I don't know whether it's a part of a ritual. So during the drinks break, the Australian reserves and the substitutes brought out drinks and some lollies. So Travis Head just took a few in his hand, passed it around, and then just chucked 3 into the outfield.
Right, like an Easter egg hunt. So Scott Boland after the drink. He bowls to Campbell, who's hit on the pad, and that pitched outside leg stump. He played it awkwardly as it spat out on the leg side to Head, and there was no run. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. It is so hot. I just went for a walk around the ground, just up to the old scoreboard there. I love looking at the old scoreboards here, particularly in the West Indies. And so it's only, a 200-metre walk? Yeah. And I've come back and I'm just dripping. You are embarrassed. It's so hot. Need the industrial fan put back on. 2 for 46. This time Boland bowls and Campbell defends a little bit more respectfully up to mid-on. So just having a look at the different things that are to eat, and there's some nice things out there.
Oh, especially food-wise.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like really
canteens
nice things.
Are buzzing. A lot of fried chicken.
It's like you can get almost like a home style sort of lunch with potatoes and coleslaw and chicken. It's all cut up nicely. Like it's really quite appetizing. Boland around the wicket here to Campbell, who is turning it around the corner. Nice shot just behind square leg for a single, but it was well controlled. It puts Campbell into double figures. Chase back on strike now. The West Indies 2 for 47.
Campbell has not looked at ease at all in this innings. Hazelwood has been all over him, and it's Boland who's troubled Roston Chase. The big appeal in the previous over, Nitin Menon raised his finger, turned out to be a no ball, but also turned out that he had not got an inside edge. He was caught behind, so it wouldn't have mattered. So Scott Boland he's bowled well. He's had issues with his front foot and the popping crease. 3 no balls, 1 which nearly cost him a wicket.
Yeah, there's a bit of a delay here because
the helmet's coming out.
Yeah, or a different helmet. I'm not sure. Travis Head's putting the helmet off behind the keeper.
Oh no, I think no. Alex Carey is coming up to the stumps.
Right,
that's what is happening.
This would be a brave. Yeah. Boland bowling the way he is at the moment to come up to the stumps.
He's done it a few times now, Alex Carey. Even in Australia, did it a few times when Virat Kohli was batting.
Yeah, and he does it for like a couple of balls and then goes back and then goes forward again. It's clearly to try and trap Chase on the crease. But considering the ball's only 21 overs old and it's seaming around, it's a risky operation here for Carey. But he's giving it a go. So as a result, we're down to 2 slips and a gully because the slips go a little bit wider with the keeper up to the stumps. Boland to Chase, and straight away a play and miss. Carey doesn't glove it cleanly, but immediately they get the false shot, the poor decision from Roston Chase.
And the way he's tried to...
Gee, that seemed a long way looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay.
Yep, and the way he's tried to counter Boland has been standing outside his crease and also lunging onto the front foot. But now he's back in the crease. He can't just willy-nilly leave the crease with Alex Carey right up there. And Boland now has his target set for him in front of the stumps.
Boland again past the umpire, bowls to Chase, inside portion of the bat, trying to drive. It goes up to mid-on. And even just looking at our replay screen for Chemist Warehouse, save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse, it's a very, very risky from Chase. He's still batting outside his crease.
So he's basically from that point he cannot miss the ball.
No, he can't.
Alex Carey has pulled off a stumping of a seamer, Michael Neser at the Adelaide Oval.
Surprised you know that.
Just wanted to talk about Michael Neser. Exactly. It's been a while.
So the last ball of the over here. So a third consecutive ball to Chase from Boland. And pushing forward. He does okay there, Chase. Bat and pad close together. No problems as the ball bobbles up to mid-off. Over bowl, 2 for 47. Campbell 10, Chase 15. That's the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of?
Laser tag? Pew, pew.
No, you clown.
Laser cutting.
Close.
Laser welding?
Correct.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900 with Henley Homes. And don't forget also to follow SEN_cricket on Instagram, X, TikTok for all the highlights, analysis, fun and behind the scenes action from the SEN cricket team. Hazelwood bowling here to Campbell with 3 slips and a gully. Campbell pushes forward, back to the bowler. It's really noticeable that second and third slips are a lot closer.
And the man in third slip is Manas Labuschagne. So Scott Boland was having issues with no ball. Not sure what it is. He's bowling really well. So he's just stepped off the field.
He might have a break because he's bowled 5 overs in this spell, and as I said, it's very hot. Bowlers aren't going to bowl many more than 4 or 5 at a time. He has bowled well, apart from the no ball issues. Hazelwood here, past the umpire, bowls to Campbell, who leaves, and then rather remarkably decides almost a bit of ballet, the way his left leg, his back leg, went right up in the air as he watched it go through. There's a bit of, and this is a bit of a stretch, but there's a bit of Brian Lara about his flourishy sort of movements and the languid way that he kind of plays. That's where it might end.
Might be blaspheming here.
That's right.
Adam White.
You know what I mean. Left hand, a sort of just flourishy. Hazelwood bowls and Campbell ducks underneath the bouncer.
Because he's standing outside his crease, and he's doing that to negate whatever little seam moment Josh Hazelwood is getting right now off this pitch, and he's immediately moving to round the wicket. Hazelwood, the moment it's shot, he's so rushed. Even there, he had to go down very quickly.
He almost goes at the ball, doesn't he?
It's a classic traits of someone who's played a lot of white ball cricket.
That's exactly right. Hazelwood now around the wicket, changing things up. They keep changing the angles here, the Australians, trying to disrupt the momentum. Hazelwood wide on the crease. Campbell flicks it fine. That'll be 4. There was no play on that for Travis Head. That fine leg. Handy runs to John Campbell. He moves to 14, 2 for 51. Just using the angle with Hazelwood coming around the wicket and deflecting it fine.
He's skipping down the pitch again at Josh Hazelwood. He's not found life easy inside his crease, so he's tried everything in the series against Hazelwood, and then that was nicely played. It was a leg glance and sped towards the fine leg boundary on what has not been the quickest of outfields, as Hazelwood adjusts Sam Constance at deep back of square leg, almost all the way back.
He's on his way again. This time Campbell back and across, pushing to Smith at mid-off. It's an interesting field because you talked about Sam Constance. He's purposely placed in a very specific position behind square, but 3/4 of the way to the rope. You're clearly there for the catch. But they're also, because of the way Campbell plays, they're giving him gaps, particularly through the covers, inviting him to go for the drive with the 3 slips in the gully. They want him playing his shots. Hazelwood again running away from us. Bowls to Campbell, who advances, just turns into the onside forward of square leg and takes an easy single. So he's played that well there, John Campbell. He has got 15, the same as the skipper, Chase. It is 2 for 52 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
So, did you do the dishes?
Yes.
Did you walk the dog?
Yes.
And you took the bins out?
Yes.
What?
I just won a TV on Grays.
Did you listen to anything I just said?
What?
Experience the thrill of an online auction on Grace.com. Find great deals on everything from wine, electronics and cars to machinery and transport equipment and everything in between. Get it on Grace. Start bidding today on Grace.com.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. So Scott Boland is out of the attack and Mitchell Stark will replace him at the Michael Holding end or the George Headley stand end of the ground. He got the wicket last night, but today for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear, the wicket taker has been Josh Hazlewood. All 4 fast bowlers have been used. So just some conversations between captain and bowler. Now we're ready to go. 2 slips in the gully. Extra man in the covers. As Stark bowls to Campbell. Full ball dugout. He's taking on Cummins. And he's got there despite Cummins hitting the stumps with an underarm throw. Probably went to the wrong end. But in Cummins' defence, he probably, that was the end he wanted to throw it because it was closer and Campbell should have had more work to cover. But Chase wasn't ready for the single, so he was caught on his heels, and if Cummins did throw to the other end, it might have been a different story, Bharat Sundaresan.
Yeah, I think just the position Pat Cummins got into, he didn't have the balance to shy at the striker's end. And I think if he had hit the stumps, he had all 3 stumps to aim at. I think Roston Chase could have been in big trouble because he did not respond to the call, Roston.
No, he didn't.
Then there was a bit of hesitation and so
probably okay, but ironically, that Cummins did hit from side on with the underarm throw. The third umpire is having a look at it. Is the bat grounded?
Oh, wow.
It is grounded. It is grounded.
Because we're ready for the next ball.
It was a bit closer than we thought. Stark now to Chase. He's cutting and Labuschagne gets a bad bounce at a short cover point, and he makes everyone know that we got a bad bounce as well, putting the arm out. That wasn't my fault. They get back for 2. So that was interesting, that third umpire intervention for Imar for Trusted Tradies Insurance Call 13 Imar, that the bat did sort of bobble up on the grounding.
But the next ball's been bowled. I'm not sure why they're looking at the replay now. The play has passed.
We have had an extra ball bowled, so we're having another look at the replay. The bat was definitely grounded, and then it came up before it went back down on the rough surface.
No, I think Pat Cummins is now having a chat with Nitin Menon, wondering why it was not.
They're saying that they didn't appeal. So it can't be given out because there was no appeal. We saw that in the BBL last summer.
We saw it in the T20 at the Adelaide Oval as well a few years ago.
Now Cummins is having a really strong conversation with the umpire. We might try and listen in on it.
Well, the next ball's been bowled, so it's too late now. You can't retrospectively.
No. Still having a conversation here, but I'm pretty clear with the replay that we saw that Campbell grounded his bat and then it bobbled up, but after he had crossed the line successfully, so that's okay. Anyway, we are continuing on with Chase on strike. He's on 17 here, and he gets one that he gets an edge, but it's along the ground in the gully. Green misfields, and they get through for a single. The throw from Constance hits the stumps. It's all happening. It ricochets out on the onside, but no damage done. And they get the single. 2 for 56, the score.
I think if anyone's at fault, it's the person in charge of the big screen, because it was just an odd time to show it on the big screen after the next ball had been bowled.
We're getting yet another. We're getting another replay, but it's all got a bit ragged for everybody out there in the heat at the moment. There's some miscommunication with the batters, wild throws, misfields, arguing between captain and umpire.
Yeah, it's the most animated I've seen Pat Cummins in a while with the umpire.
Well, I agree with you, Bharat. I think it shows that the West Indies are in this game here. It's not going to script for the Australians just at the moment. Mitchell Stark close to the umpire, bowls to Campbell. That's more shape away in the air, but Campbell doesn't play. And the speed, quite noticeable. That was at 134. So he was at mid to high 140s in his first spell.
And now Stark and Nitin Menon are having a chat. Not sure what this is about.
I think they're getting upset for something really they shouldn't be worrying about, because it wasn't as though it was going to be out
to start with.
Cummins is happy now at least, and Stark approaches, running towards us. He bowls to Campbell, who drives on the bounce to Labuschagne. As Bharat said, Labuschagne on the field because Boland is off.
It's been off for a while now, Scott Boland.
I think it's similar to what we saw at Grenada, where the bowler, after he finishes his spell, goes off for a period of time and comes back on. I don't like that, but the umpires and the match referee are letting it happen. So
yeah,
you know, good luck to the Australians for bending the rules a little bit. Last ball of the over. Stark to Campbell, gets one on his hip, turns it around the corner, out into the deep, and gets a single. This is good batting from John Campbell. A little bit more control, and he is manipulating the field nicely. He is up to 17. Chase is 18, 2 for 57 at the end of the over. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Never trade his mate. That's Simon.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. The West Indies 2 for 57 with Campbell on 17 and Chase on 18. Scott Boland coming back onto the field. And Josh Hazlewood now getting his time to get off and have a shower and change his clothes, because Pat Cummins is into the attack from the Courtney Walsh end, or our end, as he runs away from us. Bowls to Campbell, he gets a bouncer and he gets underneath it. Don't forget to subscribe to SEN Cricket wherever you get your podcasts from, for all of SEN Cricket's content, including the new ball for Cobram Estate, the day's play, and plenty of analysis and guests from across the SEN network. And as I said, Josh Hazlewood out of the attack. He is the only wicket taker so far in nearly an hour and a half of play for Belgravia Apparel, providing high quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations. Talking about community cricket clubs, Bryce McGain still plays community cricket for Mornington, premiership player. Cummins around the wicket, bowling to Campbell, who advances and then defends, trying to use the crease.
Thanks, Whitey. I appreciate you sharing that. It was only 32 years between premierships for Mornington. No, I played there as a kid, and then I finished up but last senior game, and then went up a few levels and enjoyed playing cricket professionally. That was great fun. And then bookending my cricket career, if you like, the final bookend, as I approach 50 from the wrong direction. 32 years apart, the grand final wins.
Cummins here, bowls here to Campbell, who from the stumps just turns into the onside to mid-wicket and takes a single, playing from the crease. I'm loving the way he's using the crease, John Campbell. He's looking in full control. There's no sort of T20 theatrics or extravagance. It's all very much traditional cricket with some good use of the feet. He's up to 18, 2 for 58 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
And he's faced most of the deliveries in this partnership as well. And he's, like you said, he was in all sorts in the first half a dozen deliveries he faced from Hazlewood, and then he's decided my best chance here is skipping down and trying to get at the ball, and so far it's coming off.
Cummins down to Roston Chase, and Chase is jamming down on one that seams back into the right-hander, and it splashes out along the ground on the offside. So we saw yesterday, gentlemen, 1 for 50 in the first session. It was slow going. As it stands at the moment, nearly 90 minutes of play on day 2, and it is 1 for 42. So very similar to what we saw yesterday. And then it really sped up as we got into the twilight.
I think they're much better batting conditions today than what we had yesterday, and maybe it's got to do with the style of bowling West Indies brought to the party.
Cummins here a bit closer to the stumps, and Chase defends back and across, dropping it back towards the bowler. So do you think this is that the West Indies bowled better than Australia yesterday, or just bowled differently because they've got a different attack?
I think it was their skill set. It suited because the ball was swinging and they were able to swing the new ball, and maybe it had to do with some more conditions there, and maybe the fresher wicket, because we did see them give it a little sprinkle the night before. So there's a bit of moisture there that allowed for maybe a little bit more swing as the heat came out and the moisture came out.
Cummins wider on the crease, hitting Chase on the pad. There may have been a bit of inside edge, might have been going down leg side as well. A muffled appeal, an aborted appeal there from the Australians. Over bowled 2 for 58. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes.
Need power, lighting or fuel solutions that don't cost the earth? Green Power Solutions is Australia's #1 sustainable rental hire company for generators, lighting and hybrid power systems powered by sustainable fuels that can cut greenhouse gas emissions by up to 90%. From major infrastructure projects to high-profile events, we combine innovation, reliability and environmental responsibility to keep your site running and your sustainability goals on track. Search Green Power Solutions or call 1-800-GO-GREEN.
The West Indies 2 for 58, trailing by 167 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. There's a bit of a delay here with the West Indian batsmen both getting a bit of a towel down and a drink as well. Pat Cummins having a chat to Mitch Stark at the top of his run. It's approaching 6 o'clock on the eastern seaboard back in Australia. The news for you, apart from the cricket, is the fact that Yannick Sinner won the Wimbledon final over Carlos Alcaraz in 4 sets. What do you see, Bharat?
No, Roston Chase is in a bit of bother. The last ball from Pat Cummins in the previous, so you could see he just missed his pad and hit his left knee. So he's had the drink, and it's one of those things where it probably doesn't hurt in the instant, but takes a few minutes for the pain to set in. So now he's taken off his left pad, he's rolled up his pant, his trousers, and the physio's run out.
Not another injury.
I think it's just looks like he's just pointing to his knee. So the Australians are now getting a drink. Josh Inglis has brought out some drinks. So now he's on the floor, Roston Chase. Looks to be in a bit of bother here.
He doesn't usually show much emotion. He's a real cool dude that doesn't give much away, but he is in a little bit of distress.
Not another West Indies injury.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There'll be 3 of their top 5. So it's a strange one because it was an inside edge that hit the top flap of the pad. It wasn't as though it hit the knee, which is...
It's swollen. His knee is really swollen here. They're putting some of the
magic spray.
Yeah, well, the magic spray, real frozen spray, to maybe reduce a bit of swelling. Maybe they'll strap it because it looks like it's swelling already. Strapping. Yeah, just to compress it a little bit to stop the swelling, because as it blows up even more, it'd be hard to move his knee.
So he's got 4 minutes. I talked to Richard Kettleborough about this, about injury timeouts. We were having a chat about this because of the delay of games. So they've got 4 minutes to work out what to do. Otherwise, he's got to go off and retire hurt.
It's been well over 4 minutes, I think.
Well, this is the thing.
It's very arbitrary 4 minutes.
They can't face up. He's got no pad on. He's lying on the ground.
There's not much he can do.
Well, Richard's the third umpire here, so this is where Richard would get involved. Just sort of, he'd hover and say, come on, gentlemen, get on with things.
But he's being strapped up now, just under that left knee. And now the umpires are just moving in just to check.
Time up.
And just to check on them. They're still just ambling towards them, but no, I think Nitin Menon has seen exactly what's happening, and the pant has been rolled down for Roston Chase. And now he can... And the thing is, the Casey Carty brought out the drinks, and Roston Chase turned around to go back to his mark and was like, oh, hang on, something doesn't feel right.
So he's just...
I think he's all good.
He's strapping his pad back on. It's his left knee that is... which is his front leg as he bats, being a right-hander. So Casey's heading off with the drinks, but there's still another man out there wearing the yellow vest who has to get the towel off Roston. He's been like a tennis player in a 5-set match. He's just had it over his head at a change of ends. So everyone's now leaving the field. The Australians have taken the opportunity themselves to have a beverage.
There's always people reaching out and wondering if there are any footy jerseys on AFL jerseys on view.
There's been a lot of Adelaide Crows jerseys.
I saw, and it was just from the Mount stand. I saw for the first time this season an Essendon jersey.
Gee, they'd prefer to be here than back in Melbourne, the way they're going at the moment.
Exactly the reason I brought it up, Whitey.
2 for 58 is the score if you've just jumped in the car and heading off to work. 18 to Campbell, 18 to Chase. King the man out today to Josh Hazelwood. Just when Brandon King was looking particularly impressive. He was dismissed for 14. Okay, we're ready to go now. Mitchell Stark, he's bowling to Campbell, and Campbell digs down on one that gets underneath the bat through to Carey.
Yeah, he's skipping down the pitch at all of them. He did it to Boland, did it to Hazelwood, tried it against Cummins, and now he's doing the same against Mitchell Stark.
142.8, so that's better. He dropped to about 135. Now I've got an issue with the side screen. Surely not.
Looks like, someone that Nitin Menon once sat down.
He has.
Not sure who it is. Can't really spot from where we sat.
Campbell's happy. So Stark is on his way. Bowling to Campbell, pushing forward with confidence on the bounce back to Stark, who shapes to throw at the stumps.
Shapes to throw at the stumps with his right arm. Just for that, I would have wanted him to just release it.
That's exactly right.
To see how his right arm throw is.
That is exactly right. Sun's still shining here. It has got that hazy feel to it. I mentioned before, just going for a walk earlier. It's hot. I didn't think it was as hot as it was yesterday, but I've changed my mind on that now.
Well, Pat Cummins, he scrambles your feet. Roston Chase caught on the crease on the one before, and he's already had 3 dismissals that way in this series and was probably looking to protect that. Pat Cummins, again, he's a page ahead, puts him on the back foot with a quicker delivery that takes the outside edge, and the damage is done. Terrific bowling. As you said, when Australia need a wicket, it's often Captain Pat.
So the new man to the crease is Louis. Now, it's the perfect time for Andrew Mason to come in because Andrew had breakfast with Louis this morning. And he just said, "You're right, man. You're right, man. You're ready to bat, man." Yeah, man. That was pretty much the most of it.
So we'll get him on air because he is talking in the background.
He's on the phone at the same time as well. So he's having 2 conversations at once, Andrew.
He didn't ring Roston's dad this time round, did he?
No, well, it was a short ball. It was a short ball. It was a good catch from Kawaji. He liked that one because I'm not sure he quite picked it up initially.
No.
But once it got into his hands, it was always sticking. But for a moment there, the eyes were sort of almost out of the head. Oh, it's coming.
Like dinner plates they were, weren't they? Like, oh! And it came in a hurry and nearly hit him on the chest. The hands went in, and it was probably the ball catching his hands rather than the other way around. But once he took it, he celebrated with Bo Webster with a double potato to the high five.
All right, so Louis, the new batsman. He bowls, or Cummins bowls, and Louis gets well forward. He's a tall man, bat pad close together, defending up to mid-on. So the 2 men that are out batting at the moment were meant to be the openers, but they are the 2 men that were in hospital last night getting scans, and now they're batting together 20 minutes away from the afternoon tea break.
The skipper out, Roston Chase, 18 off 71 deliveries. Hard work. To answer your question, I think Australia have bowled well. There's not a lot of bad deliveries out there, just less movement.
Cummins surging in, bowling to Louis. That's a very, very fast bouncer, and he ducks out of the way. Over bowled, a successful one there for Pat Cummins, taking the wicket of Roston Chase in the over. It is the West Indies 3 for 58. Andrew Mason, he'll be next.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15 millilitre serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. That is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
All right, so we've got a situation where it's 58 for 3, and the West Indies losing their captain about 5 minutes ago. Stark begins to move in, and Bright Sunshine Savannah Park comes in, bowls to Campbell. Campbell allows the ball to go back side the off-stump, taken by the keeper. It's been patient, but they've picked up 2 wickets. Brycey, well done to them.
Indeed, it's had to be patient batting because the bowling has been of high quality. And captain to captain, well, it's Pat Cummins who gets out on top.
Yes, he's been brilliant. Last bounce he bowled to Louis was a good one. Comes from St Kitts and Nevis, age 24. 9 test matches, 358 runs, player with some ability. Stark begins to move in again to bowl to Campbell, the man from St Mary in Jamaica, and he's allowing the not swing to go by, taken by the keeper. So the score is kept on 3 for 58, and the West Indies hoping not to lose any more wickets before the break. The Australians are looking for more scalps. 58 for 3.
Yeah, it's an important phase now. It could hurriedly go in another direction, but as I said to you last time you were on, Andrew, the strategic part of last night not having the opening bats, they're coming in now to consolidate at 3 for 58. These are the 2 that are best suited to facing the new ball.
Yeah, well, the others have done some work for them. Can they cash in? Stark comes up now, bowls to Campbell. Campbell is getting the ball to the line, little legs, and works it into the onside for 1. The mid-on has to come across to the left to pick it up. The batsman get the single comfortably to carry Campbell to 19. Louis hasn't scored as yet, and the West Indies started at 16 for 1. They're 3 for 59.
Andrew, do you ever get the feeling that Campbell is itching for a ramp or a scoop shot or something like that? Because, or maybe that's been clipped out of him by the coach at this stage, because he hasn't gone for it. He's certainly using his feet outside the crease and making sure he's playing not just a sitting duck, if you like. He's been quite proactive with his footwork. We haven't seen a scoop to come out just yet.
Not as yet.
Barbados, there was a couple.
Of course, the day is still young. 3 for 59. Stark begins to move in to bowl to Louis, and to this delivery, Louis is covered up and look for his first run, and we're happy to get his first run as well as he works the ball down to long leg off the hip. So the man from St Kitts and Nevis is off the mark. He's got 1. As we head towards the break, it's 3 for 60.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
Just in time to see Campbell push the ball down to mid-on, and we'll get a run. Pitched on the leg stump. Good aggressive running from Campbell, the left-hander. And with that, he goes to 20. Louis got 1, 3 for 61. Just let me tell you that the West Indies losing Kinglake before to Hazelwood for 14, and the captain, Roston Chase, caught by Kawaj off the ball of Cummins with a very good delivery. Out swinger, bounce. Really was great. He edged it and was caught. 18 from 71 balls and a 4. Hard work at the office for the West Indies. The Australians have been able to get a couple of wickets. This is the last ball of the over. And Stark and brilliant Sunshine begins to move in to bowl to the right-handed Louis, and he is coming forward and whipping the ball up towards that square leg area. Coming right across the stumps, goes out towards the wicket area for the captain to come across to pick up. To end the over, Campbell has got 20, Louise 1. It's 3 for 61, the latest score at Sabina Park.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water. From irrigation and filtration to pumping and lawn care essentials, Nutrient Water has you covered. For the best water management solutions, your local Nutrient Water store has the solutions to help everything grow better. Order online at nutrientwaterstore.com.au or find a store near you. Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Always great to come to Sabina Park and watch cricket. It's a wonderful venue that would have seen the right excellent Cigar Field Sobers break a record back in 1958. Glenn Hutton had it for a long time, 364, and Sagari said, oh no, it's mine, 365. Here is Cummins in bowls, coming onto the front foot, pushing the ball into the onside is Campbell gets a run as the ball goes down towards mid-on. So with that, he goes to 21. It's up to 3 for 62. Always some great history when you look at venues. When you look at a Sabina Park, I mean, I've seen some fantastic performances over the years. And I remember my first test match back in 1985. That's a long time ago. The New Zealanders were here, and what a test match it was for me. And always love to come to Sabina. There's a vibe about Sabina Park. Here we go. As Cummins, the captain, comes up now. He's in and bows to Louis. And Louis is forward. The ball's squeezed down towards forward square for 1, inside edge. There was a grunt from the bowler as he was looking to breach the defence of the batsman. Got the bat onto that, gets a run. Jerkily into the onside. It's 3 for 63. Brycey.
Looking to use his feet early is Louis on the forward defence. A little inside edgy there, but it was safe.
He's rather edgy, isn't he?
Couple of runs, but it was good. Like, he's pressing forward, solid defence, bat and pad close together. So he'll just be settling in his first ever test innings. Couple of runs on the board. Campbell's looking good, 21 now.
Here is Cummins to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell is covering up, looks for a run. Louis, where is he going? He was flirting with danger. The ball went out towards mid-off, and he took off, and there was Campbell saying no. Where was he going, Brycey?
Well, he was backing up, waiting for the no call, and he got sent straight back.
Oh!
He's supporting and trusting the call of Campbell. Interestingly, there's 2 slips, a leg slip in play and a gully. But the difficulty with having Nathan Lyon is a handy fielder. He's a good anticipator. They've got 2 fast bowlers on the onside, and that's where they've been picking off some singles.
Cummins is up and bowls to Campbell, and Campbell gets a short ball. But that's a telegraph that you got the leg and banged in short, and the ball hit him with the body. Some aggression there from Cummins.
Yeah, he's bringing it now. This is the spell. As Adam White said before he handed over the number 1 seat for you, it stood up a bit too. It wasn't that short.
Mm-hmm.
And look,
hit him on the shoulder.
What we do know, right across the middle of the wicket here, Andrew, is the centre line of the soccer pitch.
Yep, okay.
And it's right across the middle, and there is a bit of a mark on the pitch. I don't know whether it hit that area that had been a burnt-off area.
Here's Cummins bowls to Campbell. Campbell is along the ball to go outside the after. This is a real fight here.
I don't know whether it hit that area and stood up a little bit, because where they've used the paint, I suppose, for those lines, or the lime, or whatever they've done, it sort of burnt a bit of a mark in the middle of the pitch. So it wasn't that short. It wasn't in Cummins' half, that's for sure.
So 1 to come in the over. Let me remind all of our listeners that the break is only going to be 20 minutes. Of course, the stations make that adjustment. 3 for 63. Cummins to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell is getting one down the right side, swings at it. There's an appeal, more an optimism and the real conviction, really. It was upside the line, the legs. I'm looking to swing the ball away.
They're having a discussion here.
Are they? Are they going to go upstairs? What do you think?
There was a bit of a noise, and I think it's just been passed off now. Okay. So no, they will not.
So the over comes to an end. 3 for 63 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest... Oh, that really is sharp. The sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
All right, so when you talk about Jamaica, you talk about the great George Headley. Of course, Lawrence Yagoro, who made that brilliant 302 in Barbados. I think he's the ground at the Kingston Cricket Club. Michael Holden, Courtney Walsh. I mean, some fantastic cricketers. Oh, what great cricketers coming from this fantastic country. In fact, they've met 11 times here at Sabina Park. We're talking about Australia and the West Indies. Australia winning 5, the West Indies 3, and 3 drawn. 3 for 63. Bowling is back, comes up now, bowls to Louis, and Louis allows the ball to go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. 3 for 63 as we head toward the break.
Big positive step forward. It's a positive leave, that one. Letting it go. Good footwork. He looks sharp.
Yep.
Early on, he's not intimidated, just taking his time now to do a bit of gardening. Looks calm, relaxed. Not tense, not belting the bat on the ground, just a nice casual tap. Settles into his stance. He's got a leg stump guard.
He has indeed. Boland comes up now, bowls to Louis. Louis is allowing it to go back outside the off stump again. There's 3 steps waiting. Came across the line, just whipped the bat inside the line. He's got to it, 3 for 63.
Now with the Michael Holding end, it's quite short straight here. Was there enough room for him to keep his run up on the field?
I wondered about that. Yeah. I never forget Michael Holding back in Barbados in 1981 against Jeff Boycott. In fact, the men who feel it's the best over ever in cricket. It was fantastic. Of course, Kensington Oval with a senior Brian Lara's 153 back in 1999. They reckon that's one of the best endings ever in Tests. Boland comes up, and Louis actually coming down the pitch as if Boland were a spinner and watches the ball go by to be taken by the keeper. That was a rather interesting approach there.
Boland into his channel, and this is second spell. First spell 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 10, and he's into it now. As we head towards the break, not long now. 7 minutes.
Yep. West Indies hoping to get through those 7 minutes without losing the wicket. The Australians are looking for more. Boland hard working, comes up now, bowls to Louis, and Louis is getting a one side of the off stump, and that ball came back at him and played it rather jerkily down towards gully. There is no run. He's got to it. 3 for 63. We saw him at breakfast this morning, yes, and we asked him if he's okay. He said, yeah, I can bat. And then we actually saw Jaden Seals in the elevator there at the Jamaica Pegasus. We want to thank them for making sure that everything goes well, thanks to the general manager there, and of course all the people responsible, Mr. Brian, for making sure that we're well taken care of. And of course, Island Car Rentals, thanks to Kerry Ann and our wonderful team up there. Here's Boland, comes up in bowls, beaten outside the off stump with a beauty. That was a bit close. He nibbled at that, taken by the keeper low down.
Yeah, just subtle changes by Boland. He'd been bowling a channel about the 5th and 6th stump, which was left alone. That one he angled in. That's the one that straightens up.
Yeah.
It angled in at the off stump and just went away at a 4th stump, not far away from the top of off.
Ooh, that was close to the edge. Louise 2 from 10 balls, prods at the pitch rather nervously.
Look out for the one that's coming in.
I would
sharply.
think so. As he comes in again to bowl to Louis, and Louis to this delivery. Yes, you know the game. That's why they pick you to do commentary and pay you big Australian bucks. You call it right in swinger. But Louis batted as broad as Liggity in Kingston, Jamaica. There's a halfway tree as well. I'll tell you some more history about Jamaica when we come back. 3 for 63 the latest score at Sabina Park.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
It's a situation where we could squeeze Maybe another over after this. Let's look at our time. I make it about 5 minutes to go. Cummins starts his run, comes into bowl to Campbell, and Campbell is off the back foot to one short. This pushes into the onside down towards that mid-on area. This is your first time in Jamaica. Of course, you would have gone to Barbados, then up to the Spice Isle. Of course, it's an island in the Caribbean Sea south of Cuba. Mostly mountains, and of course, August 6th. So the independence is coming up back in 1962. There's also a general election slated for Jamaica sometime this year. And I doubt the Jamaicans will make a choice. 3 for 63. Here's Cummins. He's in bowls. And there's the batsman making a choice to come forward. And he's a Jamaican. Pushes down towards mid-on. That's Campbell. There's no run. Maybe he'll vote in the next election. There are 14 parishes here. We are in Kingston, which is the capital. In fact, Kingston and St. Andrew were amalgamated in 1923 into the present single corporate body known as Kingston and St. Andrew Corporation. Blue Mountains, of course. You got a Montego Bay. We're going to go there. Ocho-Rios, Port Antonio. And you got to visit the Hope Gardens in Kingston before you leave. It's the largest botanical gardens in the West Indies, opened back in 1881. Here's a delivery. This is on the line to leg 7. I'm sure that Campbell has gone to the Hope Gardens. And he puts it down towards mid-on. And the ball goes through the fielder. And the head out to the ball, but have the legs to get there. It goes for 4. 4 overthrows. And they're loving it here at Kingston, Jamaica. The return came in. It breached the cord, went behind them, and the West Indies benefit by another 4. Wow.
That's one of the great feelings. You go for a quick single.
Yep.
It was...
Look at that.
It was Hazelwood picking it up at mid-on, and that's where they're picking them off. And Nathan Lyon often allows the extra... Well, he's quite mobile in the field, good anticipator. Not that he fields at mid-on too much, but Campbell, they've got 2 fast bowlers trying to field in the ring, if you like, and that's where they're getting picked off. Campbell knows that. Hazelwood picked it up and went to throw sidearm and put it wayward, and Carey missed it.
Well, Louis got him one down the leg side, comes right across this time. He tends to play across the ball, Louis, and the ball goes down the leg side, taken by the keeper. So Campbell, the Jamaican, of course, Jamaica in the national anthem says, "Jamaica land we love, stir response to duty's call." Remember when Courtney Walsh got the record, and that was played at this ground. I had an opportunity to see Courtney Walsh break the record. In fact, in terms of people who've done well at this ground, Courtney Walsh leads the way with some 40 wickets at Savannah Park. Here is Cummins. He's in bowls. Ball on the line of the off stump, and Louis comes forward. Elbows well cocked, pushes the middle on. There's no run.
Hey, talking about great fast bowlers, a text has come through, and I'm interested in this. Patrick Ewing, do you know who he is? He's a basketballer in the NBA, former basketballer, probably 20 years ago, probably even longer.
I think
he grew up in Jamaica and played cricket as a youngster.
Yeah, indeed.
Could he have become?
You never know.
A great fast bowler. Any records if he was any good?
Yeah, but I'm going to check that. But of course, Michael Holden, of course, was a good sprinter, but then he elected to do fast bowling, and we know that the rest is history. Beaten outside the off stump is Cummins, is bang on target just outside the off stump. Ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. So the over comes in, and we should get one more. Yes, I think we will. So 3 for 68 is the latest score at Sabina Park. So the situation is that 225, Australia, Smith making 48, Green got 46. Shamar Joseph continued to do very well against the Australians, 4 for 33. Graves, that bowler from Barbados, one that is underrated, 3 for 56. Seals continuing to be the top man for the West Indies along with Shamar. I picked up 3 for 59. The West Indies with Campbell 26 not out. Stark has got 1 for 15. Cummins has got 1 for 19, and Hazelwood 1 for 22. The West Indies trailed by 157, so we brought you up to date. And that's the job of the commentator. Here is bowling with the last over before the break. He's in and bowls and coming onto the front foot and just steering the ball square in the offside. Actually, as if he were a spinner, get it in front of the crease and just guiding it square in the offside. Why are they doing that?
Well, he's slipping down the pitch. They know that the strength of Scott Boland is that if you're stuck on the pitch, he is challenging your knee roll, he's challenging your inside edge, your outside edge. Now, Scott Boland and in Sheffield Shield cricket, which is played by 6 teams back in Australia, for those in the Caribbean, it's the the breeding ground, I suppose, for the best players. He nips off left-handers for fun.
Boland comes in, bowls to Campbell. Campbell is forward, growing in confidence. Got to get a big one to stop the cricket tongues from wagging from Kingston, Jamaica to Bridgetown, Barbados. You know, they call in programs. They want to drop you when you don't make runs, so he will want to silence them. He's on 26 from 50, 3 for 68.
Well, he's looking solid, and it's not just all flair, all T20 flair, which we know he's got.
Yeah.
And this is what's so important, is the fact that he can bring that back in and build around a good defence. That's what a player like Dave Warner had to do. T20 flair, brought it back into Test cricket, highly successful.
Bowling in most of him. He's down the pitch again and plays it square in the offside with a washpan of suspicion. That was outside the off stump. He's keen to go down. The ball found the out portion of the mat and went down towards backward point for Stark to come forward to pick it up.
Well, by doing that, he's really just smothering any chance of LBW getting down there, smothering any movement by getting to the pitch of the ball. Boland is meticulous at the length that he bowls over and over again, but he did go forward there, and Boland brought the length back and sort of got him in the mid-drift.
So we're heading towards the break. We've got 3 balls left, 3 for 68. Boland comes up now, he's in and bowls, and that's banged in short. That's good cricket, because I think he saw him coming forward and just banged it, but he ducked quite nicely over his back, over the middle stump, taken by Keary.
Yeah, so he doesn't seem too concerned with the pace of Boland. He's adapting and adjusting nicely. Boland, of course, as you said, he's skipping down, so I'm going to dig one in and whistle it around his head. That was way over his head. Now he's changing the attack from around the wicket to over the wicket, changing a fielder. The cover comes to a leg slip. Big attack here. Last 2 balls of the session.
Trying to play in his mind now. So he's got that leg slip, and he's got 2 sips in the gully. And Boland again comes in to bowl to Campbell, who's 26, and he is coming forward. Edges! 4 runs down to third man. Going between the second slip and gully. That goes across the boundary. He's gone to 33 for 72.
He found the gap. He looked to play it down with his hands. It was very edgy. I don't know whether it would have carried to third slip. In fact, it's kind of irrelevant. There was no third slip. So away it went for 4. The horns are getting tooted. And he had to fend it off the shoulder of the bat, so it was a really awkward delivery. He handled it pretty well.
So the last ball in the session is about to be bowled. Can John Campbell, the Jamaican, survive? He comes up, bowling balls to him, and he's forward, edges, down towards that wide third man here for Warner. So Campbell battle away in adversity, recognizing the importance of patience.
He's done well.
He's got very, very good performance from him in the circumstances. He's on 31 from 54 and just trying to get the West Indies in a position of comfort. They're 3 for 73 at the break. Campbell has got 31. Louise on 2. Started the morning at 16 for 2. At the break, it's 3 for 73. Here's Brycey.
Hard going. It's been challenging. Australia have thrown everything at them. The 4-prong pace attack, they've all been rotated. They've all had 2 spells. They've given it a good crack, but West Indies, resolute. They've held on nicely. The 2 opening bats, well, they're batting at 4 and 5, and they're getting the job done. Wicket last night, Anderson, King and Chase out. King out on 28, with a score on 28. Chase with a score on 58, and they've steered their way to 3 for 73. Not a bad result for the West Indies, given Australia have thrown absolutely everything at them. It's a good contest here.
Yeah, I agree with that. So at the break, we're going to leave you with the Australians making 225, to which the West Indies have replied. They're 3 wickets down for 73 runs. Campbell battled away in adversity. He's done a good job. He's got 31. Louis stay with him. He is on 3. And as I said, in response to Australia's 225. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back in about 50 minutes. Please join us then when we come back to the action live from Sabina Park.
Follow at SEN_cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok for all the highlights and behind the scenes action. Live from the Caribbean, Australia and the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
Woody in the morning, Woody in the evening, Woody at any time. Now I get my Woodies thanks to AMI.
If you can't get a good erection or you have premature problems, call the doctors at AMI. AMI has helped thousands of couples with longer lasting sex. AMI has a fast-acting oral strip that may provide better stamina and a prolonged performance. Call the doctors at AMI on 1800 10 1080 for a free consultation.
SEN's listeners' love for their team is unbreakable.
Toyota's driving around again to help find the Toyota Hilux Unbreakable Fan of the Year.
Call or text in to Gary and Tim on SEN Breakfast or visit iCanWin.com.au and prove your unbreakable spirit.
Each week, 3 winners enter the draw to be the Toyota Hilux Unbreakable Fan of the Year, driving away, what about this, in a brand new Unbreakable Toyota Hilux GRS.
Oh, what a feeling.
Toyota. T&C's apply.
When it comes to your farm, you're always thinking about the future. And when you do, what comes to mind? Is it innovative tools and tech? You might want to stay ahead of the markets or just need some advice. Whatever comes to mind, Nutrient Ag Solutions can help. With specialists in fertiliser, crop protection, farm supplies, livestock, finance, insurance and more, we'll help take your business further. Nutrient Ag Solutions. Going further.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
Spending too much time in the shed used to be an issue. But with IMAR's new loyalty program, aptly named The Shed, I can now spend as much time in the shed as I like. You see, The Shed gives tradies insured with IMAR cashback rewards from heaps of brands, like Toolmart, Pet Barn and JBL. So now that my business is insured with IMAR, I can enjoy great cashback rewards. Visit imartheshed.com.au.
Never tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Hi, Francesco from Floridia Cheese. For over 4 generations, we've been proudly making the highest quality Italian-style cheese. With a passion for tradition, we're offering a little slice of Sicily to our customers, including ricotta, burrata, semi-matured and hard cheeses, and an extensive range of specialty cheeses that are considered the best artisan cheeses in Australia. Floridia Cheese, available at independent retailers. Visit floridiacheese.com.au and follow our socials. Floridia Cheese, traditionally Italian, proudly Australian.
Greenworks Power, Greenworks Quality, Greenworks Range, your ultimate battery power garden brand. Tame your lawn with our large range of mowers, trimmers and blowers. Then take adventure to the next level with our high-performance e-bikes, mini bikes and go-karts. No petrol, no fumes, no limits. All backed by a 4-year tool and battery warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
Follow at SEN_cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok for all the highlights and behind-the-scenes action. Live from the Caribbean, Australia and the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
Comes here to King, who drives. Oh, beautiful that's shot. A good shot from Brandon King through the covers. That's 4.
He's in and bowls. Up to the pad, big appeal like before. He's gone. Given like before. The umpire took a long time to give it, but that dreaded figure went up. And this is the flicked away beautifully by Chase. That's going to go towards the boundary, and we'll get there just about now.
So Chase, who's in a big hole here, survives. Cummins bowls again. Chase edging this time. It is taken by Kawaja. No problems at all. We say it all the time. When Australia needs a wicket, it's Pat Cummins that delivers.
Here's the delivery. This is on the line, the leg 7. Short Campbell is going to the Hope Gardens. And he puts it down
dear.
and the ball goes through the fielder. And the head up to the ball without the legs to get there. And goes for 4. 4 overthrows. Campbell's 26 and he is coming 4 edges. 4 runs down the third man. Going between the second 7 gully. That goes across the boundary. He's gone to 33 for 72.
SEN Test Cricket's coverage of the Frank Worrell Trophy. It is tea on day 2 of the third test between the West Indies and Australia. Matthew Donald with you, navigating our way through the tea break. And as things stand, taking our first break of this second day, it is the West Indies who are currently 3 for 73 in response to Australia's first innings tally of 225. The Windies still trail by 152 runs in this first innings with 7 wickets in hand. 0433 98 11 16 is the number if you do want to contribute on the text machine. It's been great having so many people reach out to us throughout the course of not just this test match, but the entire series as well. People tuning in all around the world. It is wonderful to have your support. So call the card as things stand at tea. The 2 men at the crease at the moment, Campbell and Louis. Campbell is on 31 not out. Louis having just arrived at the crease, 2 of 14 deliveries. In terms of the rest of the batting card at this stage, it was Anderson who was the only man to depart last night when Australia got a quick crack at the Windies. He was bowled by Stark for 3 of 14 balls. Brandon King and Roston Chase started day 2 for the West Indies. The first man to go was Brandon King, who was looking reasonably good, hit a couple of good boundaries and showed a lot of intent early, but was trapped on the crease by Josh Hazlewood. Sent it upstairs, but to no avail. He was dismissed for 14 of 42 deliveries. And then Roston Chase fell not too far away from the tea break. Some great bowling by Pat Cummins, and Scott Boland also put him through, gave him a thorough working over as well, rather. But eventually it was the Australian captain who dismissed the West Indian captain. Caught a first slip by Khawaja off the bowling of Cummins. Chase dismissed for 18 of 71 deliveries. And then Louis has come to the crease since, and only just the 2 of 14 at this stage. And John Campbell, 31 of 54 deliveries. The bowling card for the Australians, Mitchell Stark, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 wicket for 15 runs. Josh Hazlewood, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. Pat Cummins, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. And Scott Boland, 7 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 15. And the other match that is taking place at the moment, boy, do we have a game on our hands here at Lord's. England and India, the third test is 1-1 at this stage, 5-test series. It was 387 apiece in the first innings. Don't often get a first innings deadlock, so a 1 innings shootout. England bowled for 192 at stumps. And then India in reply, 4 for 58, needing 135 runs still for victory. The 2 men at the crease for the Indians, KL Rahul, who's on 33 not out, having made a century in the first innings, and then Rishabh Pant will join him at the crease tomorrow. Akash Deep was dismissed in the final over of the day, bowled by Ben Stokes for 1. So that's the state of play there. And then in Wimbledon, we had Brett Phillips joining us throughout the course of the second test, providing us updates. The men's final has been completed overnight, and it's Yannick Sinner who has taken out the title in the end in a 4-setter, 4-6, 6-4, 6-4, 6-4. So a big victory for Yannick Sinner there to wrap up Wimbledon for another campaign. Meanwhile, here at Sabina Park, it is tea. The first break here on day 2. The West Indies 3 for 73, trailing Australia by 152 runs with 7 wickets in hand. Now, for those who are listening around the world, and really appreciate the support, thank you for that. If you do want to listen on Fanatic, on the SEN app, there are 3 options. The free-to-air option is the one that you'll want to select if you want to follow the cricket. So on the SEN app, you'll select SEN Fanatic, and then underneath that, sync that to the free-to-air TV option, and that should give you unrestricted access to the commentary broadcast throughout the course of this third test at Sabina Park. We will take a quick break as we wrap up the tea break, and we'll go straight back to the commentary team, the West Indies, to resume at 3 for 73 on SEN Test Cricket's coverage of the Frank Worrell Trophy. They still trail by 152 runs with 7 wickets remaining in their first innings.
Follow at SEN_cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok for all the highlights and behind-the-scenes action. Live from the Caribbean, Australia and the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
Grab your shopping list and rush to Chemist Warehouse to save on must-haves, like Pain Away Heat Patches regular 5-pack for just $12.99. Having vitamins is fun, with Synovus Vitamin D 1000 IU chewable, 90 tablets only $9. And Soothers Buttermenthol is just $2.49. Make your well-being a priority, with Selfish Give Me Plant Protein French Vanilla flavour 450 gram, only $32.89. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest... Oh, that really is sharp. The sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Voted one of the world's top 10 iconic wine stores, here's Miles from Prince Wine Store with a wine update.
The Prince Wine Store Tour Survival Mix Dozen is out now. Join us, glass in hand, as we follow along with 12 wines matched to 12 stages of the tour, from the Great Southwest to the foothills of the Pyrenees and beyond. Watch along and enjoy something delicious as riders make their way through the four corners of France. Get yours online or in store.
Prince Wine Store, Bank Street, South Melbourne, delivering Australia-wide. princewinestore.com.au.
There's only one official hot dog of the MCG, Don Footy Franks. From the first bounce to the final siren, Don's been fueling footy fans for nearly 50 years. So when you're heading to the game, don't settle for anything less than the real deal. Whether it's topped in sauce and mustard or loaded your way, nothing beats a Don Footy Frank, the official hot dog of the MCG. Is Don is good.
Come in now to your local Harley-Davidson dealership and we'll set you up with a deposit contribution on select Year 24 models. Don't wait for your freedom. Our deposit contribution for your new Harley is ready and waiting in dealerships today. You can ride away with serious savings and even more attitude. And with 24 months roadside and warranty as standard, it's time to ride. Offer ends soon. Terms and conditions apply. See your nearest Harley-Davidson dealer for full details.
SEN's listeners' love for their team is unbreakable.
Toyota's driving around again to help find the Toyota Hilux Unbreakable Fan of the Year.
Call or text in to Gary and Tim on SEN Breakfast or visit iCanWin.com.au and prove your unbreakable spirit.
Each week, 3 winners enter the draw to be the Toyota Hilux Unbreakable Fan of the Year, driving away, what about this, in a brand new Unbreakable Toyota Hilux GRS.
Oh, what a feeling.
Toyota.
T&C's apply. Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
Follow at SEN_cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok for all the highlights and behind-the-scenes action. Live from the Caribbean, Australia and the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
Comes here to King, who drives. Oh, that's a good shot from Brandon King through the covers. That's 4.
He's in and bowls. Up to the pad, big appeal like before. He's gone. Given like before. The umpire took a long time to give it, but that dreaded figure went up. And this is the picked away beautifully by Chase. That's going to go towards the boundary, and we'll get there just about now.
So Chase, who's in a big hole here, survives. Cummins bowls again. Chase edging this time. It is taken by Kawaja.
No problems at all.
We say it all the time. When Australia needs a wicket, it's Pat Cummins that delivers.
The delivery, this is on the line, leg 7 short. Campbell is going to the Hope Gardens. He puts it
dear.
And the ball goes through the fielder. And the hell up to the ball without the legs to get there. It goes for 4. 4 overthrows. Campbell is 26 and he is coming 4 edges. 4 runs down the third man. Going between the second 7 gully. That goes across the boundary. He's gone to 33 for 72.
All the action of the first session on day 2 at Sabina Park, where the West Indies at the tea break 3 for 73 after dismissing Australia late yesterday for 225. So the deficit 152 with still 7 wickets in hand. So at stumps on day 1, it was 1 for 16. Just a little bit of a pause there. 1 for 16. And then they've got it to 3 for 73. So that is, by my maths, 2 for 57 or 56, something like that. I need a calculator.
So what's the total now?
73 from 16.
I said they were 12, 61.
57?
61. Oh, 16, right, sorry, 57.
57, yeah. So it was 1 for 50 for Australia, 2 for 57 for the West Indies in the corresponding session from yesterday. Adam White and Bharat Sundaresan with you. It is SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. We're not far away from the resumption of play. I'm looking for the umpires. I'm seeing Alex Carey with his pads on and his gloves on, so we're not too far away from action. It is the shorter break for the first break and then the longer break for the second break. We got all confused yesterday, and even it feels like up in the media centre they got confused today because all the food came today and we're lining up and realised, hey, we had to be back on air in 5 minutes, so we jumped down from level 4 to level 3 to be with you for the start of the second session. What did you make of the first session?
Very similar to yesterday, except that the ball wasn't swinging around as much. It still seemed to be doing enough off the pitch. And there was a lot of cross seam, wobble seam used by the Australians, and they tried changing the ball a couple of times. It didn't work out, but Australia will take it. Yeah, I mean, they would have wanted a couple more wickets, but they've gotten rid of the 2 overnight batters. The 2 guys who've looked the best so far in the series for the West Indies, and Brandon King and Roston Chase, and they've given everyone a go, so that's good. As you see Cameron Green just going through his bowling routines, not expected to see him bowl anytime soon, but continues to work on his loads, unless there's a big surprise that Australia have up their sleeve and suddenly we do see Cam Green bowl. He's been bowling quite a bit from the time he came back into the team at Lord's, but from a West Indian perspective, John Campbell's looked very good. I mean, he's found his own ways.
I agree.
Walking at the bowlers and somehow been able to keep them out. And Mikhail Louis just walked out to bat and he looked okay as well.
We talked about this last night, and I know you weren't as convinced as I was, but I feel like the West Indies, as they're working their way through the series, are finding their own way, and they're finding a team that want to compete, and they're competing in large portions. They just can't do it over 4 or 5 days, or the length of the Test match. But even here, I mean, we've seen the real improvement in Brandon King. He looked $1 million until he went out today. Chase fought hard. He just sort of fell in a bit of a hole. But even John Campbell, the way he's finding his own way, where he's still doing it in a little bit of an unorthodox fashion, but not taking as many risks. And you look up at the board and you think, actually, he's going okay here. He's worked his way into the 30s, and he's kind of frustrating the Australians. Shea Hope's still to bat, who's their best bat in the team, arguably. There's the hitters to come. So
Justin Graves. Yeah,
Justin Graves. He's had a couple of good contributions with the bat. So I don't know. I feel that you look at the two teams and you can see the improvement in the West Indies. You can't really see the improvement in the Australians, who are more of an established team, I understand, but there are some new players in that team. I feel there's been more headway made from the West Indies.
In the first innings anyway. I think the problem for them is they've shown fight in the first innings. Don't forget they took a 10-run first innings lead in Barbados, which in itself seemed like an achievement for them. And then the second test, the first innings, they were a long way behind, 7 for 173, and they reduced that margin, the lead, and Australia only had 33 runs to play with. So it's been in the second innings that the batting has just folded within 33 and 34 overs. So they faced over 50 overs and 78 overs in the first innings of both tests. And once again, they've shown a lot of fight. The two unbeaten batters are taking their own sweet time to walk out, whereas the Australian
coming out
ready as well.
Yeah, I know there's been some issues with some technical glitches. They've been fixed, and the people that are listening to this know it's been fixed because they're listening. But apologies for any issues over the last hour or so. So we are back in action. I'll tell you one thing too. I found a new favourite drink. So this juice that I'm drinking, it is passion fruit, pineapple and guava.
Oh, wow.
You know what it tastes like? It tastes like a melted frosty fruit. Did you have those?
Oh.
Well, you got to have a frosty fruit.
Oh, right.
It's like an icy pole.
Okay.
The flavour is exactly like that. I want to take a 4-litre bottle home with me in the suitcase. It's really good. Anyway, the cricket's about to start, so let's focus on that. With the West Indies to resume here, 3 for 73. Campbell on 31, Louis on 2. Campbell's been out there for 54 balls. Louis has been out there for 14. These are the two that were in hospital last night while play was going on in the final session getting scans. And they are out there batting together in the middle. So the first ball of the second session, it's Hazelwood bowling and beating the outside edge of of Campbell as he pushed forward. Oh, where Joseph came from.
There's a couple of Josephs to come later in the piece, and Australia would want them out there very soon. Every time he's played from the crease, this has happened. He's just been rushed into shots. This time just poked at it. His bat even made contact with the pad, so that's how rushed he was. And he did have his troubles against Josh Hazlewood when he had just walked out to bat. And his counter to that was batting outside his crease as he is now, and then also just walking at the bowlers.
2 slips in the gully. Hazelwood over the wicket bowls, and he beats the outside edge again. That one seaming away. So the angle across the left-hander, and then a little bit of extra seam movement as well. Campbell committed to the drive, and that seam was bolt upright and very nearly feathered the edge on the way through.
So the two conventional shots he's tried playing, he's not looked convincing. Almost could have gotten out of either of those deliveries. So I'll be surprised if he doesn't do what he did so well in that first session, which is use his feet. You don't say that often when you're talking about facing fast bowling.
Hazelwood again bowls, and this time it's a leave from Campbell. It's really noticeable too how much closer Bo Webster's gone in second slip. He's well in front of the wicketkeeper, which shows two things. One is that he's got good reflexes, but secondly as well that maybe there's not the pace in the pitch we were hoping that would continue past that opening day.
Yeah, it did look the most even of the surfaces we've got so far in this series, and you thought the bounce and the pace will just stay consistent, at least for the first 2 or 3 days.
And Gully also a lot closer. Hazelwood bowling, and it's off the thigh pad, and Bullen's away on the offside to point. Campbell didn't know where that one went as he went to try and work it around the corner behind square leg, hit the thigh pad, and sometimes it can hit the edge of the thigh pad and all sorts of different outcomes can take place because it can, once it hits the side, because it's such a thick pad, it can ricochet in all sorts of different directions.
And again, because he's so far outside his crease, he gets rushed way too often.
Hazelwood bowls here, a bouncer, and he gets underneath. Is that maybe a reason why the slips have come forward, because he's so far out of his crease that when he edges it, it might not carry to a traditional slip position. That makes sense, because it's got to go further.
Yeah, and one of them did fall just in front of Bo Webster. It was Hazelwood, the bowler. in the previous session where he got a genuine outside edge of Campbell's bat but fell half an inch in front of Bo Webster. Hazelwood was a bit filthy about it.
Last ball of the first over of the second session. Hazelwood bowls, driving through the covers. No problems there for Campbell. That races into the fence. Terrific finish to the over. And John Campbell now moves to 35, 3 for 77 at the end of the over on the Tyre Power Scoreboard winter safety sale.
Well, wasn't very full, it was on the up. But from where he stood, that was right in the arc. And that's probably the best shot John Campbell has played all series. That was stylish. Well, there, as blasphemous as it sounds, there.
Guava.
Oh, wow.
You know what it tastes like? It tastes like a melted frosty fruit. Did you have those?
Oh.
Well, you gotta have a frosty fruit.
Oh, right.
It's like an icy pole.
Okay.
The flavour is exactly like that. I want to take a 4-litre bottle home with me in the suitcase. It's really good. Anyway, the cricket's about to start, so let's focus on that. With the West Indies to resume here, 3 for 73. Campbell on 31, Louis on 2. Campbell's been out there for 54 balls. Louis has been out there for 14. These are the two that were in hospital last night while play was going on in the final session getting scans. And they are out there batting together in the middle. So the first ball of the second session, it's Hazelwood bowling and beating the outside edge of of Campbell as he pushed forward. Oh, where Joseph came from.
There's a couple of Josephs to come later in the piece, and Australia would want them out there very soon. Every time he's played from the crease, this has happened. He's just been rushed into shots. This time just poked at it. His bat even made contact with the pad, so that's how rushed he was. And he did have his troubles against Josh Hazelwood when he just walked out to bat. And his counter to that was batting outside his crease as he is now, and then also just walking at the bowlers.
2 slips in the gully. Hazelwood over the wicket bowls, and he beats the outside edge again. That one seaming away. So the angle across the left-hander, and then a little bit of extra seam movement as well. Campbell committed to the drive, and that seam was bolt upright and very nearly feathered the edge on the way through.
So the two conventional shots he's tried playing, he's not looked convincing. Almost could have gotten out of either of those deliveries. So I'll be surprised if he doesn't do what he did so well in that first session, which is use his feet. You don't say that often when you're talking about facing fast bowling.
Hazelwood again bowls, and this time it's a leave from Campbell. It's really noticeable too how much closer Bo Webster's gone in second slip. He's well in front of the wicketkeeper, which shows two things. One is that he's got good reflexes, but secondly as well that maybe there's not the pace in the pitch we were hoping that would continue past that opening day.
Yeah, it did look the most even of the surfaces we've got so far in this series, and you thought the bounce and the pace will just stay consistent, at least for the first 2 or 3 days.
And Gully also a lot closer. Hazelwood bowling, and it's off the thigh pattern. Bullen's away on the offside to point. Campbell didn't know where that one went as he went to try and work it around the corner behind square leg, hit the thigh pad, and sometimes it can hit the edge of the thigh pad and all sorts of different outcomes can take place because it can, once it hits the side, because it's such a thick pad, it can ricochet in all sorts of different directions.
Can, and yeah, again, because he's so far outside his crease, he gets rushed way too often.
Hazelwood bowls here, a bouncer, and he gets underneath. Is that maybe a reason why the slips have come forward, because he's so far out of his crease that when he edges it, it might not carry to a traditional slip position, if that makes sense, because it's got to go further.
Yeah, and one of them did fall just in front of Bo Webster. It was Hazelwood, the bowler, in the previous session where he got a genuine outside edge of Campbell's bat but fell half an inch in front of Bo Webster. Hazelwood was a bit filthy about it.
Last ball of the first over of the second session. Hazelwood bowls, driving through the covers. No problems there for Campbell. That races into the fence. Terrific finish to the over. And John Campbell now moves to 35, 3 for 77 at the end of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard winter safety sale.
Well, wasn't very full, it was on the up, but from where he stood, that was right in the arc, and that's probably the best shot John Campbell has played all series. That was stylish. Well, there, as blasphemous as it sounds, there was Lara-esque from John Campbell. Through the covers for 4. So good finish to that first over after the break for John Campbell and the West Indies. It will be Scott Boland who finished proceedings from the Michael Holding end. And went to a tea break or the first break or the short break, whatever you want to call it.
Afternoon tea.
Afternoon
tea and dinner?
Tea and dinner. Tea and dinner is what TV calls it. So, and they know best.
So Scotty Boland, 7 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 15, but quite a few no balls in those 15 runs conceded. 3 slips and a gully. As Boland starts off from the Headley stand end, he beats the outside edge of Louis, who just lunged forward, didn't go at the ball. Let's have a look at the replay for Chemist Warehouse.
Oh, that classic Boland dismissal.
Yeah. So draws in with the angle coming in over the wicket, hitting the seam and then just moving away. That's what's given batsmen around Sheffield Shield cricket for the last decade or so nightmares.
Not just them, Virat Kohli.
Yes, Virat Kohli. Boland again, closer to the stumps, bowls and Louis leaves.
Yeah, the classic Scott Boland 1-2 punch, nibble away, nibble in. He's always asking questions. I wonder, he's a dad, isn't he? I wonder what kind of parent he would be. He wouldn't get away with anything. He's just always asking questions.
Well, he doesn't say much though, so he just looks.
Only in the backyard, then you mean? If he has a ball in his hand.
He just looks. He would just give the stare and things would be in order very quickly. Boland again, Louis pushes forward. That time he actually made it was a trigger movement where he went back and across and then forward before Boland had released the ball. So that is a dangerous operation against someone like Boland who can quickly jag the ball back in and hit the front pad. But if you are outside the line, I guess you're okay.
So he's trying to take a leaf from John Campbell's book, just skipping at the bowler. It's not really charging at them. Just take a couple of steps. John Campbell being bothered by a fly or a mosquito at the non-strikers end meanwhile.
The breeze continues here as Boland to Louis, who on the bounce drives up to Smith at extra cover. That breeze is it coming from a similar direction to yesterday? It's probably, if anything, just shifted slightly and Boland's kind of bowling with it. It's almost going to a backward point, maybe to a gully, whereas yesterday it was right across the ground. The flags of Jamaica, Australia and the West Indies certainly fluttering aggressively on top of the flagpoles, on top of the video screen. And Boland again gets close to the stumps and Louis in defence, rushed, taps it away on the onside. Fielding done by Cummins, no run at mid-wicket.
Big innings, big day for Mikael Louis. Made his debut in England last year. Got himself an 80, didn't he? But he's really not got a score on either side of it. Lost his place in the side to the extent West Indies, under their new leadership of Darren Sammy, went back and brought John Campbell, who hadn't played Test cricket for 3 years. So he's got his chance here in place of Craig Brathwaite. You want to make the most of it.
Boland here, Louis leaves comfortably, confidently. And that is the end of the over. So 2 overs gone since the break. 4 runs, lots of dot balls as well. The West Indies 3 for 77 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Greenworks is your ultimate battery-powered garden brand for cutting-edge performance. Start in the yard with a big range of mowers, trimmers and blowers. Then take adventure to the next level with their high-performance e-bikes, mini-bikes and go-karts. No petrol, no fumes and no limits. Just pure Greenworks power from your yard to the trails. All backed by a 4-year tool and battery warranty. Go to greenworksaustralia.com.
Josh Hazelwood to bowl from the Courtney Walsh end, or the Blue Mountains end, or the broadcast end, or the Players Pavilion end. What happens at this end? Hazelwood on the way, bowling to Campbell on 35, who gets a bouncer. That was a quick bouncer. And Campbell swaying back almost fell over onto his back, lost balance.
And that bouncer was for the boundary that he hit of him to finish the last over.
Yes, good memory.
Josh Hazelwood thought about it
That's
for the last 5 minutes.
Festered in his mind while he was down at fine leg.
I was hoping that John Campbell would be back on strike.
Ticked over 7 o'clock on the eastern seaboard in Australia. 6:30 in Adelaide. Still 4:30 though in Western Australia. Hazelwood bowls to Campbell, who leaves with the angle across.
Yeah, much like yesterday, slow going. Doesn't look that difficult to survive in the middle. But yeah, run scoring hasn't been very straightforward for the batters, and like we saw with the West Indies, Australians very disciplined. Except Scott Boland bowling 3 no balls, there's been nothing loose on offer. So the West Indies have had to really earn the right to pick off boundaries or play some really good shots to get runs.
Hazelwood coming into the wicket now. There's another bouncer. And Campbell plays it well. He crouched down this time and then swayed back as well. So he's certainly picking up the length of the ball well here. He does look in control, and that's something we haven't really been able to say about Campbell through this entire series. He plays some nice aggressive strokes, but some of them are a little bit outlandish, and you kind of feel like at any moment he's going to do something silly. We haven't had that sense so far in this innings of 35 from 63. 2 slips a gully, a point and a mid-off on the offside. Hazelwood in the sunshine bowls to Campbell, who's tapping and running. And that's good work. Smith came in from mid-off and tried to kick it at the stump, soccer style. And they got through comfortably for the run. 3 for 78. Campbell up to 36.
Yeah, this is one thing he's done well from the moment he walked out to bat. Just tip and run. He's generally been to the right of Steve Smith. He's tested his speed and trusted his partner. So he made good contact, Steve Smith, with the kick, but it was nowhere near target. So
goal kick
at best, and maybe his last opportunity to. Nobody's feeding him the ball after that. Open goal.
So Hazelwood now gets a chance to bowl to Louis on 2. Back to 3 slips and a bat pad and a gully. And Louis inside edge past the keeper down to the rope for 4. He prodded at that one. It seamed back. It kissed the inside edge. Carey didn't have a play at it. It's 4 runs. 3 for 82. Louis to 6.
Oh, he had no idea what was happening there. Mikhail Louis. It was a very fine inside edge as well. So easily could have just taken leg stump with it. Luckily for him and the West Indies, the ball just evaded leg stump back probably a couple of inches. It was so late on that shot.
Looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, it really flew off the edge, didn't it? Raced away to the boundary. Hazelwood again, closer to the stumps, bowls. Louis stands up tall, defends, bat and pad close together, getting the foot out to the line of the ball. Defended away effectively. Over bowled, 3 for 82. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. 3 for 82, the West Indies. Campbell on 36, Louis on 6. Hazelwood's a bit frazzled at the moment. It's not really going his way. That last ball, 144, which is not what Josh would normally do, bowl at that sort of speed. Boland, a new over. Bowls to Campbell, not offering a shot, hitting on the pad, and has been given. He didn't offer a shot, John Campbell. Scott Boland has been given the wicket, but will they go upstairs and contest what has just taken place? They will.
Yeah, just rarely do you see a batter not review those kinds of LBW decisions. He was very close to the off stump. Scott Boland always at you. It was from the angle though.
The issue is he didn't play a shot, so it doesn't have to hit in line. It just has to hit the stumps.
Just the looks on the West Indian dressing room, the balcony, they don't look very confident, and we'll see why. He was so close to off stump. Oh, he's in trouble there. Oh, he's in trouble there. Hit just outside off stump, so almost a 4.5, as they say.
So we've just had our first look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. We've gone upstairs for IMAR, for Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13 IMAR. That first one, so it's hit the roll, hitting him outside the line. That's okay because he didn't play a shot. He does come a long way forward, so has it gone over the top? We're about to find out. Ready, set, go. Out. Scott Boland in the wickets. First game here in the Caribbean, and he takes a wicket. He has 1 for 15. The West Indies 4 for 82, and John Campbell's 36 ends not offering a shot to Scott Boland. There were 3 reds, and that means you need to walk off.
Well, John Campbell had done so many things right in this innings. He used his feet, he'd found a way, but that's the challenge against Scott Boland. He just keeps making you make decisions, ball after ball after ball after ball, and often you're just one error away from becoming Scott Boland's victim, as John Campbell was there. He left really well, but it was a pretty ordinary leave when a right arm is bowling around the wicket and Scott Boland is generally at the stumps. A bit too close to off stump, let the ball hit his pads, and that was cannoning into off stump. So once again, a West Indian batter gets a start and gets out, and we're down to Shea Hope batting at number 6.
So the wickets have certainly been shared for Belgravia Apparel, for quality New Balance cricket team, where they're all getting in on the act. And look, it didn't take a lot of the stumps, but it took enough of the stumps. Darren Sammy up in the Players' Pavilion threw his head back in frustration. But as my uncle used to tell me when I used to play junior cricket, you've got a bat, so you've got to use it. And at the end of the day, John Campbell did not use his bat.
Yeah, if you refuse to use your bat or choose not to, you might lose your opportunity to use it.
That's right.
Like was the case there for John Campbell.
It's such a shame. There's another player that for the West Indies that had got himself into a strong position but hasn't been able to go on with it. So, Shea Hope, one of the best one-day players in the world. He's got to do something here in Test cricket. Boland to Hope. Gets one on the fingers that just goes past Carey. Down leg side, down to the rope for 4.
Oh, wow.
It is happening here at Sabina Park.
Well, it's taken Scott Boland 8 overs. It's very rarely do you say that, to get amongst the wickets. But now that he's got one, he's a hungry boy. And that came off the glove. Shea Hope took his top hand off, or the bottom hand off, I should say. He's got a big smile on his face. He was nowhere near Alex Carey. He put in the big dive towards his left. It just flew past him.
Wouldn't have been a smile if it went into his Carey's gloves. Boland again to Hope. Misses. Pushing at that one's seeming away. So all of a sudden, things are starting to happen here for the Australians at the start of this second session. It's 4 for 86.
And it's that man, Scott Boland. He just feel like he's always just one wicket away from running through teams. When he bowls in Australia, doesn't have to wait too long to do that. Here he's been made to work hard. There was that wicket that was given out, but then it turned out to be a no ball with Roston Chase on strike. Now just feel like the level has picked up.
Boland again to Hope, and he spars at that one and misses again. The bounce, the seam movement, he's troubling the West Indies here.
Yeah, but that's also very ordinary batting from Shai Hope. Someone with his experience just hung his bat out to dry. He was well wide of off stump, good bowling, but yeah, not very clever batting.
4 for 86. Still 2 balls left in this Scott Boland over. It started with a wicket. Boland on the way. Hope this time plays late and just drops it away in defensive mode on the onside. And Cummins comes in to do the fielding. Really not doing the fielding, he's picking up the ball coming in from mid-on.
So one jag's been in and the other 2 leave him, and then another one jags in. This is Scott Boland R. If you're waking up in Australia, you should be up by now. What are you doing? It's 7:15 in Sydney and Melbourne, 6:45 in Adelaide. Turn on your radios because Scott Boland is turning it on.
3 slips of gully in the bat pad, last ball of the over. Boland to Hope, who's back down the ground for 4. That almost went back to Boland on the full. He couldn't get down to it. It came off the middle of the bat, and Shai Hope gets 2 boundaries to start his innings in his first over, but both times very nearly going to hand. 4 for 90, the Windies. We've got Hope on 8, we've got Louis on 6. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes.
SEN's listeners' love for their team is unbreakable.
Toyota's driving around again to help find the Toyota Hilux Unbreakable Fan of the Year.
Call or text in to Gary and Tim on SEN Breakfast or visit iCanWin.com.au and prove your unbreakable spirit.
Each week, 3 winners enter the draw to be the Toyota Hilux Unbreakable Fan of the Year. Driving away, what about this, in a brand new Unbreakable Toyota Hilux GRS. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. T&C supply.
Josh Hazlewood on his way, running away from us. He bowls to Louis, it's a bouncer, and he ducks underneath. SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900 with our friends from Henley Holmes. The West Indies 4 for 90 with Hope on 8, Louis on 6. With Campbell, the man out in the last over, not offering a shot to Scott Boland, given out LBW and not being able to overturn it upstairs. The 3 Reds. Louis waits. Crouch, the tall man, waiting for Hazlewood, who bowls, and Louis defends. Almost Steve Smith style, the way he uses his bat like a lightsaber.
Like almost closing the boot of the car. Yeah. That's what it feels like. It's
the motion. Chopping wood, almost. It's quite a healthy crowd here today that's come in. It wasn't too many here, or there weren't too many here at the start, but it certainly built up. And that night session last night had a terrific atmosphere with so many in the one grandstand, the big grandstand. Hazlewood to Louis, who's in defensive mode, bat and pad close together, pushing up to Smith at a wideish mid-off.
Yeah, we have lamented a few times about how the George Headley stand has been blockaded. Just a few net bowlers and junior cricketers sat there, I can see. But what it has meant, or what it did mean last night, is that it's one big party on this side of the ground.
That's right.
The party stand, if anything, has... I don't know, they have DJs and they haven't shown a lot of live people there.
It's hard to get there.
It is expensive as well.
Hazlewood past the umpire bowls to Louis, who hooks it away, doesn't time it, just gets past head at that pad and dribbles out forward of square leg, and they get a single. Stark comes around from mid-on to do the fielding.
Well, Josh Hazelwood picked up a wicket in his first over of the day. But from that point on, it's been a frustrating day so far. It came the top half of the bat, almost of the handle, so it was nowhere near Travis Head.
No, Louis was not in position to play that. He got rushed, didn't he? He actually had Josh Hazelwood laughing. As much frustration as... that wasn't terribly well played, was it, Louis?
All right, Shea Hope, he's once again started off...
in a Shea Hope fashion.
Yeah.
Hazelwood bowling to Hope here, who's jumping and defending back down the wicket. Hazelwood fields with his left hand on the third bounce and throws the ball to Steve Smith to polish.
Yeah, so far in this series, except the manic innings he played in Grenada, which was rather disappointing in the failed run chase, he's just been block or drive. Shea Hope, he's kept away balls that are on his stumps of a length. Whenever the West Indies or the Australians have gone even slightly full, he's driven, like he did in the previous over against Scott Bullen. That was aerial, could have been caught and bowled.
3 slips in play, a gully and a bat pad, the catches. Hazelwood past the umpire, bowls to Hope, who's defending away into backward point off the back foot, and that completes the over. 1 run coming from it off the bat of Louis. So Louis is 7, Hope is 8. The West Indies 4 for 91.
Out on the footy field, we all want our players to be safe. And the same goes for your workplace. Marta Australia are your go-to for Australia's safest knives, blades and accessories for the workplace. Marta's winning game plan is to reduce cutting accidents and keeping Aussie workers in safe hands. From cutting to slicing, keep your team safe on their playing field and visit martaaustralia.com.au. Marta Australia, the safer way to cut.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. The Tyre Power scoreboard. A winter safety sale sees the West Indies at 4 for 91, having lost the wicket of John Campbell since the tea break. And Scott Boland was the wicket taker. He's bowling here to Louis, who's hit on the pad, trying to flick away on the onside. The ball goes out into the deep, off that pad, and a leg by. 1 more to the score. Hazelwood doing the fielding. It is now 4 for 92. The deficit. And it's important in a low-scoring affair, 133 with 6 wickets in hand. So still reasonably even. I mean, Australia don't really want to be batting tonight for an hour, do they?
They wouldn't mind it, depending on what the number of the lead that is.
Yeah, that's true.
They want to bowl them out.
Yes, that's the whole thing about day-night cricket is when you want to bat. Constas doesn't want to be batting tonight. I don't think Aussie does either. Boland bowls here to Hope, who confidently came forward, defending up to mid-off.
And more fancy footwork from Steve Smith. I don't know what he's been up to in New York, but a couple of overs ago he tried kicking down the stumps, made decent contact. The direction wasn't great, and this time just kicking the ball up into his hands. He does that a lot at training and takes a lot of pride as well. You'll hear him go, "Ha, that's good." Well done, Stephen. But I'm sure he said that to himself there as well.
Boland again to Hope. He bowls. Hope defends. Again, that rushed him. He didn't really get in a great position to play there. It hit high up on the bat near the stickers. You see him take the bottom hand off the bat to try and absorb it and keep it down.
It's amazing, isn't it, Whitey? You see Shea Hope batting in 50-over cricket, a format that he dominates. It never looks rushed. It's almost like watching Rohit Sharma bat. Always seems to have that extra bit of time when he plays his shots, when he defends. In every innings he's played in his return to Test cricket, he's rushed by the bowlers. He's standing slightly outside the crease, but he's been rushed by all of them.
Boland again to Hope, who's defending from the stump, squared up a fraction, pushing again up to Smith. It's almost like there's only 3 players playing the game at the moment. Boland, Hope and Steve Smith. That's another no ball from Boland.
Yeah, that's the 4th for him today.
It feels, just to explore that a little bit further, Bharat, it feels like with Hope, he's always fighting himself in Test cricket because he wants to play at a particular tempo that's probably a bit too quick for Test cricket. So he's always fighting himself. So he gets in these sort of half positions and 2 minds. Bolland again to Hope, driving firmly again up to Steve Smith.
Well, he wouldn't mind this. And the last thing Hope wants is for Khawaja, Carey, Webster or Constas to be involved in the contest. For now, he'll be happy with Steve Smith at cover. But yeah, it's just it's interesting to watch what different formats do to batters. And no, just Travis Head's just moving away from short leg. For a second, I thought whether Alex Carey was planning to come back up to the stumps. Don't think the rhythm that Scott Boland is in. We saw in the previous show, the ball flew past Carey off the glove of Hope.
So Head's gone from bat pad out into the deep at square leg. Boland on the approach past the umpire to Hope, edging and just short of Khawaja, and it breaks through his hands off the bounce. They've got one, they'll be able to come back for two. Constas going and retrieving the ball in the deep, but that was a thick edge and it did feel off the bat it was going to carry. It didn't, but again Boland drawing the edge.
Yeah, fell well short of Khawaja, but this is the classic Scott Boland game plan. He's kept him honest, kept him in his crease. Balls kept coming in, and finally the one that straightens and the edge is found, but didn't have enough pace for it to carry all the way to first slip, but wasn't too far away.
That's why the slips are starting to get a bit closer. Boland now again to Hope. This is a firm drive up to Steve Smith again. So a good over from Boland, drawing the edge. But Hope survives. He is on 10. Louis is on 7. The West Indies 4 for 95 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Hurry into Chemist Warehouse for savings on self-care. From the tip of your nose to your bones. Dimista Allergy Nasal Spray 120 dose is just $34.99. Bless you. Great news. Hot Hands Cure Heat Neck and Shoulder Pain Patch 3-pack exclusive is just $8.99. And Little Swiss Prebiotic and Probiotic Gummies 50-pack is $19.99. Feel the savings in your bones with Ostovit Vitamin D3 and K260s just $28.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Josh Hazlewood is going to bowl again from the Courtney Walsh end, or the Blue Mountains end of Sabina Park. Louis on strike on 7. 4 for 95 the score. 3 slips a gully and a bat pad. Hazlewood bowls, Louis leaves. That was a bit wide. He didn't get his radar quite right there, Josh Hazlewood. Into his 10th over. He has the figures of 1 for 32, so the wicket certainly spread for Belgravia Apparel, providing high-quality New Balance team wear to community cricket clubs and associations around Australia.
1 each for all 4 fast bowlers playing in the contest. Hazlewood feel like he deserves more than 1. He has bowled really well, but a bit without luck.
And he comes again. Bowling to Louis, who's pushing forward in defence. Nice straight bat back to the bowler. Hazlewood then throws it to Head, who then throws it to Steve Smith. He's wringing his hand there as Head threw the ball some 30 metres to him.
Yeah, looks nice and composed at the crease, doesn't he, Mikhail Louis? A bit like Roston Chase in terms of seems unruffled, very unhurried, but better technique. Uses that front foot a little more than his captain.
He's uncomplicated, isn't he? There's not a lot of extravagant movement about him, which is sort of the Roston Chase similarity to me. Hazlewood again to Louis. Oh, he's bowled! That was crazy from Louis. That was just a dead set slog, and it crashes into the stumps. An absolute brain explosion from Louis. That came from absolutely nowhere.
Oh, wow.
Off stump, crashing back.
Oh, my God.
What was that?
I take all that back. No, maybe he is ruffled. Maybe he is hurried. Maybe he was in a hurry to leave. Because that has to rank as probably one of the ultimate brain fades of 2025 on the cricket field. He can't believe what he's done. He's just walking off the field. He really can't believe what he's done, Adam White, nor can anyone at the Sabina Park. He's dropped his bat. after showing a lot of composure, faced nearly 40 deliveries. It was a brain explosion. He just went heave-ho.
This is an opening batsman. I mean, you're number 11, you'd be disappointed if he did that. He spent so much time out there, and we were just talking about the fact, uncomplicated, unruffled, and then that.
I'm not sure what to say. It just came from nowhere. It really did come from nowhere. So, just to describe this shot, he just planted his front foot. The head was nowhere. His eyes were looking somewhere up into the heavens, and he just swung at it wildly. And he was never going to make contact with it. That's probably one of the easiest wickets Josh Hazlewood has picked up in Test cricket.
That's a dead set number 11, trying to hit over cow corner, and he opens the batting under normal circumstances. Quite really disappointing. That's not good.
Yeah, and Travis Head is having a bit of a chat with Justin Graves now, who's just walked on to bat. I think they seem to be talking about the dismissal as well. As if to say, do you believe that, Justin? Did we just see that?
So Justin Greaves is the new batsman. He's facing Hazlewood for the first time, and he gets hit on the shoulder trying to get out of the way of a bouncer. And that's not really the start you want. So after all the positivity we were talking about the West Indies during that tea break, they've lost two. Well, they've lost their two openers, even though they came in a bit lower down with two disappointing dismissals. Campbell not offering a shot out LBW to Boland, and then just a dirty slog from Louis, which leaves the West Indies now 5 for 95. Hayes a little bit closer to the stumps, bowls to Greaves, who pushes into point. He wanted a run, but Hope didn't at the other end. So they stayed there. So kind of feel, Bharat, that these are their two best batsmen from what we've seen in this series, the two most conventional players. You kind of feel like they've got an organised game.
Graves in particular. Bryce McGain has said a few times, number 7 is probably a bit too low for him in this batting lineup. But yeah, I'm still shaking my head. I think if Jared Waitley was here, he would have just used one word for that shot. Yuck, he would have said. And yuck is right. That was not good.
Hazlewood runs away from us again. Bowls to Greaves, hit on the pad with a bit of inside edge as well. So good over there from Hazlewood. He's the man with 2 wickets. The only one with multiple wickets in the Australian lineup. It is 5 for 95. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes.
So, did you do the dishes?
Yes.
Did you walk the dog?
Yes.
And you took the bins out?
Yes.
What?
I just won a TV on Grays.
Did you listen to anything I just said?
What?
Experience the thrill of an online auction on Grays.com. Find great deals on everything from wine, electronics and cars to machinery and transport equipment and everything in between. Get it on Grays. Start bidding today on Grays.com.
Area with an Australian-made opening and closing roof that's ready for next summer. Louver House do everything: planning, design, council approvals, manufacturing and installation, so you'll have peace of mind it's done right. Don't wait any longer. Find out more with a free design, measure and quote. Bring your outdoor area to life and see the light with Louver House. louverhouse.com.au.
On the Tyre Power scoreboard, winter safety sale, the score 5 for 97, and Bharat's eagle eye was right. Mitchell Starc into the attack here from the Courtney Walsh end. Travis Head back on the field. It was interesting to see Travis just have a chat to Pat Cummins as he walked past. Clearly a message coming from upstairs from the coaching group. The West Indies losing 2 wickets since the tea break. Hope 11, Greaves on 1. Bryce McGain back in the box with us. G'day, Bryce.
Hi, Waddy. G'day, Bharat. And, well, it was a terrific spell by Scott Boland.
2 slips in a gully. Starc bowling to Greaves, who is edging and has been put down. Carey diving in front of Khawaja at first slip has put it down. And they've come back for 2 as the ball went through the cordon after bursting through Carey's gloves. It would have gone straight to Khawaja, but often the keeper will go. And Carey did go. He just didn't hold on. The first ball of a new spell from Stark.
Mitchell Stark, generally not the most emotive. He just kicked the ground. He was very disappointed playing in his 100 tests. He's seen catches go down before. Yeah, and it just felt like it kept swinging away from Alex Carey, so he didn't make his own life easy at all.
Stark again to Greaves, who drives firmly down the ground for 4. That'll make Stark even more angry. Greaves put down on the previous delivery, and this time he crushes the ball down the ground for 4. Perfectly balanced, perfectly executed, perfectly placed. And it brings up the 100 for the West Indies. 5 for 103. Greaves to 7.
Well, he almost paid for the mistake he made in the previous ball. That was a loose drive. This time he cashed in on the half volley. Lovely shot.
Stark again bowls to Greaves, who leaves this time. So, Bryce McGain, Carey's catch or Khawaja's catch? We just had a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
It was going to Khawaja, but Carey on the move. It was Stark with that wide-angle delivery, the big drive. And it was heading straight to Khawaja as he took the catch previously of Chase.
Well, if Khawaja didn't put his hands up, it probably would have hit him in the face. That's the sort of the height it was.
But Carey had the gloves high to his right.
Stark again to Greaves, who is driving down the ground again. This one might not quite get there. It's a tight run. Smith does just haul it in. They've got 2. They come back for 3 and they get there. Greaves into double figures. 5 for 106. This game comes alive again.
It does. So Justin Greaves just said, I'm just going to drive at everything here. There's no point just hanging in there. He's seen wickets fall, mistakes being made. He's looked classy from the first time we saw him in Australia a couple of years ago. Just stands tall, nice punchy right-hander. And that was a very nicely played shot, elegant from Justin Greaves.
This is what he can do. We saw that in the second innings at Kensington Oval. A classy cricketer. 5 for 106. Stark steaming in, this time to Hope, who just drops it, wants the run, he'll take the run into the onside. This is like the last 5 overs of the one-day international. It was a defensive shot, took the inner portion of the bat, dribbled out on the onside, and they scampered through. 5 for 107.
This game is so wonderful. Hope just walked down the square leg and just made sure that he saw where the fielder is. Down by the Kingston Cricket Club on the far side of the ground.
Travis
5 for 122. Yeah, Travis Head is down there. The last ball of the over. Will the bouncer come along? Hope is 21. He's played some lovely drives so far. He waits on Stark as he comes up now, goes past the umpire, final leap, and bowls outside the off stump. And the ball goes by, not even carrying to the keeper. And Hope just watching it go by. So he's on 21. Greaves has got 14. 5 for 122 was the latest score at Sabina Park.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
In any game of cricket, short form or test match, walk away with figures of 4 for 3 and it's a mighty good day. It's the same at Tyre Power.
Winter safety sale now on. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres.
Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store at tyrepower.com.au.
There's always the debate as to where Hope should bat in the West Indies side. There's some who feel he should maybe bat at 4 and bring Imlach in. Partnership that is worth 27 so far. Here's a poor shot. To a ball outside the off stump, lapse in concentration. That was a get-out shot by Greaves. Went at it. And very close to the outside edge taken by Carey.
Yeah, and he's smiling too.
Yep,
he's just going, I got away with that one.
Yep.
Trying to drive Webster on the up, and Webster with his height does draw the batsman into that type of shot. but the angle of the delivery is a bit shorter than you expect, and still movement. You got away with one there. 2 slips would have been licking their chops for the outside edge.
Well, they trailed by 103 now, the West Indies, 5 for 122. Webster comes in, bowls outside the off stump, and there's Graves getting the ball that wasn't all that far, but his judgment was impeccable. Allows it to go by, to be taken by Carey.
Leaving that one on length, so good decision. A tight leave, as you said, Andrew, but good leave. I think more changes in the bowling attack. I can see Scott Boland loosening up again. He's at mid-on at the moment, and he bowled a terrific spell. That last one, he was absolutely superb. Picked up the wicket of Campbell.
He comes again, and this delivery is pitched up, and there's a different line on this occasion. That was on the middle stump, and there was Graves driving down towards mid-on. There's no run, 5 for 122. And as we said, these two settle things quite nicely. The last wicket fell at 95 when Louis played an off a shot and was bowled by Hazelwood for 7.
It was a real poor shot.
It was indeed.
And I think he just felt the pressure. It just blew up on him. 7 off 30. Where am I going to score? I can just hit my way out of it. You can't do that at this level.
Webster comes up now, bowls. Ball pitched up and driven out towards cover. That had the length, and he went for the big booming drive out to cover. Can't pace the offside field. Cummins is at cover. Is that a strange field for a captain and bowler?
Well, they're protecting Steve Smith with the bunt little finger.
Oh.
So he's at mid-off, trying to hide away a little bit in the field, and because they've got the extra fast bowler, usually Nathan Lyon would take a point fielding spot, but because Nathan Lyon's out, Sam Constance is there, and then it's fast bowlers.
Webster comes up now, bowls to Graves. Graves is allowing the ball to come outside the off stump. That was dangled outside the off stump, inviting the batsman to go for the drive, but he won't be tempted to be drawn into discretion. Just watches it go by, to be taken by the keeper. He's kept on 14, 5 for 122.
It's been a quick partnership up to the drinks break in this middle session. So from lunch to drinks, 44 runs in 11 overs. So that's not bad. And it's been back-ended by these two. As soon as they've got to the crease, they've got busy. They're running between the wickets, prepared to drive and play some shots.
Yeah, they've done well.
Just tightening up a little now, though.
Here is Webster, comes up now, bowls to Graves. Graves again. Doesn't have to play at that. It's a bit wideish, fullish, but it was outside the off-stump, and he says, no, I wouldn't go after it. And he survives. He's got 14. Hope is 21. 46 overs gone. And the West Indies 5 for 122, which is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. Tyre Power stores are owned and operated by local families. We're part of the local community, and we understand the cost of living pressures, which is why we're here to help you save by getting the power of lower prices so you can stay safe on the roads. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Of course, if you're a tennis fan and you're a Sinner fan, well, he won today against Alcaraz, who beat him in the finals at Roland Garros. He actually won in 4 sets. And congratulations to the number 1 man in the world. Number 1 played number 2. 6-4, 6-4, 6-4, then 6-4 to Sinner. Well done to the Italian, beating Alcaraz of Spain. Of course, Spain producing the great Nadal, 5 for 122. Australia producing the retired Barty, who might come out of retirement and win the next US Open. Now, Bolden is back as he starts to move in on his way to bowl to Hope. He's in, and bowls and Hope is getting one full outside the off stump, and he just watches to go by, to be taken by the keeper. It's 5 for 122. What time is it now in your part of the world? You're Melbourne, Manor?
Yes.
Melbourne. What part?
So just after 8 a.m.
Okay.
So Monday morning.
Monday morning.
So people preparing for work, if not already in the office. Many people in Melbourne will be stuck in traffic. I can tell you that right now. So to all those out there, all the SEN listeners, listening through the app, good morning to you, and sorry about the traffic. It's permanent.
Boland comes up now. He's in bowls outside the off stump, and there's the edge. I think he's dropped him. We shall see. That was a loose shot. I hope it goes behind the keeper. They'll get a second. Was that a chance? I think it was. We shall see. Talk to me, Brycey.
I think it's an inside edge. It had Carey wrong-footed. Boland with his hands to his head after it. On the drive, inside edge. It's definitely there. Carried through. Burst through the fingers. Carey's put down a second.
Oh, yes, he has. Oh, yes, inside edge. He was wrong-footed. You think he should have caught that? You think so? Have a look at it again. We'll see it, of course, in the monitor. Here we go. That's the big edge there inside.
Yep. And it just died on him a little bit. I think it sort of swung and died down as the seam still wobbled as it went through to him, and he just couldn't get underneath it. He's taken some ripping catches in this series so far. A couple off Nathan Lyon have been incredible, and he's put down 2 in this session.
In fact, this is the 7th catch the Australians have put down. The West Indies are leading the way with 12. That's interesting. Here we go. Boland again comes into Hope, and Hope is forward and is bowled. What a delivery! Hope departs. Boland gets his man, and the West Indies in trouble at 6 for 124.
And Alex Carey gives Scott Boland one big hug. Takes the wicket and goes, thank goodness it didn't make him pay. But he has just clipped the top of the stumps, and that's Scott Boland. He does that for fun. That is a tough length to be driving. He tried it. The ball's nipped back between bat and pad, clipped the top of the bails right on the top of middle stump, and Shy Hope is back in the pavilion. He's been undone by a Boland classic.
Yeah. Well, dropped the ball before. Boland produced one that cut back. And there was a gap between bat and pad as he played that. Hope, and he's gone. So the West Indies are now down to the bowlers. And I don't think they've done anything to solve the problem. In that, in my view, there's no need to play a war can. You've got enough bowlers in your side. And interestingly enough, the Australians did not bowl with a spinner. And they didn't pick Lyon because of a lack of form. It's just the circumstances with the pink ball, particularly under the lights. They've decided, quite rightly in my view, to go with the extra fast bowler. And with Warkan in the side now, it means that your 6 wickets down, you're really down to the balls. I mean, Joseph can bat.
Yep.
But one would have thought, in my view, that there was no need to play Wark and bring Imlach into the stride and strengthen your batting. That is a problem.
Yeah, it has been. Getting enough runs has been a real problem. Not so much the wickets, the bowling's been good.
Yep.
But it's a gem of a delivery. He never, ever lets you off the hook, Scott Boland.
No.
It's so challenging. He'll challenge your forward defence. He'll bowl at the length, which is the top of the stumps. It's so difficult to drive. You can't play it off the back foot. Hope tried to drive it, beat the inside edge, and the job is done. Scott Boland, he looks primed, and they can keep throwing him the ball as they balance the overs. He's into his 11th over. He's now got 2 for 26.
But he's going to bowl now to Alzari Joseph, and in he comes on his way, goes past the umpire, bowls to Joseph. Joseph is forward, one of the offs, and plays it rather capably down to that squares cover area. There's no run. I don't know if you're a Chelsea man, but Chelsea actually beat PSG in the Club World Cup 3-0. Congratulations to Chelsea. Are you a Chelsea man?
No, I am not.
Yeah, but we have a chance to see in the monitor. What did Boland by Boland?
Outstanding delivery.
One that jagged back and hitting the top of the middle stump. So we're down to the tail now. It's 6 for 124. Boland again starts his run, goes past the umpire, bowls to Alzari Joseph, who's coming right across the stump, so didn't swing and just pushes into the onside down to forward short leg. There's no run.
They're just a little bit rattled at the ground here. They've still got Stark up on the scoreboard as he's bowling. There is a difference between Stark and Boland.
Big difference too.
Yeah. No difference in the wicket-taking capability though.
No. So 6 for 124. 1 to come in the over. The West Indies are hoping that the tail can wag lustily here at Sabina Park as we head towards another break. Here's Boland again. He's hard working, comes up, bowls to Joseph. Joseph back, will get his first one, turns the ball away into the onside. We'll get too comfortably down towards square leg. Finder has to come across to pick it up. That start, the return comes in. And Alzari Joseph, the man from Antigua, gets 2 to get off the mark. And with that, Graves is 14. And the West Indies now up to 6-1-24, which is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Macca's new McGriddles has 2 maple-infused pancakes, egg, bacon, and cheese. True story. Brekkie comes first. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available till 10:30 a.m.
What Australia wouldn't want, as my good friend Bharat joins me, they wouldn't want the tail to wag here. They lead by 99. Hello, Bharat. Nice to see you.
Good evening, gentlemen. Scott Boland doing what he was picked to do. He had 1 wicket. He had to wait 8 overs for his first, and he's got 2 to his name.
Yeah, he's bowled well. Here's Webster to continue as he comes in to bowl to Graves, and Graves is coming forward, turns the ball, and a chance for a run out. Perhaps he might have just gone to the wrong head, turned away in the onside. Yes, no situation. And the fielder down at that square leg area had a choice there.
He did. Travis Head was the fielder.
Yep.
And everybody pointing at the non-striker's end, and he went for the striker's end. Look, if he had hit, that wasn't the best throw, he would still have got Alzari Joseph. So there were no wrong ends there.
No.
But he went for the more difficult end. He had 1 stump to aim at, Travis Head, and I don't know, he's got a direct hit run out in his test career so far.
Yeah. Remember when these 2 batted in Bridgetown, Alzari Joseph's run out? I think it was the first ball of the over, which was a little bit strange. Webster comes up now, bowls Alzari Joseph, who's driving, caught up mid off. Simple, picks of the off stump. That's catching practice. The catch is taken by Smith. Further trouble for the West Indies, 7 for 127.
Yeah, well, Alzari Joseph just stood there and stared at the pitch as if the pitch had anything to do with it, like the ball stopped on him. We'll see in the replay here for Chemist Warehouse, it did nothing of that. That was just bad batting. He just scooped it up in the air, and you don't get these kinds of catches at Test cricket, especially Steve Smith at mid-off. He hasn't taken too many catches at mid-off, and it couldn't have been easier than that. So we've seen 1 bad shot, 1 terrible shot in the session, and this one is not too far behind.
No, not at all. So the action continues, and it's now 7 for 127. I'm getting some wickets, and of course Adam will come and call it, but you know, when you need that extra batsman on the side, you really are really dumped to the bowler. So the latest score then 7-127, which is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Shamar Joseph's the batter, walking in. Average is 17 with the bat in his 21 innings. A lot of those runs, 291 runs, have come against Australia, as have his wickets. So far what we've seen from him is attempt a couple of big shots against the fast bowlers. He just waits on Nathan Lyon though, and then tries to take him down. So there is no Nathan Lyon on this occasion. So Bo Webster, like he's done throughout this series, comes in and just picks up a wicket. And this one was a gift from Alzari Joseph.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
It really was. And so far we've seen the West Indies fight in the first innings. And he was one of those who were responsible for the fight in Grenada. Not to be this time. Shamar Joseph, 2 slips and a gully.
Here's Webster as he comes in to bowl to Shamar Joseph in bowls, and he's forward and drives through it off. What a way to get off the mark. That's going for 4. That was delicious. Picks of the off stump and driven through it off for 4. Well done, Shamar.
Well, very reminiscent of the first ball he ever faced in Test cricket. That one went to the right of mid-off for 4. That was off Josh Hazlewood at the Adelaide Oval. It was a crunchy drive though, this one, in the slot from Bo Webster. So there's no Nathan Lyon. Maybe Shamar will target the medium pace of Bo Webster here.
Here's Webster comes up now on his way to bowl to Shamar Joseph. He's in and bowls him. He allows the ball to go outside the off stump. He's an exciting cricketer. Remember the 44 in Barbados?
Yeah, but Alzari Joseph batting at number 8. Number 8, you're in the tail, but there is some responsibility that comes with 8.
Yeah.
You have Justin Graves batting at the other end, and he has already got a live, but he's an established batter, a specialist batter, and your job is to give him support.
Yeah,
that was very. If you're Darren Sammy, you're either having a stern word with him or just looking away.
Webster comes up now, bowls to Shamar Joseph, who's coming right across the stumps. Will get the single as the return comes in from the field. A bit off here. That's Smith.
It's chaos.
That was interesting. It was a tight thing, but they got home in the end to carry the score to 7 for 132, and Joseph has got 5 from 3. I think Graves would have been surprised by the call from Joseph there. It was his call.
Last night we had to wait till the lights to come on for chaos to be upon us, but this
can't be declaration batting.
Maybe it is, Bryce. You never know.
Yeah. So 7 for 132. Graves 15 from 27. And Webster looks for his second because he comes up now to bowl to Graves, and Graves is forward and whips the ball up towards that wide bid-on area for a single. Stark has some work to do moving to his left to pick it up. Cocks the arm and threatens to throw. The over comes to an end. Graves has got 16. Shamar Joe is 5. 7-1-33 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
If you love a country pub, you'll love the Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. This classic country pub is located in the town of Ultima, just down the road from Swan Hill. Grab a cold beer, meet some of the friendly locals, or join in on a Sunday session with meat off the famous smoker. So come say good day to Shane and the team at the mighty Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. They're also proud supporters of the Ultima Roos, Lara Cats, Hay Lions and Tooleybuck Manangatang Football Netball Clubs, as well as the Bannockburn Cricket Club.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. The West Indies 7 for 133. That is on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale with Shamar Joseph on 5, Justin Greaves on 16. Adam White, Bharat, Sundaresan and Bryce McGain with you in the lead up to the dinner break, which is half an hour away. Scotty Boland. Bowling here to Greaves, who pushes back to the bowler, off the hand onto the stumps at the non-striker's end. But fortunately for Shamar Joseph, he was still in his crease.
Looked like a clever piece of work from Scott Boland.
Was he knocking it on?
Yeah, no, he wasn't.
No, he was trying to catch it and throw it in the same action.
It wasn't intentional.
Scotty Boland can do a lot of things, Bryce, but he wasn't that clever.
Well, what he can do is wrap up this West Indian innings very quickly. We've seen him do that so often in Australia.
He's got an opportunity for some more good figures. He's bowling to Greaves, inside edge onto the pad. And it stays in the flap of the pad, and then once it emerged, it almost dropped back onto the stumps. Travis said was interested in maybe trying to catch it as well, because there was an inside edge for it to get lodged into the flap of the pad.
But as we found out at Lord's, the laws are once it's lodged, it's lodged.
Yeah,
David Bedingham was made to panic during that World Championship final when Alex Carey came running in. I asked Alex about it. Something about you and something about you and
Greaves thought exactly the same.
Yeah.
He was panicking.
7 for 133. Boland to Greaves. Cuts. Oh, that's a good shot. Off the front foot. Forward of point. It's a big chase for Constance. He will get there inside the field of play. And they will come back and they will run 3, or is it run out? Oh, I think that's out.
I think so too.
They think it is out. Graves running to the non-striker's end may be run out, going for a third run. That was outstanding work in the deep to chase it, but then to throw to the appropriate end. We're having a look at the replay, and he is gone.
Wow.
Oof. And it is Greaves that is out, which is not the man the West Indies wanted to have walking off. Confirmation gone. So Greaves will get 2 runs, run out on the third, 8 for 135. Bharat and Bryce, explain what took place.
Justin Graves is just walking off, just punching himself on the helmet repeatedly.
He was?
He can't believe what he's done. And when you actually look at the replay there of how far out he was, and it wasn't a direct hit, so Constis had a long way to get the ball in, and Boland had enough time to take the bails off, and he was barely in the frame.
Yeah, it was a terrific throw. It was right next to the bails, though, so credit to him. Whitey, you mentioned that. Constis chased it out, and the outfield here, the grass is slow. The more the ball has contact with it, it really does slow up. So they thought it was probably a comfortable 3, if not 4. But some terrific fielding, picking up, throwing in the one motion right next to the bails, and they were whipped off, and he was maybe half a metre short.
Oh, it's just such a shame for the game because Graves was batting so well. It was a terrific shot off the front foot. He wanted the third, and it was just the perfect throw from Constis. And we're looking at the replay for Chemist Warehouse. The throw, it really couldn't have been any better.
Could not have been better.
On the full, right next to the bails.
And it was to the longest part of the ground as well. So they're all laughing, the Australians. But really, they should just be celebrating a great bit of fielding. Because in a way, Grez was right to think there was a third there on the throw.
I think the decision came late, though. You could see he thought of the third run when he was completing the second run.
Yep.
So it's taken a while, but we're ready to go again. Shamar Joseph is on strike. He is on 5. Boland around the wicket to the left-hander who slashes and misses. It's so frustrating for the game because it was so beautifully balanced only half an hour ago.
No, it took one brain fade from Mikhail Louis, then a terrible shot from Alzari Joseph, and now a run out. Full credit to Sam Constis, but yeah, what more can you say about the West Indies?
We're looking at the replay for Chemist Warehouse. He was pumping the air. He was so excited. Boland past the umpire, bowls to Shamar Joseph, tries to heave it away on the onside off the pad, maybe a bit of bat as well. Bobbles out about 15 metres from the batsman and they get through. It is a single, so it was the inside edge onto the pad. That's why they're not going to go upstairs. They had a talk about it.
No, leg by. We wait for the signal.
They've changed now. Oh, there you go. The umpire didn't signal anything initially.
Yeah, he just waited a little longer, though.
He needs to wait, and then once the confirmation was wiped, he then signals what he thinks. You don't want the lead into the...
Yeah, well, that's interesting, that, isn't it? Yeah.
No, but with 6 seconds left, generally they wait till the 15 seconds are gone. But he signaled leg by till 6 seconds are gone. If Pat Cummins really wanted to...
Well, maybe they're trusting that. Yeah. No,
maybe,
we're off it.
No, we're not doing it. They go, okay, leg by. We've got 6 seconds, let's go.
That'd been fun.
Boland here to bowl to Warwicken. He bowls and Warwicken pushes forward tentatively. Thinks about a single, get back in your crease. We don't want another silly run out. That is the end of another eventful over. A wicket courtesy of a run on a run out on the third. And a couple of appeals as well. And it's a dejected looking West Indian dressing room. Over bowled for Henley Holmes on SEN Test Cricket. It is 8 for 136.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
In any game of cricket, short form or test match, walk away with figures of 4 for 3 and it's a mighty good day. It's the same at Tyre Power.
Winter safety sale now on. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres.
Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store at tyrepower.com.au.
On the Tyre Power scoreboard winter safety sale, the Australians have the West Indies now 8 for 136 and they're into the tail. Shamar Joseph is on strike. Pat Cummins back into the attack from the Headley stand end. Around the wicket, he bowls to Joseph. He gets one that rears on him. He went to play through the onside and then dropped his hands at the last moment. Don't forget, you can follow SEN Cricket on SEN_cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok for all the highlights, analysis, fun and behind-the-scenes action from the SEN Cricket team. And also subscribe to SEN Cricket wherever you get your podcasts from for all of SEN's cricket content, including the new ball for Cobram Estate, the day's play, plenty of analysis, guests and a bit of fun across the SEN network. Cummins again. Past the umpire, bowls to Joseph, who's dinking onto the offside, thinking about a single, then says no, then says yes. They're rattled. They got the run quite comfortably in the end, despite the hesitation between the two of them. Andrew Mason in the back of the box says, sheesh, what's going on now? Ooh. 8-4-1-3-7.
For a second, I think Shamar Joseph probably wondered whether I should just keep the strike against Cummins. Warrican, who came out to bat at 8, ahead of Alzari in Kensington and Barbados, and pushed down to 10.
And he was going to be the night watchman last night. He's on strike here for Cummins. 3 slips a gully and a shortish backward point and a bat pad. Warrican plays comfortably in defensive mode, playing from the crease and just nursing it into the onside on the bounce to head.
The one thing Manas Labuschagne couldn't do when he was part of the team, he's managed to do as a substitute, to spend a lot of time in the slip cordon. He does spend a lot of time substituting or fielding for somebody who's off the field. Just get a feeling even if he does come back into the team, that's not going to be a position he's going to spend too much time in.
Cummins again over the wicket. Bowls to Warrican, who's up on his toes, chopping it down on the offside. No timing in the shot. It's a point.
A bit like yesterday, but just TV showing some of the West Indian fans, the ones who were around when they dominated the world. You can see faces now that we've become accustomed to in the last 25 odd years.
Whenever they start to believe, they just get shattered, don't they? Every time.
How will they trust in relationships? You wonder.
Cummins again. Bowls hit a Warrican, late decision to leave. Outside off stump.
If you've been a West Indian cricket fan, especially the last 25 or so years, I do think you'll have trust issues in all relationships.
Try being an Essendon or a Carlton fan.
True. But that's at least just 6 months of a year.
Yeah.
Whitey, or 5 months in a year. This is around the world, different times of the year. You wake up, you go to bed. The same story over and over again.
Hush over Sabina Park as Cummins bowls hit a Warrican, who fends at that one. Oh, that's out. That's gone. Caught behind. A feather through to Carey. And the West Indies lose a 9th wicket now. And we're still 20 minutes away from the dinner break. So there's every chance that Australia will be batting before dinner.
Well, the whole point of declaration batting yesterday was they wanted to get a lot of time under lights with the ball. They only got 9 overs last night, and they're bowling out the West Indies in bright sunlight here at Sabina Park. Another one falls. Warrican just flashed at it outside off stump. Maybe Shamar Joseph should have kept the strike. And Pat Cummins just comes on and just like that picks himself up a 2nd wicket.
So the West Indies were at one point 2 for 58, 3 for 82, even 5 for 124. So they've lost 4 for 13 just recently. And now we've got Jaden Seals coming to the crease, who had a bit to say when he was bowling. Now he's got to cop the music from the Australians coming out to bat. And the Australians have got all the momentum now. They have steamrolled the West Indies in this 2nd session.
They certainly have. And
so the lunch, it was 3 for 73, Brat. So they've lost, 6 wickets in this middle session. And the light, it's still fine.
Yeah, very much so. There's nothing to do with that. Just some poor batting. There've been a lot of poor batting, unnecessary run out, and like I said, just huge. You just lose if you are a West Indian cricket fan, especially some of the ones that we've spoken to at the Kingston Cricket Club.
And we're looking at pictures on our screen for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. They're starting to argue. They're starting to get quite demonstrative in their in their discussions they're having with each other at the moment. So Scott Boland is in now. He's bowling to Shamar Joseph, who is chopping it down to backward point and happily taking the single. He's thinking about coming back and he doesn't. He could have, he didn't. And now Boland can bowl to Seals. And they're into Seals already. They're saying, look, wait, Seals is on strike here. Let's bring the field in. Let's get, how many helmets do we want? How many... We're going to put out in the deep on the hook. You can hear there's lots of sort of murmurings down in the middle at the moment at 9 for 138 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
All Scott Boland will want to do, though, is just attack the stumps. He's got a third wicket here. Easy pickings against Jaden Seals, but yeah, it was quite poignant a couple of days before this test. Whitey, I was just there at the Kingston Cricket Club. These 4 or 5 members sat together and it was all war stories about the times Richards did this and Marshall did that and Garner did this and Holding intimidated the batters.
Boland here to Seals, who pushes forward in defence back to the bowler. There's 3 slips of gully, no bat pad.
And they were all animated. Each one had a story about the greats, the former greats of West Indian cricket. You remember that spell from Ian Bishop? You remember that spell from Ambrose? And I just stood there and I felt so bad. You know, that's the same stories they've been churning out for so long. Yes, there was the Brian Lara era. Yes, there were a couple of sparks here and there. But sadly, it's all about what happened 40 years ago.
Boland around the wicket to Seals, who's pushing into backward point and taking a single. Shamar's out if it hits, it doesn't. He didn't go quickly there, Joseph, which was unusual considering the ball didn't go outside the ring and it was Head that came around to do the fielding. Shamar Joseph's lost all confidence with his running.
No, he was gone. If Head had hit, so the second time Travis Head has had a chance with one stump to aim and missed. But yeah, just to finish off on that point, you just feel for them. Heart goes out to these guys who've hung in hope. Maybe the hope's long gone. Just waited and waited for something to turn around.
Boland to Shamar Joseph, who plays nicely into the covers off the front foot, just in a defensive shot though, but it looked strong, it looked effective. So he's got 2 balls left in the air. We haven't really kind of seen him try and farm the strike. 15 minutes now until the dinner break, but now it's 9 down. We'll continue until we get a wicket.
The rate at which this session has gone, you'd be surprised if it lasts more than 3 minutes. Yeah, and that could mean, you're right, an ugly 1 over to face for Constance and Khawaja.
2 slips in a gully. Shamar Joseph waits, Boland bowls, and Joseph pushes back to the bowl. Still 1 more ball left in the over. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, winter safety sale, 9 for 139. Shamar Joseph 7, Seals on 1. Scotty Boland back into the team, 2 for 34. So multiple wickets to the Victorian.
At least our own Andrew Mason has his own show to express his anguish and his disappointment. What about those sat around Sabina Park now? All they have to do is sit and argue and debate like they've always done.
Boland to Shamar Joseph, who plays and misses, trying to flash it through the offside. No thought of getting a single and keeping the strike. He was trying to hit that one for 4. Over bowled on the Tyre Power scoreboard, 9 for 139. 1 wicket away.
Hi, it's Frank from Lucia. Come experience the authentic flavours of the Mediterranean at Lucia in South Melbourne, a restaurant offering old-school hospitality in a stylish space. With seasonal Mediterranean dishes complemented by an iconic wine list, we'll suggest the ideal wine to pair with your meal. Looking for a corporate dinner or an exclusive experience? Book a table in our main restaurant or maybe a private event in the Vault, our underground dining room that seats up to 32. For bookings and more, visit luciamelbourne.com.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. 9 for 139, the Tyre Power scoreboard. 3 slips and a gully here for Jaden Seals. I was watching closely on our video screen for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. More was spoken about out there in the middle. What are you laughing at?
I'm just looking at the big screens on the big screen at the Sabina Park, and I'll come back to it.
All the emojis. Pat Cummins rushing in, bowling to Seals, who plays late, dabbing away on the offside to point no run.
So on the screen, there's a message I think anyone watching here at the ground can message in. How are you feeling right now? And you're expected to send your emojis, and 99% of the emojis is the crying emoji. So they're all the West Indian fans.
There's a lot of emotion.
A lot of emotions.
Emotional emojis.
Ay, ay, ay.
Cummins from the Michael Holding end to Seals around the wicket. Yep. Seals off the hip, plays it okay. He gets a single. Down to Boland in the deep. And fine leg, one more to the score. So on the Tyre Power scoreboard, they get to 140 for 9. Joseph 7, Seals 2.
So far in this series, and we've said it a few times, after the first innings, the two teams have largely been inseparable. 10-run lead for West Indies in Barbados, 33-run lead for Australia and Grenada. But for the first time so far in this series, unless Shamar Joseph comes off again as Manas Rabishin drops back to a deep third. Oh, they're all coming out now. So Bo Webster has jumped out of the slip cordon. Cam Green has jumped out of the slip cordon as well, or no? They're just swapping positions. So.
And as that's been going on, the lights have been turned on here at Sabina Park.
Oh, today they've all come on together.
No, there's still...
Oh, there's one which hasn't come.
One hasn't quite worked yet. 2 slips and field spread as Joseph heaves it away on the onside. No timing in the shot. It goes down to long on, dribbling across the turf, and they get a single. So again, Shamar Joseph's not interested in kind of trying to keep the strike, which he did do, particularly in that first test at Kensington Oval. 141 for the loss of 9 wickets. There's quite a bit of rain around, which is more up on the hills. It's not getting to us here at Sabina Park, and probably won't. It just shows the humidity in the air, and it's really quite steamy.
Muggy and stifling, this heat and the humidity. It does get cool as we get to around 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Relatively cool. But yeah, Australia might end up with a sizable lead for the first time in this series.
Cummins has some footwear issues. He's just making some changes. I've got a question for you after this ball, which I know you know the answer to. Around the wicket, Cummins to Seals, down leg side, he tries to catch up with it. It was a short one, he misses. How do you get into the Kingston Cricket Club? Do you have to go in through the back? Oh, because there's a door in the back, or do you?
I generally just walk through the front gate.
So there is a security guard on that gate.
Yeah.
You say, do you know who I am?
Yes, of course. You just go Wagwan, and he goes Nagwan, bruh, and then he just walk in.
Okay.
Can you say Wagwan?
Wagwan?
Not really. He's just making sounds.
That's what you're doing.
Oh, really? I'm saying Wagwan. What's going on in Jamaican patois?
Seals has 2 balls to face here. Cummins bowls the first one. Seals chips it away on the onside. Hazlewood didn't know where it went. He has to chase it forward a square leg, and they can come back for 2. He had no idea where that went, and to be perfectly honest, I'm not sure I had much idea either. With the gets to this time of the night with the pink ball, it's hard to see, particularly when it goes square of the wicket, which is what that one did there. 9 for 143.
So yeah, so you just read them give the down to up nod, not the up to down. In Barbados, you do the up to nod, up to down nod. In Jamaica, you go from down to up.
Okay.
There you go.
Last ball of the over, Cummins around the wicket to Seals, who pushes into point, doesn't score a run, over bowled. They last another over and they get 4 runs. 9 for 143.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Experience luxury and performance at Audi Barry Burke. Family owned and operated, they're committed to delivering exceptional service and premium Audi vehicles. Discover the range at Audi Barry Burke. Visit them in Berwick or online at audibarryburke.com.au. LXCT 7522.
9 out for 143, the West Indies. Shamar Joseph on 8, Seals on 4. Wickets very much shared. Boland has a couple, Cummins has a couple, Hazelwood has a couple, and then one each to Stark and Webster, and a run out.
Scott Boland has 6 balls in this over to finish with as the highest wicket taker and further justify Australia's decision to leave out Nathan Lyon for this test match.
And just push his average down even a little bit more.
Especially his away average. His home average is, I mean, it's not real. It's 11 or 12 still. But his away average needs to come down if you're Scott Boland, you'd think.
Shamar Joseph, field spread as Boland around the wicket bowls. He's bowled him! 3 wickets to Scott Boland. Back into the team. And he's the leading wicket taker in the innings for Australia. The West Indies all out for 143. Shamar Joseph the last to fall for 8. And the big Victorians in the wickets again.
And he's justified Andrew McDonald and the selectors' decisions to go in. It was a big call yesterday afternoon when Nathan Lyon was told, Gaz, you need to take a break. We're bringing Scotty in. And this has been a classic Scott Boland session. He was wicketless in his first 8 overs. And now he has 3 to show for it. All 3 wickets coming in this session, and a session where Australia have just run roughshod over the West Indies. They've rolled them out for 143 and they have a big lead. And
now, what happens now? Because the umpires have come together to determine whether it is the dinner break or whether the Australians have to come out, because Khawaja hasn't been in a rush.
It's 5:44, so I would assume with less than 10 minutes to go, it would be the break.
Yeah, it makes sense, but there was quite a conjecture because the West Indies, Shamar Joseph ran off the field thinking he was going to be able to bowl before the break, but the Australians, no dramas there at all, and the umpires are sort of cruising off as well. We've got the young cricketers coming out for what will be the longer break of 40 minutes. So what we're going to do here, we're going to take a very short break. We're going to come back, wrap things up here before heading back to Matt Donald in the SEN studios. So just repeating, the West Indies all out for 143 in their first innings. Don't go anywhere.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15 millilitre serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. That is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
Look here, look, cause shorty got back. Should I ask her for a dance? Hold on, there's too many in the wolf pack.
The all-electric Kia EV3, crowned the 2025 World Car of the Year. Awarded for its record 604 kilometres of all-electric range and fast-charging capabilities. The Kia EV3 is your 2025 World Car of the Year. Visit kia.com.au to find out more.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN_cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok for all the highlights and behind-the-scenes action. Live from the Caribbean, Australia and the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Hurry into Chemist Warehouse for savings on self-care. From the tip of your nose to your bones. Dimester Allergy Nasal Spray 120 dose is just $34.99. Bless you. Great news. Hot Hands Cura Heat Neck and Shoulder Pain Patch 3-pack exclusive is just $8.99. And Little Swiss Prebiotic and Probiotic Gummies 50-pack is $19.99. Feel the savings in your bones with Ostavit Vitamin D3 and K260s just $28.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Reliable internet should be available for everyone, no matter where they live across Australia. So if you're living in regional or remote areas and are looking for a reliable provider of internet services without the hassles, talk to Activate Me. Proudly Victorian owned and operated, they understand what remote really means and can get you connected with a monthly contract and plan to suit you. For great price internet, no matter where you live, call 13 22 88 or search Activate Me to get connected today.
Need truck parts? Get expert service from the team that knows their stuff at Truckline. Whether you've got a
at lunch and they're all out. They're all out for 143. So they've lost 7 for 70. So from a position of real parity to now gifting Australia a significant advantage at the main break. I'll go through the card and we'll get some thoughts from Bharat Sundaresan. The West Indies all out for 143. So Kevlin Anderson fell last night for 3. And then today, King for 14, Chase for 18, Campbell for 36, Louis for 7, Hope for 23, Alzari Joseph for 2, Justin Greaves for 18, Warwican for a duck. The last man out, Shamar Joseph for 8. Seals was 4 not out. The bowling figures, Stark 1 for 32, Hazelwood 2 for 32, Cummins 2 for 24, Boland 3 for 34, and Webster 1 for 15. It unravelled.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some dispiriting performances from the West Indies with the bat in the second innings, but so far in the series, what we'd seen was the first innings at the end of the West Indies' first innings, the game being sort of narrowly matched, the two teams anyway, and the West Indies having shown a bit of fight and grit and giving us some hope, their fans some hope. But this session was reflective of where they are and why they've finished 8th in the last 2 World Test Championship cycles, why they've scored the least number of runs and faced the least number of overs. Because once again, we said it after the second innings in Grenada, we gave them a bit of a pass. We said batting conditions were difficult in Barbados. That's not test match quality, Whitey. I'm sorry, I know Australia, we're an Australian station, but we are going out to the Caribbean. But we're here to talk a lot about Australia. But that was a systemic collapse. It felt really you felt a little sick watching it, and went back to that Mikhail Louis dismissal. Well, John Campbell is an error. He was batting really well, left a ball. Scott Boland is always asking you questions outside the off stump, misjudged one, left it, and he was out. And Louis, just the way he was batting normally, and he's been brought back into the team as an opener, but for him to open the door the way he did with that shot, the shocking shot of Josh Hazelwood. Even Josh Hazelwood's eyes lit up and said, did he just do that against me? Someone batting at number 5 was supposed to open. And that opened the gate. And yes, there was a drop catch from Alex Carey. The innings could have finished even earlier if Carey had hung on to it. But after that, Alzari Joseph, no responsibility. He batted well in the first innings in Grenada, gave them a bit of a fighting chance by dragging that first innings closer to to Australia. But here, a poor shot just hit it straight to Steve Smith's hands. No fight at all shown by him. And when you do that against a bowling attack like this Australian team, and Australia really worked hard in the first session, and but they were gifted wickets, and they just took it very happily. And there was some talk just even upstairs in the press corp area, leaving out Nathan Lyon. A couple of balls did turn. This looks pretty easy to bat on. And then all of a sudden, West Indies made the Australian selectors' job very easy by gifting wickets. Scott Boland bowled terrifically well, yes. But he finishes as the highest wicket taker in that innings with 3. But what it will also mean, though, is that Australia will have to bat under lights. The lights have come on. And yesterday they batted manically. Today they'll have to bat normally under lights. So in a way it works out for Australia. I mean, they're here to see whether Sam Constas, as we've said repeatedly over the last few weeks, whether he's up for it and whether he can kind of stand up for the challenge. And against the pink ball, against the Josephs and Seals, it's not going to be easy. And then you have Usman Khawaja as well. He's had a mixed series so far. So, I mean, it's more about that than what happens in this game. Because on the basis of what we've seen from the West Indies, there's only one way this Test match is going.
Yep, but what happens now is that the attention does go back to the Australian top order, which has been a theme throughout the course of this Test series, and it's prime time back in Australia in the sense that, it's when people might be at work, but they're going to be listening to us or somehow watching it on television as well. There's no sort of waking up to it. They'll be watching Constas, they'll be watching Green, they'll be watching Khawaja, and we'll be watching as well from Sabina Park. So we'll take a break here. We'll head back to Matt Donald in SEN Studio Land and then come back in about 25 minutes from now, where Sam Constas will be opening the batting with Usman Khawaja with the Australians on top.
Follow at SEN_cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok for all the highlights and behind the scenes action. Live from the Caribbean, Australia and the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more?
A position of real optimism. The West Indies crashed and burned in that middle session. At lunch, the West Indies were 3 for 73. And then they were all out for 143. So they lost 7 for 70, all out in 52.1 overs. Scott Boland, the leading wicket taker, with 3 wickets. Darren Sammy, we're watching him on the Chemist Warehouse screen at the moment, trying to urge his players, almost like an NRL or an AFL coach, talking to his players, trying to inspire them at half-time. They are coming from a position of weakness here, having given up a real opportunity. They trail after the first innings by 82 runs as Usman Khawaja and also Sam Constas make their way out to the middle. The West Indians are in position and the umpires are as well. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. We are ready for our final session on day number 2. Three slips and a gully in place. And also a backward point with Khawaja on strike. First ball of Australia's second innings. Seals bowls and Khawaja leaves. And straight away, Seals getting the ball to swing back into the left-hander. So an encouraging start, but they're going to have to turn things around very, very quickly if they are to get themselves back into the match. The ball glowing, the pink ball glowing as we get into this twilight or dusk period. The light's not fully in effect, but they're certainly starting to have an impact on things. Seals again, rushing in past the umpire bowls to Khawaja, who's back and across, defending back to the bowler. No run. The crowd has still stayed around after the longer dinner break. There were 2 local rappers doing their thing during the lunch break or the dinner break. And it's fair to say that they were shouting. It was very loud. I'm sounding like an old man, but it was a bit crazy going on in the back of the grandstand. Seals bowling to Khawaja, who is trying to drive, taking the inner portion of the bat, and it goes up to mid-on. He was trying to play through mid-off. The score remains at none for none as Bryce McGain will start the final session with me. Welcome back, Bryce.
Thanks, Whitey. And I did get caught up with the rappers in the back of the stand there as they were, well, doing their best work. Geez, that was loud. Oh. You could feel it in your stomach. That's how loud it was. Not just your ears. They were ringing, but your stomach, you could feel the beat of everything.
If only the West Indian batsmen showed the same level of intensity and passion to the cause as those rappers.
Well, didn't that wrap up quickly?
Seals here, past the umpire to Khawaja, who shoulders arms and hope doesn't glove the ball cleanly. Fortunately, it doesn't get past him, and there is no chance of a bye. It stays at no wicket for no run. It's just a bit sad, isn't it? I mean, I'm trying to think, sad's probably not the right word, but deflating that it's happened in all 3 test matches now where just 90 minutes of just chaos and the game's gone. Now, it's not quite gone here because this time it's at least happened in the first innings, but they just let good situations slip so meekly. Seals bowls to Khawaja, who's back and across and defends. And it's frustrating for West Indian cricket fans, but it would be also frustrating for the West Indian bowlers because they've been brilliant through this entire series and they just keep getting let down by their batsmen.
Yeah, which surprises you a little bit with the selection, I suppose, as well. Why not strengthen it with an extra batsman? Use Graves a bit more as that extra quick. Maybe they don't need the spin with Chase being able to bowl a bit, but the balances, their batting's letting them down and they could do with the extra batter.
Seals to Khawaja, driving firmly, can't beat mid-off. Alzari Joseph does the fielding and that completes the first over of Australia's second innings. It is a maiden from Jayden Seals. So the Aussies have a lead of 82 as they start their second innings. Adam White and Bryce McGain with you for SEN Test Cricket. Thanks to our friends at Henley Homes. Don't forget the Henley Breakthrough Collection, build from only $227,900.
Well, those last 5 wickets falling for 19.
Yeah.
In 5.4 overs.
And there were slogs, there were run-outs going for a third, there were no thought of protecting players towards the
what
end.
A position of strength at 3 for 82.
I think they were in front at that moment in the game.
They were. And the good batting conditions. Campbell and Chase working hard to... It was Campbell and...
Shamar Joseph on his way. He bowls to Constas, who leaves. So there's the overall match, the test match, the series. Australia trying to win 3-0. The West Indies trying to get some respectability back into that scoreline for the overall series. But there's also this other contest that's going on where back home in Australia there's so much interest in the Australian top order. This job interview that Sam Constas has opening the batting. Cameron Green batting at 3. Osman Khawaja, has he still got it in him? These are questions that we're trying to get answers for, and we're having it here as Joseph bowls to Constas, who's back, rushed in defence, but he pushes out on the offside, no run. We haven't really got an answer yet. We've almost got an answer from Cam Green, but this is the one, this is the key one. Sam Constas, the young man, a teenager still. This is his 6th opportunity in this series. It's also the final opportunity in this series to prove that he is up to it. Shamar Joseph bowls again. Constas comfortably back and across, pushing into the offside, then rehearsing, I could have pulled it. No, Sam, that was good what you did. You defended it, it looked good. Hit high up on the stickers as we see the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse, but it was in the middle of the blade.
His scores so far 3 and 5 in the first test. 25 and a duck in the second.
Shamar Joseph past the umpire bowls to Constas down leg side. Can't keep up with it.
It's 17 in the first innings here.
Yeah, so it's an average of 10. It's 50 runs, flat 50 runs into his sixth innings. You don't need to be a mathematician to know that that's not good enough. Even if he is just starting his Test career, the conditions have been difficult for batting. Mainly pitch conditions. Now we've got this situation where it doesn't get any easier. It's at dusk, the light's taking hold and has this haze to it, so it can't be easy out there. Joseph bowls here, Constas up on his toes, edging his outs! He's been taken in the gully. Sam Constas gone for a duck. His last innings in the West Indies, his last opportunity ahead of the Ashes in green and gold colours, and he falls without scoring, pushing at a ball outside off stump and really just guiding it into the gully, comfortably taken, and Sam Constas goes without scoring. More questions, certainly no answers. Chase takes the catch, Constas on his way.
Well, the young man who was out there, these are the toughest conditions in Test cricket. Pink ball under lights in an environment that is pretty hostile with a very good bowling attack, and he succumbs. It was an open face. It was nearly glided away rather than an outside edge, and it carried comfortably to the gully. A simple catch was made, and he is on his way. Cameron Green comes to the wicket, and the West Indies fight back on the back of their bowling attack.
Well, it's hard to put into words. I say more questions and certainly no answers, but maybe we have the answer. Maybe it isn't Sam Constas. He's had 6 opportunities here in the West Indies. A simple catch to Chase in the gully, waist high. And as Bryce McGain said, pretty much coming off the open face. Cameron Green now facing his first ball. Joseph bowls, that's right on line, and it's defended by Green back down the onside of the pitch. A successful over there to the West Indies. 1 for none Australia, with Constas out for a duck. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes.
If you love a country pub, you'll love the Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. This classic country pub is located in the town of Ultima, just down the road from Swan Hill. Grab a cold beer, meet some of the friendly locals, or join in on a Sunday session with meat off the famous smoker. So come say good day to Shane and the team at the mighty Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. They're also proud supporters of the Ultima Roos, Lara Cats, Hay Lions and Tooleybuck Manangatang Football Netball Clubs, as well as the Bannockburn Cricket Club.
Jaden Seals starting a new over, bowling to Khawaja, who's stroking the ball through the covers. Not fully timed, but out into the deep. They've got a couple of runs. Alzari Joseph chasing after it. They come back for 2. Australia 1 for 2. Khawaja getting the first runs in the second innings. Yeah, it's not a car crash in sporting terms, but it's just, you do feel for him.
Oh, indeed.
It's one of those things that you want the young man to succeed. Seals to Khawaja, who's pushing down the ground, runs here through mid-on. A chase from Louis. He gets there inside the field of play. They come back for 2. Yes, I mean, it's one of those things that we talk about him all series, but you thought that at least on one occasion he could have said, well, maybe he is the man.
There's been a few glimpses of that, but nothing really substantial that you can hang your hat on and go, this is what it is. Unfortunately, for Sam, it's a not yet.
Khawaja down leg side, he doesn't catch up with it.
And it doesn't mean that it's going to be a failure for his whole career. It's not a failure, it's just a not yet. Now, the question remains, why is he in this position if he's not ready just yet? But they've seen enough in him, albeit a couple of back-to-back hundreds at the beginning of last Sheffield Shield season on a pretty placid New South Wales Cricket Centre wicket, that showed enough for the selectors to go, no, he could be the future. But not yet. It's not yet.
Seals around the wicket, bowling to Khawaja. And Khawaja strokes the ball back to the bowler, who then throws it at the stumps and hits the stumps, but Khawaja in his crease. I spoke about it last night. It feels with Sam Constas, it's like he's on work experience or serving an apprenticeship where he's getting to open the batting for Australia, and he just doesn't feel... It doesn't feel like he's ready. But it didn't feel like he was ready before he got selected based on what he had done in first-class cricket. But he is clearly a talent.
Yep.
And they went with that, a gut feel selection of he's talented, he can learn on the job, we can help him furnish into a test player. But from where he is now, even though he's in the team, it feels like he's further away than he's ever been.
Do you think with that they've underestimated the West Indies bowling attack to think this is a little soft introduction?
Seals Bort's mission, the umpire and Khawaja weren't ready. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Maybe. I'm sure the selectors would say no to that.
Yeah.
The selectors should have known that the West Indies attack is pretty strong. I mean, they've seen what they could do to Australia at the Gabba. And then you add Jaden Seals, who's at the top of his game at the moment. Seals bowls to Khawaja, who shoulders arms to a ball that sort of seams and goes away. The thing with me is, Bryce, is it feels like the obvious has been sitting there for quite some time in Harris and Bancroft, and they've just been pushed to the side. It's like, no, we've seen enough from them. We're going to the next generation, which is in theory fine, but what is the next generation? And then they've kind of gone, well, this is the guy, which has been, I think, disrespectful to Bancroft and Harris, who've scored 32 first-class centuries each, not between them, each.
Yeah. Now that's a solid body of work at the top of the order.
Seals to Khawaja, who's clipping it fine and down to the rope before it rushes down to the boundary. We'll continue the discussion after the break. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. It is Australia 1 for 8.
Experience the epitome of luxury and performance at Audi Barry Burke. They're committed to delivering exceptional service and premium Audi vehicles from the sleek A3 to the powerful RS range. Visit Justin and the team or visit audibarryburke.com.au. LXCT 7522.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Shamar Joseph rushing in past the umpire to start a new over. He bowls to Green, who leaves. The lead is 90 for Australia. They have lost the wicket of Sam Constas. We'll talk about Sam, obviously, in the new ball for Cobram Estate at the end of play with Bharat, but it's 50 runs from 6 innings now. That's it. It's done. We were told to be patient. We were told to take a wider lens on things. It's a pretty good sample size now, considering that Nathan McSweeney was dropped after 3 matches, opening the batting in the Border Gavaskar Trophy. Green here gets a good one that beats the outside edge as he pushed forward at it. And McSweeney's numbers were better than Constas. And the Indians had a bowler by the name of Jasprit Bumrah in the attack. Conditions haven't been easy for batting. We've talked about that a lot. That can become a bit of an out as well. But it has been difficult, and the bowling's been good as well. But 50 runs from 6 innings. The numbers are the numbers. And Shamar Joseph bowling to Green, who's getting one that hits him on the hand and it just bobbles out on the onside behind square leg, and they get a single. In fact, it's not off the glove, it's off the thigh pad. It's a leg buys. 1 for 9 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
And that feedback is coming thick and fast on the text machine. It's come through. Sam Constance, a roaring success. What was his average? About 15? A little lower. You do the sum. 6 innings, 50 runs on this tour. He cannot play in the opening Ashes test. One would think. That's Chris from Frankston. They're the views that are coming through, as I said, thick and fast.
0433 98 11 16. Shamar Joseph around the wicket to Khawaja, who pushes forward tentatively back to the bowler off the front foot in defence.
Solid though. Hi guys, Constance, should we persist? There was much persistence with Warner and Watson when they were way out of form. That's from Alex. So there was persistence. They've shown patience in the past, the Australian selectors.
Joseph again bowling to Khawaja. He's hit on the pad going back and across. Got hit outside the line. He got so far across with Joseph coming around the wicket.
Not even a consideration to go upstairs. No powwow, no get together, no gathering.
What we do know now is, and we'll stop this conversation now because we've got 2 others at the crease. But it just now means that position now is open. It might be Constance, but he hasn't locked it away for the Ashes. Joseph bowls to Khawaja, who leaves. And the only way it can still be his is if he makes a lot of runs in Shield cricket to start the season. And all of a sudden now he's in a pack of 4 or 5 that are wanting to do the same. Over bowl 1 for 9, and that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
It's Tyre Power's big winter safety sale. Get better grip and a safer drive this winter with a new set of Falcon Eco Run tyres from Tyre Power. Right now you can buy 3 and get 1 free on Falcon ZX ZE310R Eco Run tyres for passenger and selected SUV vehicles. That's buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres, but only at Tyre Power and only until the end of July. Get the power of a safer drive this winter. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
1 for 9 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, Tyre Power. And Jaden Seales is going to continue, and he's bowling to Cameron Green, and Green leaves the ball that shapes away from the right-hander. The speeds are down here from Jaden Seales. It's 124, but one thing that is happening is the ball is still swinging for him, swinging much more for Seales than it has for any other player in the match, to be honest.
I've got to say, he is looking tired. He's looking tired, but he hasn't lost his main weapon of moving the ball. Often when swing bowlers get tired, they lean over more and the ball stops swinging. He hasn't lost that. They might close off and try and use their body more or drop the arm even lower. He's not doing that.
Seales bowls to Green, full face of the bat, pushing up to mid-on. Again, a good ball from Seales, testing the defence of Green. If Green doesn't hit that, it's a simple thing, but if Green doesn't hit that, it either hits the stumps or hits him on the pads in line. So certainly testing Green early here. We know that Green's a nervous starter. So the more he has to play, the better for the West Indies. He's yet to score. 3 slips in a gully. Seales bowls, Green punches down the ground, can't beat mid-off. Shamar Joseph does extremely well. Going around to his right and low, getting 2 hands to it. Nice shot from Green. Still a hush around Kingston Cricket Club. It's not that sort of carnival atmosphere we had last night. This is where the game can slip away completely from the West Indies. Green here clipping away nicely through square leg, runs. probably won't quite get to the rope. It's a long chase out to the long part of the ground. They've got 2 and they'll come back for 3. Kawaja had to rush at the end. That was so similar to the Justin Grieve situation where he was run out going for the 3rd. Kawaja was kind of just cruising back for the 3rd run like Greaves was and had to hustle. He got there, but not without a bit of a shock. 1 for 12, Australia. Green off the mark with that 3. Kawaja is on 8. He is back on strike to Jaden Seals here. Seals bowling from the Michael Holding end or the George Headley stand. Bustling in past the umpire bowls to Kawaja, who's jumping and pushing into point.
Getting on top of the bounce there, Kawaja. He doesn't look as rushed here, Kawaja. He actually looks quite comfortable. He's been pressing forward at the right time, that one in line. We did mention Seals' pace is down just a touch, but Kawaja looking good here. Just on 8. He's been out there for 16 deliveries.
Taps away at the crease, waiting for Seals around the wicket. Kawaja, oh, he's got one that's gone under the bat and very nearly into the off stump, but it missed.
Classic Yorker.
He survives. That one a little bit quicker from Jaden Seals. Overbowled 1 for 12. We've had 5 overs in Australia's second innings.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew, pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding? Correct.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
Shamar Joseph on the runway, bowling to Green, who is pushing backward of point and getting a single. Between Gully and that backward point position, Warrican going back and doing the fielding. Can't prevent the run. 142 kilometres an hour there from Shamar Joseph. So the speed still over 140. Australia 1 for 13 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Kawaja 8, Green 4, Constas out without scoring. And it's that man again, Shamar Joseph.
He's been remarkable.
He has. Steaming in again to bowl to Kawaja, who pushes through the covers, runs. Won't be 4 along the turf, along the Sir Walter Buffalo. He gets a couple of runs out into the deep. That can be like Velcro, stopping the ball if you don't time it right out of the middle. They even roll the grass here to try and just push the leaf down. It's, I got a big shock when I came here to see that. It's like a big sponge. I'm sure a lot of people that are listening now have Sir Walter Buffalo back in Australia in their backyard.
I think it's about $9.50 at Bunnings.
Joseph bowls again. Kawaja hooks it away. Forward of square leg and out to the rope for 4. It didn't get up as much as Ozzy thought, but he was still able to just get that a little bit lower, help it on its way, past the square leg umpire and out to the rope.
Good shot. Like he's picked it up quite well. Didn't get all of it, but enough to swivel it away through square leg. As I said, he's just looking a little sharper.
We have the benefit of a Chemist Warehouse replay, but you can actually hear him say, oh, as it just didn't quite get up as much as he thought as he made contact. He almost had his eyes closed. Around the wicket again, Kawaja trying to drive, taking the inner part of the bat back to the bowler along the ground. Yes, for those that have got Sir Walter Buffalo in their backyards, back in the sort of southeastern states, Tassie, Victoria, South Australia, maybe, parts of New South Wales, it's probably just a sort of like a fawn colour, as it's just gone dormant for the winter.
Certainly not dormant
no
here.
Dormant here.
This is grass-growing weather.
So for those that, I'll wait for this ball, that love their garden like I do, I found something out yesterday which surprised me. Shamar Joseph bowling to Khawaja. Oh, he's out! Khawaja inside edge onto the stumps. Both openers out. Both openers out to Shamar Joseph. More questions for the opening partnership here for Australia. We've got no answers at all. Just when Khawaja was looking good, he's tried to push through the offside. Thick inside edge, crashing into the stumps. And this horror show for Australia's top order continues here in the Caribbean and ends here in the Caribbean. No more opportunities, no more chances. We now wait until the Ashes before we see the Australian top order do their thing. Who it'll be, we do not know. 2 for 19, Khawaja out for 14.
Just dragging that one on. He went for the drive. Big, thick inside edge. Shamar Joseph, he continues on here. I think he's got 20 wickets for the series now. The leading wicket taker. He's a one-man demolition team. Well supported, though, with Seals and Azari. But Shamar Joseph just keeps going and taking wickets. And he's sent both openers packing, and Australia in a really precarious position now. Steve Smith, the new man to the crease. And sorry, Steve, we need you to save us again.
The West Indies are pumped up. The crowd's getting involved now as well. 2 for 19, the Australians on the Tyre Power scoreboard. This is electric cricket, SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. 1 ball left in the over. Shamar Joseph at the top of his mark. He's waiting for Smith. He's ready. So is Shamar. He's on his way. Past the umpire, bowls to Smith, who flicks it away immediately off his pads behind square leg. He gets a single down to the man in the deep, and he is away.
Take a breath.
2 for 20. Green 1. Green 4. Smith 1.
Lead of 102.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15 millilitre serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. That is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Green 4, Smith 1. The batsman out, Constas without scoring, Khawaja for 14. Neither opener scoring a half century in this series. 6 innings each, no half century. So now Alzari Joseph into the attack. He's bowling to Steve Smith, and Smith is very nearly bowled. He tried to play the hook shot. The ball kept the fraction low and very nearly crashed into the stumps as well.
You've got to be on your game here because the ball is just kissing off the surface. The lights have come on. It feels like from a batting perspective, the ball speeds up off the surface. It's not doing that. Physics will tell you that isn't happening. But from a batting perspective, it's really zipping through there. He got done for pace on a pull shot that he would normally just cream away, just a bit above the stump height.
3 slips and a gully in a bat pad. Alzari Joseph to Smith, who's squared up, defending. Away on the offside, no run. The lead 102. 8 second innings wickets in hand, and what we do know is that the way it's heading, the West Indies will be batting tomorrow, but they'll be batting in the daylight hours. So if it is a We're getting way ahead of ourselves here. But if it is a chase of 180 and they're batting in the daylight hours, maybe it swings back the other way again. Still Australia on top. Alzari Joseph bowling to Smith, who's edging and drops. Oh, dear. Dropped. Greaves has put him down at first slip. It was a tough chance. Low to his left, through his hands, down to the rope, 4 runs. You do not drop Steve Smith. They've just dropped Steve Smith. Thick edge, high on the bat, low down. He got hands to it. He couldn't hold on. It would have been a great catch because it was dropping sharply, but he did get 2 hands to it.
You can't afford to give him an opportunity. He gets a life. Dropped on 1. He's on 5 now as it went away for 4. Oh, this game is lit up, Whitey.
Alzari Joseph again to Smith. Smith, oh, what was that? That sailed through at head high, somehow missing the bat, somehow missing the gloves, somehow missing the helmet through to the keeper.
Oh. Well, he's inspired Alzari Joseph into the attack. He is letting rip from the Michael Holding end, and it's like it's Michael Holding coming in. What a delivery.
Oh, that was vicious. In the end, Smith took his eye off it. Oh, and it sailed past the grill of his helmet as he flung his head back. Alzari Joseph again. 2 balls left in the over. He bowls to Smith, who's back and across and pushing away on the offside. A bit of calm from Smith.
Well, not really. I bet his heart rate's pushing 200.
He looked calm. I'm not saying he was calm.
No.
He looked calm.
No, this game is lit up. That lead, 106. 8 wickets in hand for Australia. On an evening session where last night they lost a bunch of wickets.
2 for 24 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Last ball of the over. Alzari Joseph bowls to Smith. Another bouncer. He sees that one okay and just puts the head back and watches it go past at head high. Over bowl 2 for 24. The lead 106.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Shamar Joseph again from the Courtney Walsh end. Bowling to Cameron Green. Rushing in past the umpire. Bowls to Green, who's playing defensively on the onside to a ball at about waist high, just getting it to forward square leg. Bharat Sundaresan has come in to join myself and Bryce.
What a moment, Bharat.
Andrew Mason will come over and join you guys after this over. Bit going on.
It is all going on. Well, the beauty of ping ball test cricket, and after the end of each day's play, you and I, Adam White, record the new ball. We could just have a rerun tonight because it's the same topics. Sam Constis, Usman Khawaja, we've been there before.
Shamar Joseph again, past the umpire, bowls to Green, who leaves the ball that came back sharply on length. Gee, that's close.
Well, we saw only 9 overs from the Australians last night. Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood, Boland all had a go. None of them had it talking like Shamar Joseph, Jaden Seals and Alzari Joseph have got it to talk this evening. This is terrific bowling.
They've been revved up. So whatever the coach has said, they've gone out there with a real purpose. They were disappointing, in inverted commas, understatement with the bat. They're making up now.
Shamar Joseph bowls Green back, pushing away on the onside, getting right back in his crease to a ball that wasn't that short, but he found the middle of his bat in defence.
just probably said this is the last time in this series, and who knows when you'll get to play against Australia again on home soil. Make a hero of yourself.
Well, Darren Sammy was really urging his players as they went onto the field. It was like a coach in AFL or NRL terms. Shamar Joseph bowls here to Green, who gets one. There's a come off the glove on the way through to the keeper. It hasn't. He went back to a ball that, again, he probably should have gone forward to. Got himself into an awkward position. There was an appeal. Would need to see the Chemist Warehouse replay to see exactly what happened. What do you see, Bharat?
Well, came back sharply, just hit probably his thigh pad.
Yep, got the back leg and went over the stumps. A ball that darted back. And it's causing all sorts of havoc here. This is fast seam. So it's hitting the pitch. It's really kissing through and moving. The crowd are right behind the West Indies here. They're sensing something dramatic.
Shamar again to Green, who's clipping onto the onside to forward square leg. Almost slipped over in the process. Campbell doing the fielding at forward square leg. No run.
He's not looking settled at all, Cam Green. He's being rushed. He was rushed by Shamar Joseph in the first innings as well. That was during daytime.
Yep.
He looked okay against everyone else, getting into position, getting his head in line, off stump. The head wasn't falling over, but Shamar, just the skiddiness, just rushes him. It feels like he's off rhythm every time he's facing Shamar Joseph's extra pace.
The slow hand clap from the locals here at Sabina Park. Shamar Joseph, wider on the crease, balls to Green, who edges through the corner and down to the rope for 4. Past third slip. Was it catchable? We'll need to have another look at it. I kind of think it might have been. Over bowled, 2 for 28, Green to 8. Andrew Mason will join you on the other side of the break. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. It did go on the bounce.
It's another great week at 40 Winks. Right now you can get any size mattress for the price of a single. That's right. Get a Queen, King or even a Super King mattress for the price of a single. Plus, earn double Qantas points on your purchase. But be quick, the Any Size Plus double Qantas points offer is on for a limited time only. Exclusions and T's and C's apply. So come and find a bed matched perfectly to you. Go to better sleep at 40 Winks. Serious about sleep.
All right, so the lead is 110, and we've got some serious action developing as Joseph comes in and bowls. Of course, this is Alzari Joseph outside the off stump. There's Smith going back, playing the ball square in the offside down to Gully. The spectators thought there was a catch. It was not. Hello, gentlemen. Nice to see you. First of all, Bharat.
Nice to see you, Andrew Mason. Well, this is what, when you grow up hearing about West Indies cricket, especially when it was at its pomp, this is what you were told. The fast bowlers would be steaming in and it would feel like a cauldron. It's not quite a cauldron because half the stadium is empty, but it definitely feels like it if you're out there in the middle facing the two Josephs.
Alzari Joseph comes up now, bowls to Smith. This is outside the off stump. He nibbles at that, and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. That was fast, and it generated a lot of bounce as well.
Well, that's what extra pace does. Even if you are the best in the world, it makes you do things that you generally wouldn't. And Steve Smith was a bit filthy with himself, not so much for attempting the shot, but he wanted to go more down to up and try to hit it over the slip region. Eventually just ended up playing a hoik.
Well, he was definitely doing that, and it was at this stage last night when he was batting, he was looking so solid. He batted beautifully for 48, 66 balls. He was on top of things. And then he just started batting like this. It was nearly like, well, the ball's zipping on too much. I've got to go super hard.
This is the delivery. This is outside the off-stump ball by Alzari. Short. He just watches the ball go by to be taken by the keeper.
And how often have you seen Steve Smith going out the way he did last night, throwing the kitchen sink at a drive, off balance, gets the outside edge. Incredible catch at slip, mind you, because it flew. But you just rarely see Steve Smith trying to hit it 110, 120% of his capacity.
Yep.
Through the kitchen sink at it. What Australia need now is someone just to be there and bat some time for a little while. Can't afford to be as risky or reckless as what they were last night. This is really, really challenging. And the West Indies, they're feeling some real momentum shift now.
Here's Alzari Joseph as he comes up now to bowl to Smith. In bowls to Smith, another short delivery. He ducks and the ball goes just outside the off stump, taken by the keeper.
And Roston Chase has just left his position at gully. I think
the adrenaline.
Yeah, he's just bowling too short at the moment. I think Roston Chase just reminding him of there's so much happening in the air. He's not a big swing bowler, Alzari, but he can seam it around. And there has been movement off the pitch as well. It's like, okay, maybe, you pushed him back. Don't forget what else you can do with this ball.
I agree with that assessment. I think he's just being slightly carried away here. Got to try and pitch it up. Make the batsman uncertain. It's 2 for 28. 2 to come in the over. And Alzari Joseph steams in on his way to bowl to Smith into this delivery outside the off stump. I think he would have taken the advice of Roston Chase. That was Fuller, went by to be taken by the keeper.
Yeah, left alone then. Good leave.
So 2 wickets going down. Constance, of course, the conversation will continue about him. Gone for a duck, and Khawaja bowled by Shamar Joseph for 14. So it's 2 for 28. Alzari Joseph has come into attack. He's bowled with a great deal of aggression. He's got 3 sips in the gully. There's a backward point. There's a mid-off widish, forward short leg. And there's a man for the hook down at backward square and a long leg. He's just about ready to turn. And with that sprawling George Headley stand behind him, starts his run. Straight approach, elbows pumping, goes past the umpire, now bowls to Smith. Smith is bowled! What a delivery from Alzari Joseph! And he's caught the big snapper under the lights at Sabina Park. That's a big wicket. It's 3 wickets down for 28.
It's all on now. Steve Smith playing on in the end. He seemed unsettled from the moment he walked out to bat. Alzari Joseph pushed him back, and just played away from his body. No footwork. And the stump is cannoned into leg stump. Steve Smith looks up at the big screen and goes, what did I do there? What was that? Well, he has all the rest of the evening to think about it because Australia 3 for 28.
Which is the latest score at Savannah Park.
Develop your ability to connect, inspire and lead with real impact. Join the 2-day performance leadership course built for managers, emerging leaders and business owners wanting to build and sustain high-performing teams. Hear from the CEOs of the Western Bulldogs, Melbourne Storm, Melbourne United and the former CEO of the Australian Grand Prix. Don't miss out. August 5 and 6 at Mission Whitten Oval. Register now at education.westernbulldogs.com.au.
Tremendous excitement at this fantastic venue, Sabina Park in downtown Kingston, Jamaica. The capital, of course, is Kingston. And what a battle. So effectively 110 for 3, with Australia losing 3 wickets and some pressure coming from the West Indies bowlers.
Oh, a lot of pressure from the West Indies bowlers. They've been stars throughout this Frank Worrell Trophy series. And Steve Smith, well, we just spoke about it. Roston Chase ran up to his bowler and said maybe test the other parts of the pitch as well. And Steve Smith's weight was on the back foot. The Kingston Cricket Club went up as one as that ball smashed into Steve Smith's leg stump. The bails went flying everywhere. Well, Australia find themselves in another hole.
And it's not often that he's not covering up that off stump, that he's just holding the bat out, handling the washing out there, if you like. It was just hanging out there, where generally he's a big back and across in line. But he was surprised in the ball skidding through here at pace.
Shamar Joseph comes up now, bowls to Green. Green is beaten outside the off stump with a perfect delivery, pitching and leaving and bouncing, taken by the keeper.
Yeah, and he looked, I generally don't use this word with Steve Smith, he looked a little rattled.
Yep.
He looked uncomfortable last evening, batting under lights against the pink ball, after having looked completely at ease in the afternoon session or late evening session. And today he just walked out there. Yes, 2 wickets had fallen, or he'd seen 2 wickets fall before he walked out to bat, and he just didn't seem like himself. And Alzari did rattle him.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment big time, Bharat. He was rattled. Shamar Joseph comes up now, bowls to green into this delivery. He allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. I think your assessment was spot on. Look, rattled. I think that's what in the end influenced him to maybe go by. He wasn't covered at all, and that's what aggression can do for you, rattled. And then Alzari Joseph got the big snapper. 3 for 28. And what a game we've got here, Bharat.
Yeah, he's gone fishing throughout the series and picked up a few big red snappers.
No, great.
Not the first cousin of the snapper. what we had at Dexter's.
That's right, we did. That was the first cousin.
Yeah, I think we might have had 2 at Dexter's. As Shamar Joseph comes up, he's in and bowls. What another good delivery. Just outside the off stump, leaving the batsman with pace and bounce. The ball flies into the gloves of Hope. Wow.
This is like, it almost is going like a fast leg break. Just jagging away from Cameron Green. In the end, he played it well. He dropped his hands. So this is just magical bowling from Shamar Joseph and Alzari Joseph.
He's so good to have someone like him in the West Indies side. What a find. Turns now, fit and ready as he starts to move in. To bowl to Green, who's got 80s in and bowls to Green. Green is forward to one on the off stump. So after bowling out, swings that one, comes back at him. But he plays it rather well out towards cover. There's no run.
A lot of tension in that Australian dressing room right now.
Yeah, they were gone in during that break. Very happy with the match situation where they were. Got themselves a big lead of 82 in what has been a low-scoring contest already. They're still in front, but Travis said already out there and the ball doing so much. West Indies do have an opening here.
Here's Shamar Joseph looking for another wicket. Comes in to bowl to Green, and Green is getting one of the legs and plays it into the onside. Takes a step out of his crease, looking for a run, but decides to go back to base. I think that was all about nerves, really, as he came across the line. And the score's kept in 3 for 28. So Green is on 8. Head hasn't scored as yet, and we've had the wickets going down. Constance continuing to fail. Duck, Kawaja, 14, and Smith bowled by Alzari Joseph for 5. Tremendous excitement at Sabina Park when Smith departed, because they know that he's such an important cog in Australia's wheel. Here's Shamar Joseph, the one to come in the over. He's up to the wicket now. He's in, bowls to Green. Green is back to a ball short. Plays the ball away, square in the offside down to backward point to end the over of tremendous probe. At the end of it, Head hasn't scored as yet. Green is on 8. 3 for 28 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 125 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Kick off your tool collection with one of our 3, 4 or 8-piece tool value packs, or grab a battery starter kit and choose the tools you need. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Well, no doubt the West Indies continuing to try to exert the pressure here, and it's going to be Alzari Joseph to come round the wicket now to the left-handed Head, and what a situation there. 3 for 28. 2 slips in the gully. There's a man at cover. Forward short leg, mid-on, slightly whitish. And there's also a man at the hook down at back with square and a long leg. So Alzari Joseph from round the wicket, he's bowled well. There's also a third man as well, trying to cut out that boundary down at third man. Comes round the wicket on his way to bowl to Head, and to this delivery. Head is off the back foot and plays it rather jerkily to the onside. Didn't know where the ball had gone, really. Ended up down at mid wicket. There's no run.
Well, the expectation here is clearly short pitch bowling. So 2 slips in a gully, we get that. And that's for that delivery top of the stumps. But, and Head will take it on. There's a third man fine. It's like a fly slip. And then the 2 behind square with a short leg. Only 1 in the ring, I suppose, on the single on the offside. So it's real adrenaline stuff. Head is going to take up the challenge. There's no doubt about it. He's not out there to just block the ball. It's game on here.
Well, he's continuing round the wicket now. Alzari Joseph in bowls to head outside and down the off stump. That had some pace. Thud into the gloves of the keeper. Well done.
Oh, Travis Head got tempted just for a brief second.
Just a little twitch.
He thought he might brought the bat
back and he twitched at it.
He did.
Yeah, but there is a fielder back. Very fine at third. The only fielder missing is this. This is a ploy that many opposition teams have applied against Travis Head. They generally have a leg gully or a leg slip.
Okay.
That armpit region for him, the right armpit, that's where you target it, even in Shield cricket. So they don't have that. So this is more them going short, the West Indies, and expecting him to take it on, and then, chances are against 3 boundary riders.
Well, he's the type to take the West Indies bowlers on, and he's been successful. He's so good.
Green's just doing up his shoe at the non-strikers end.
And his pad.
Had to take his pad off to be able to do it. So it's taken a little while. But for Head here, there's no one at that deep backward point spot. And that's generally there. He's playing off a slower wicket, and that's where the ball will go. A lot of people behind the wicket here, which means that there is real pace now in this evening session. The pitch is quickened up like you would not believe.
Alzari Joseph comes up bowls, and there's the batsman going on to the front foot and drives out towards cover. And it goes out to cover. There's no run. It's 3 for 28.
The weight wasn't forward.
No.
The weight was back, but the hands made it go forward.
Yeah.
His eyes kind of lit up when he saw the length. So his hands just followed it. And he'd be disappointed. He hit it straight to the fielder.
Yeah.
He didn't have to move.
He must have been looking for the short delivery and was surprised by the length generated there by Alzari Joseph, who goes round the wicket. He's looking for more success. Bowling to the dangerous Travis Head, who hasn't scored as yet. 3 for 28. And Joseph round the wicket. Lots of energy. Comes in again to bowl to Head into this delivery. Head, it's off the back foot, steers it square in the offside, down to backward point for 1. We'll get a single, and we'll come back for the second comfortable. It was outside the off stump, and you were talking about that position. There is no backward point at boundary, which has become a fixture with these teams. He gets to get off the mark. It's now 3 for 30.
And immediately Chase, who's in that fine gully position, just says to his third man, no, you just head around there. So let's get back and protect that. We're lucky to get away with it. That's Louis out there. So he's at deep backward point now, rather than that fine fly slip third man position.
And Alzari Joseph will go over the wicket, looking to angle the ball across the left-hander. As he comes in again on his way to bowl to Head to this delivery. Head is allowed to go outside the off stump, angled across him, and taken by the keeper. Would carry to the keeper as well.
Yeah, a bit too high though, that bounce.
Like the adrenaline's pumping, and he has bowled this spell very short. The wicket he got off Smith was not short, it was up. So maybe he's just trying to scramble the feet a little bit and force them back. He's probably enjoying the fact that Sabina Park is back to its fast and pacey best.
But was always one of the best pitches in the Caribbean. Of course, you had Sabina Park, but a nice shine on it, and Kensington Oval. Kensington Oval is no longer the pitch it was in Sabina Park.
Well, I remember as a kid wetting the concrete at a neighbour's house, paving, and saying this is Sabina Park, and you could see it glistening in the afternoon sun as the tennis ball skidded off the water.
Alzari Joseph comes up now, bowls to Head. Head is coming rather jerkily forward and pushes it up towards cover. Not quite sure what Alzari Joseph will do when the over comes to an end. 3 for 30 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Come in now to your local Harley-Davidson dealership and we'll set you up with a deposit contribution on select Year 24 models. Don't wait for your freedom. Our deposit contribution for your new Harley is ready and waiting in dealerships today. You can ride away with serious savings and even more attitude. And with 24 months roadside and warranty as standard, it's time to ride. Offer ends soon. Terms and conditions apply. See your nearest Harley-Davidson dealer for full details.
First session, 2 wickets, 57. The second, 7 wickets went for 70. That was a decisive session where Australia took total control. And with this pink ball, a lead of 82 is a big one. There's no question about that. In a game that could very well be low scoring. The lead overall by 112. And it's going to be Shamar Joseph to continue. What a bowler he has been so far. As he starts his run, comes into bowl to Green, who's got 8. He's in and bowls to Green. Green is turning the ball away for a single up towards that wide mid-on area. As the fielder from that mid-on area, Anderson comes across to his right to pick it up. So he gets one to carry the score to 3 for 31.
Finally gets off strike against Shamar Joseph. 2 consecutive maidens he just faced. We're just getting some effects from TV there. The wickets being shown on the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse. It has been quite the performance from the West Indian fast bowlers this evening. Darren Sammy revved them up and they have delivered for their coach.
Yeah. And when you see the replay of the Smith, you're right, he was half caught really. I think he was expecting the short delivery. Well done to Alzari Joseph. Now Shamar Joseph goes round the wicket on the back foot. There's an appeal for leg before. As he went on the back foot, the umpire says no. Was there some matter to that? But he seemed very keen. Shamar Joseph, I don't think they're going to go upstairs. 3 for 31.
Yeah, loud appeal from Shamar, but a stifled one from the slip cordon. Roston Chase never looked very interested. It was around the wicket. It was a similar one against Alex Carey yesterday. Hit him too high and the angle as well, so that would have missed. Leg stump, both on height and on angle. So good call from umpire Nathan Menon, you'd think.
Yeah, very good call indeed. Here's Shamar Joseph round the wicket again to bowl to Head, who's on 2. He's in and bowls to him outside the off stump, and he flares it down to third man. That's gone for 4.
Well, in true Travis Head fashion, wasn't that much of width on it. Around the wicket, the angle closing in on him as well. But all he needs is a sliver of width, and he intentionally just hit it over the slip cordon. That's what he was trying to do and got enough bat on it. And we've seen him do it thousands of times, it feels like, in the last few years. So just to take some pressure off. The West Indies are all over Australia at the moment.
Shamar Joseph comes in again to both head into this delivery. Turned away in the onside, a different length, different line on the leg stump. Works it down towards square leg for Warcan to pick it up. There's no run.
So the DRS would have been a terrible DRS if they'd gone for it. Not that Roston Chase was interested. So Shamar Joseph, 2 balls left in his 6th over in this spell, but just the adrenaline with which he's going, I'd be surprised if he's taken out of the attack. Maybe give him one more, especially if he can knock out Travis Head.
Yep. But he's got 2. He's faced as many as 9 balls. Green has got 9 from 22. He comes round the wicket again. He's in and bowls, and he's on the back foot to a ball on that leg. So just works into the onside, just turns in the wrist and impact. Goes down towards Warcan, who comes from forward square to pick it up. There's no run.
Well, I spoke a lot about the crowd, especially the members of the Kingston Cricket Club, how crestfallen they looked after the West Indian collapse. 7 wickets in that session, but they're all on the edge of their seats. They're living and breathing every delivery that's bowled by both Josephs. So this is a bit like they're reliving the memories of your.
Here is it. Shamar Joseph comes up now, both side to this delivery, pitched up, and he plays it through mid-on, will get runs. Field it mid-on, just got his hand to it, that's Louis, and they'll get a second. As he just came across his right, got his fingers to it.
And Travis Head hasn't. The second run was him backtracking from the non-striker's end to. He finished the second run as the over comes to an end. West Indies are 3, or Australia 3 for 37. He just backtracked his way for the second run.
All right, so 3 for 37, the latest score at Sabina Park.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
So 3 for 37 with a change in bowling. Looks like Jaden Seals will come into the attack, replacing
Justin Graves.
Oh, it's Justin Graves, yeah. Well, So it looks like Justin Graves will come in. In fact, Jaden Seals went up there, and it looks as if he was going to bowl, but he's done pretty well in the 9 matches. He's picked up 14 wickets, best of 3 for 56.
Which was yesterday.
Yeah, good support ball he is as he comes up with his medium pace on his way to bowl to Green, and Green is getting one down the leg side. Well taken by the keeper. Hope's work in this test match, pretty brilliant.
With the gloves, not so much with the bat. But yeah, and that's the thing, you cannot afford to relax against Graves, and that's why he's been so effective in this series. We saw that yesterday. Sam Constis had just just seen off Seals in the 2 Josephs, and in comes Graves. First ball, he gets him out. So even though the pace and fire and brimstone that has been Alzari Joseph has been given a rest, Justin Graves is not going to take the lid off. So the pressure will still be on Cameron Green and Travis Head.
Yeah.
I just feel like Cameron Green just needs a boundary or something to just break free at this moment.
Good, he's got 9 and waits on Graves, who comes in and bowls him, and he's allowed to go about outside the off stump. Difference in pace there. The keeper took the ball down by his bootlaces.
He did already, and for the last 20 or so minutes, he's been taking everything over his shoulder.
Yep.
So it's just how does Australia get out of this? They're still well in front in this game, 119 ahead. They'll take that. They have 7 wickets left. They just need one partnership, you think, and the whole mood of the game will change.
Here's Graves, comes in, bows to Green. Green is covering up. Ball that's on the line of the off stump. Pushes down towards mid-on. There's no run.
And even if it means just a 35-40 run partnership, just give themselves some breathing space. The West Indies is sticking with them. It's been the bowlers who kept the West Indies alive over and over again over the last few weeks, and this one final time they're doing it again. They're delivering the goods for their captain and coach.
Justin Graves comes up now, bows to Green. Green is getting one on the off stump and punches the ball out towards cover. That'll go for 4. It was a lovely shot. It was a delivery that was not the best, really. And he punches the ball down to cover, down by the Kingston Cricket Club. That's going for 4, 3 for 41.
Feels like that's the first time Cam Green has exhaled in the last 20 minutes. Yeah, that was width, and he just climbed into it.
Yeah.
His eyes did light up. He wanted that Cam Green, and that takes him to double figures, and just for a second he'll breathe a little easier.
It was a nothing delivery there from Graves, and it was Spats who cover for 4. Comes in again to bowl to Green, who's gone to 13, and to this delivery, a much better one. Although he didn't play it was a little full up, a little bit closer to the off stump. Judgment was impeccable. Watch the ball go by to be taken by Hope.
Does feel like a different game with Graves. Even the crowd have settled down a little more.
Yeah.
Not so much on the edge of their seat, but just the reaction around Kingston Cricket Club when Steve Smith played that ball on from Alzari was quite something.
Yep.
I've heard so much about what it used to be here. I think for a brief spell, you just got a feeling of what it must have been like.
Oh yes, tremendous. Here's Graves, comes up now, he's in and bows to Green, and Green is getting outside the off stump. No need to play that. Ball goes by to be taken by the keeper to end the over from Graves. That did it. 3 for 41 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Before hitting the road on your next Aussie adventure, do your vehicle a favour with Maxliner. Maxliner has now landed in Perth, stocking premium 4x4 accessories available for your vehicle. They're made for tough Aussie conditions and are ready for you to explore, like canopies, floor mats, tub liners, roof racks, rooftop tents and more. Every product is built with durability and functionality in mind. Maxliner, ready for workdays and weekends away. To find your nearest stockist or to shop online, visit maxlineraustralia.com.
Yeah, well, it had to come sometime. We're going to have a change in bowling, Bharat, from this end. It's going to be Seals to come into the attack now. We surely had to give Shamar a break.
Shamar stood there right next to him. I
think he wants to bowl.
If left to him, he would just bowl all through the night. He's just in that kind of rhythm. But Jaden Seals has one thing we've seen from him. He's fired up every time the ball is in his hand. He doesn't need any. And to get him going, so Darren Sammy tried his best to get all of them going. He has felt like he's had a point to prove to the Australians. There's a lot of hype around him when he came down under in 2022. Didn't do too well in Perth and then got injured and missed the second test. So 3 years on, he's a much better bowler and he's proving it to them.
Well, he comes up now. This is Jaden Seals. Round the wicket, in bowls to head. Head is off the back foot. Almost chops the ball into his stumps. He looks to kick it away as well. That was one that was dangerous. Look to cut it.
He's just struggling with his timing. He struggled with his timing for an agonizing 40 minutes yesterday before being caught brilliantly by Anderson Phillip. He chopped on the second innings in Grenada on a very different surface, which was low and not easy to bat on. But he just feels like he's lost his timing after that Grenada test. Just needs one to come off the middle of the bat through that point region.
Seals again, comes up now on his way to both head, in both head. Head is forward, one of the line of that off stump, just plays with a great deal of care up towards that mid-off area. There's no run. They just took a shot of the crowd here. And this is a good crowd. This is a good crowd given what we've seen in Barbados and what we saw, of course, in Grenada. The Jamaicans have come out.
They certainly have. They kept their word. So whoever you spoke to here, they've all said, well, we've been waiting for this for a while. This is the first time in 10 years that a non-subcontinental team has played a test match here. 2015 when Australia last played.
10 years ago, you're right.
Last non-Asian team to play here.
Here is Seals comes up now, bowls to head. Head allows one to go outside the off stump. So a bit of calm after the dismissal of Smith. He's kept on 8 from 14. Green is on make that 13 from 28, 3 for 41.
And the significance of that is, as one of the premier venues for Test cricket in the Caribbean, historically this is where all the big teams played. England, Australia. This is where, like Bryce McGain said, everybody grew up hearing about what it was like at Sabina Park, watching that sleet-like pitch where you could see your reflection. That's not been the case for the last 10 years.
Seals comes up now, bowls to head, and he is coming onto the front foot. That's a delivery that's on the line of that leg. Some pushes down towards mid-on. There's no right. You're right. You want to come to Sabina Park. We've seen some great battles there. And, of course, Kensington Oval in Barbados. Big venues.
But at least the England play quite a bit at the Kensington Oval. So even England haven't played at Sabina Park since 2009.
Yeah, that's a long time.
So, they've had India come here a couple of times, but it's mainly been Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. So speaking to some of the locals as well, they've been waiting for a big test, and here they have one.
Seals comes up now, bowls to head, and head is forward and drives. Throw it off. Lovely shot. Will get to the boundary. Yes, it does. Pitched up and a lovely drive through the mid-off. That's gone for 4 to carry the score to 3 for 45.
Yeah, that was very full from Seals. He just went searching, and Travis Head in that very familiar way just punches it down the ground. It doesn't always look like he's timed it, but he generates enough force with those quick hands. So just some boundaries coming for Australia in the last couple of overs. This pressure cooker situation that they found themselves in 10-15 minutes ago, just releasing some of it.
Last wicket fell at 28. Seals comes up now, bowls to head. Head is gets a delivery that leaves him beaten comprehensive with a real beauty. Well bowled indeed by Jaden Seal, who gets his cap and walks away. 3 for 45 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Reliable internet should be available for everyone, no matter where they live across Australia. So if you're living in regional or remote areas and are looking for a reliable provider of internet services without the hassles, talk to Activate Me. Proudly Victorian owned and operated, they understand what remote really means and can get you connected with a monthly contract and plan to suit you. For great price internet, no matter where you live, call 13 22 88 or search Activate Me to get connected today.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, 3 for 45 the Australians, with Head on 12 and Green on 13. Green grafting, Head doing what Head does. New over starts and Green defends away on the onside of the pitch. Graves continuing. Adam White and Bharat Sundaresan with you. Had to look around just to make sure you were next to me there, Baz.
Just helping out with the technological side of our broadcast. I'm not the best at it.
What are we going to do in a few days' time? We've sort of been housemates and partners in crime for a long time.
Well, you're going back to your beautiful family back in Melbourne. I have a few days in Peru before I head home.
Chris bowls to Green, who pushes up to mid-off. There was some oohs and ahs. Going to visit Paddington's family on the way home.
I guess so. Well, don't ask me why I'm going to Peru. It was not planned. But it just turns out that I am. So
what we have discovered is when you go to the Caribbean, it's a very hard place to get to from Australia. And you have to go all sorts of different ways, and it takes a while, and there's stopovers, and there's all sorts of things that you have to do to get here, but it's worth coming. Greaves to Green, who drives again firmly into the covers. Oh, there's a problem here. Oh, they're through to the wrong end.
No.
They hesitated. Green went through for the single. Green and Head were at the same end, essentially, and they fired at the non-striker's end because it was a shorter throw. If they threw at the other end, all they had to do was throw to the keeper and Head was run out. Explain what happens here, Bharat.
All the West Indians are just waiting for the replay on the big screen. Roston Chase, the captain. Jomel Warrican was the fielder at mid-off. He had all the time in the world. Travis Head was right, almost they were next to each other at the non-striker's end. And Head had given up. But Warrican just went for the end closest to him. He might still have had Green in trouble, but that could be a huge miss.
It could be. The lead 128, Head back on strike, he's on 12. Waits for Greaves around the wicket, he bowls and Head leaves. It's a tight leave. But again, you can kind of leave on length on this pitch because it has been quite dependable.
Just feels like that high intensity in the first half an hour has just gone down.
You know what that was like? That was like calling a BBL game. It had that real electricity and something was going to happen every ball, and it was and I mean the storylines were coming thick and fast, and the ball was coming thick and fast.
It surely was.
Greaves again bowls to Head, who leaves. That was very wide and comfortable one for Head to let go.
And because things have just calmed down, I feel obliged to answer this question from John. Bharat, what do you think of John Cena's heel turn so far? I guess the question is from John Cena himself. He obviously listens to SEN, Test Cricket, for Henley Holmes.
For Henley Holmes. Don't forget, with Henley Holmes, the Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900.
John Cena will take that. Well, I'll come back to it in the next over, John Cena.
Last ball of the over. Greaves bowls to Head, who's pushing firmly into the covers. There is no run. Over bowled, 3 for 46 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Head 12, Green 14.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
If you ask a friend to come and eat Macca's brekkie with you, and they tell you they have more important things to do, you've got to wonder, what else are they lying about? Brekkie comes first. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available till 10:30 a.m.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Jaden Seals is going to bowl from the Courtney Walsh end, or the Blue Mountains end. We're right behind him here as he waits to start a new over, bowling to Cameron Green. Shamar Joseph again, he's the man for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket team wear. He's got 2 of the 3 wickets to fall. Seals, 2 slips in a gully. He bowls to Green, who lunges forward and pushes up to mid-on. Did take the inner portion of the bat. He was probably trying to play more up towards mid-off, but he's making a real conscious effort here, Green, to get a big stride in as much as possible. I'm loving the fact, Bharat, that he's prepared to grind. He grinded hard in Grenada. He did the same in the first innings. Here, batting over 100 balls. He's fighting hard in that number 3 spot.
Yeah, he really is. And And after those cheap early dismissals in the first 3 innings, at number 3, 2 at Lords and 1 in Bridgetown, he's fought hard in every inning since.
Seals again a bit wider on the crease, bowls to Green, and he lets it go.
So just on John Cena, John wants to know if the heel turn, you have no idea what I'm talking about. This is gibberish to you, Adam White. Wants to know if the heel turn was rushed or not. Well, considering this is John Cena's last year, he announced that he'll retire at the end of the year. I guess
he's having a farewell tour.
He is having a farewell tour, but as a bad guy for the first time after 25 years of being the good guy. You're just looking at me blankly.
He's like Luke Skywalker when he was. Yeah. He tried to be seduced, but they couldn't.
That's a good point.
They couldn't get him across to the dark side.
No, this time he has gone to the dark side. All right, cool. He'll come back.
Seals bowls to Green, and Green plays back to a ball he should have played forward to. It was okay. He found the bat. Went out on the offside into the cover region, but really it wasn't in full control.
All right. In a more cricketing context, you know how much you rave about Alex Carey and how nice a guy he is, because I do that as well.
Yeah.
Imagine if Alex Carey just became, smug and rude and arrogant and just walked around like, he deserves the attention that he's getting.
You'd just be disappointed.
That's exactly what has happened with John Cena.
Yeah.
John Cena, Alex Carey.
Your heart.
He has broken a few hearts, Cena, the last few months.
Seals bowls to Green, tucks it away on the onside to forward square leg. No run, no power in the shot. So again, this is just a further illustration of Green, he's not so much fighting himself, but he's fighting hard against the conditions that are presented and doing a much better job than some of his teammates.
And he needed that boundary a couple of overs ago where Graves just gave him some width and he launched himself into it. And from that point on, it's Shamar Joseph. Against everybody else, he started looking a lot more comfortable, settled, his technique seems sound.
Seals to Green, pushing forward, wanting a single. Oh no, Green's out here. He has to be out. He's not out.
No.
Should have been run out. Horrendous throw. All he had to do was throw to the keeper, and he tried to fire it at the stumps and threw it wide, and Green was able to scramble back. I don't know what Cameron Green was thinking trying to take the single. Travis Head's no run there. And they were both again at the same end.
Oh, what was he doing, Cameron Green? He just hit it straight to the fielder. Oh my God, young Kevlin Anderson on debut. You have messed that up.
In fairness too, Shea Hope had to be better to get to the stumps. Yes. He really had to get to the stumps, Shea Hope, and then it was just a dolly throw and it's gone. But Hope decided that rather than go to the stumps, he was going to back up. You've got the gloves on, Shea. Get to the stumps.
Oh, just ordinary cricket. Firstly, Cam Green's call.
That's the stuff you see on the European Cricket League.
Yes. Straight up from there, Kevlin Anderson is not having the best of test debuts.
No, it's a dot ball. It's now the last ball of the over, and Cameron Green shoulders arms, and we can all take a breath. We'll have another look at the replay for Chemist Warehouse. Save on prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse after the break. In fact, it is going to be a drinks break here at Sabina Park, so that gives us a chance to go through the score for Tyre Power. It is Australia 3 for 46 with Head on 12 and Green still there somehow on 14. The men to fall so far today for Australia in its second innings. Unfortunately, Sam Costas made a duck, Khawaja 14 and Steve Smith 5. So we'll take a break here from the beautiful Sabina Park for drinks as they come onto the field.
Discover Sinopec, the trusted name in premium quality lubricants. For over 15 years, Sinopec has been ensuring fleets across Australia run smoothly and efficiently. Why choose Sinopec? Unmatched quality, optimal performance and longevity for your machinery, proven reliability, trusted by fleet managers nationwide, comprehensive range, the right lubricant for every need. Don't settle for less. Experience the Sinopec difference. Visit sinopeconline.com.au today. That's SINOPEC.
Reliable internet should be available for everyone, no matter where they live across Australia. So if you're living in regional or remote areas and are looking for a reliable provider of internet services without the hassles, talk to Activate Me. Proudly Victorian owned and operated, they understand what remote really means and can get you connected with a monthly contract and plan to suit you. For great price internet, no matter where you live, call 13 22 88 or search Activate Me to get connected today.
Develop your ability to connect, inspire and lead with real impact. Join the 2-day performance leadership course built for managers, emerging leaders and business owners wanting to build and sustain high-performing teams. Hear from the CEOs of the Western Bulldogs, Melbourne Storm, Melbourne United and the former CEO of the Australian Grand Prix. Don't miss out. August 5 and 6 at Mission Whitton Oval. Register now at education.westernbulldogs.com.au.
Joseph bowls here, Constance up on his toes, edging, he's out! He's been taken in the gully, Sam Constance gone for a duck. Jamar Joseph bowling to Kawaja, oh he's out! Kawaja inside edge onto the stumps, both openers out. Alzari Joseph bowling to Smith, who's edging and drops! Oh, drops! Greaves has put him down at first slip.
Goes past the umpire, now balls to Smith. Smith is bowled! What a delivery from Alzari Joseph, and he's caught the big snapper.
Green pushing forward, wanting a single. Oh, no, Green's out here. He has to be out. He's not out. No. Should have been run out. Sort of bit of village activity going on there at one point with the West Indies. They just can't get their fielding right. They just cannot get their fielding right. Dropping catches, run out bungles, all sorts of things going on. Somehow they're still in the match. Australia 3 for 46 at drinks, and it's a long drinks break. The West Indies are ready, but the Australians for some reason are still stuffing around with gloves and towels and all sorts of things.
Well, it's a strategic to really drag out the time, minimise the time they're facing, because they're in dire straits at 3 for 28, 18 runs together, but the running between wickets, Cameron Green is still jittery. Albeit, I think he's batting quite well.
Yeah, I just love the fact that he's fighting, he's toughing it out.
Yep. Yeah, this isn't downhill skiing, if you like.
It's not appropriate in these situations. I don't think, anyway.
It is tough going. The bowling's been very good. He's withstood it. He's looking proactive to score, but that was a very straightforward run-out chance. And that's why you do all the practice, Adam White. You practice for those moments that it just becomes second nature. You pick it up, you throw it to your keeper, the bails are off and the job's done.
The keeper decides to back up.
Yeah.
Greaves, first ball after drinks. He bowls to Head, who's chopping at the ball up to mid-off. That's kind of what it is. It's not a fluent shot. It was a very full ball that he was able to chop down on up into the mid-off region. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Don't forget, follow SEN_cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok for all the highlights, analysis, fun and behind-the-scenes action from the SEN cricket team. And also subscribe to SEN Cricket wherever you get your podcasts from for SEN's cricket content, including the new ball for Cobram Estate, the day's play, and plenty of analysis guests across the SEN network. Cutting is Head and cutting well.
Gee, what a shot.
Cutting for 4 backward of point. There is a man on the rope, and his job is to get the ball from next to the rope because he didn't have a play on it, Seals. It was hit so hard. Width, you do not give that sort of width to Head. He just throws the bat at it and it races across the turf.
Oh, that was a powerful shot. Commanding by Head.
He's
brings up the Australia 50.
It does. 3 for 50. Head up to 16. Graves again bowls to Head, who's having to play from the stumps, pushing up the onside of the pitch, and the ball goes to mid-on.
Has there been a better batter in recent times, Adam White, in the big moments for Australia than Travis Head? Steve Smith has been very good as a very good player, but in those real big moments, the big games, when it is on the line, to me it seems that this is the man, Travis Head.
It is, and It has to be him. Greaves bowls and head. He's edging this time. God, good catch. That's better. Well done, Anderson.
Standing his ground though is Travis Head.
He's reluctantly now starting to move away. He got up on his toes, a thick edge into the cordon, and they are going upstairs for IMAR for Trusted Tradies Insurance. Call 13 IMAR. But if this is a catch, it's a really good one, considering how many they've dropped. It was going down, it was going quickly. It's under the lights, it's not easy to see. And we're still yet to have a replay. Here we go. Around the wicket, pushing at it. That is a good catch. Yep, that has to be taken. That has to be given out. That's well done by Anderson. He's had a tough time of it. Low to his right, 2 hands underneath the ball. Travis Head's happy to go off. We're just waiting for confirmation here. Umpire Richard Kettleborough in the box.
Just wants to get a different angle. It was
We've only seen one replay
angle, so they'll get in a bit closer now. Bo Webster's already halfway to the wicket, so I think it's pretty straightforward.
I can't tell you how pleased I am for Kevlin Anderson that he's caught that confirmation now and he's out, because he's had a real rough time of it. And we're just talking about how important Travis Head is. And he's just snaffled him. So Head out for 16, 4 for 50. Australia, and Head's furious with himself as we see pictures of him walking up the stairs into the change rooms. So there's still over an hour of play today left. And we've still got 3 days available. I hope you're needing those.
Well, Australia are a long way from safe waters here.
Yes, the lead only 132. Graves bowls here to Webster, who just smokes it through the offside off the back foot, through the covers, 4 runs.
What was that? That's on the up. It's on the up. He's played it off the front foot, but the weight was back a bit. Let's have another look at this. The weight was back foot drive, crunch. He's been watching all the carnage before us. He walks out there, 4 for 50. Cop that.
First ball out to the rope for 4, 136 the lead. There's lots of movements from the arms, not so much from the feet, but the head stayed still. That was a good shot. Graves again to Webster. This time drives off the front foot, out into the deep through cover point. There's a man out there in the deep, Warwican, which means it is only one, and that is the end of a successful over there from Justin Graves. So, okay, we take a breath again. The Australians, 4 for 55 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Voted one of the world's top 10 iconic wine stores, here's Miles from Prince Wine Store with a wine update.
The Prince Wine Store Tour Survival Mix Dozen is out now. Join us, glass in hand, as we follow along with 12 wines matched to 12 stages of the tour, from the Great Southwest to the foothills of the Pyrenees and beyond. Watch along and enjoy something delicious as riders make their way through the 4 corners of France. Get yours online or in store.
Prince Wine Store, Bank Street, South Melbourne, delivering Australia-wide. princewinestore.com.au.
On the Tyre Power scoreboard, Australia 4 for 55. Green on 14, Webster on 5. This is cricket in fast forward, as has been the case for most of the series. Seals continuing here, bowling to Webster, who tries to get forward, playing pretty much from the crease, pushing into the covers. There is no run. We're just seeing another replay for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse of that wicket of Head. He kind of just poked at it, didn't he, with the angle back into the left-hander. Usually, he either hits it hard or he doesn't hit it at all. That was not something you see from him usually, and he was screaming at himself as he walked into the change rooms. Seals to Webster, who's beaten. pushing at that one, caught on the crease, the swing away from the right-hander, through to Hope.
Yep, and I am taking the feedback off the text machine as well. Yes, it was a commentator's curse. I was just saying he is the man for the big moments, and very next ball, he finds his way back in the pavilion. He has been so good for Australia. Maybe they rely on him too much. Are they sharing the load? It's Cameron Green and Webster now. The centre half forward and centre half back, if you like, from an Australian perspective.
4 for 55. Seals past the umpire, bowls to Webster, who's up on his toes, pushing back to the bowler, not really getting either forward or back, but he sort of, from a hunched position, gets up nice and tall and plays from the crease. It's kind of the way he goes about it when playing off the back foot, if that makes sense. Whereas when he gets on the front foot, he really commits and takes a good stride forward. He missed out in the first innings. He also missed out in the second innings in Grenada. So after having that really good run to start his Test career, what a great opportunities for him here. We've got the two all-rounders out there together. Seals closer to the stumps, bowls to Webster. This time he does press forward, pushes up to mid-off, and there's no run. So here in Kingston, Jamaica, it's 5 to 8, so it's very much dark now, so the light's full effect. It goes from sort of dusk to dark really quite quickly.
Yep.
Back on the eastern seaboard in Australia, it's about
coming.
5 to 11 in the morning.
Yeah, it is unforgivable. I know it is. I don't mean to do it. There's plenty of feedback for me.
Well, Bryce, you know, you've got to learn.
We've got to point out how good Head's been. And the West Indies, it's a big wicket.
Seals again to Webster, who's clipping away through mid-wicket. Good shot. Come on, he says to Cameron Green. I want 2. And they come back for 2 with Alzari Joseph retrieving the ball from in the deep at mid-wicket. So Webster quickly to 7 from just 7 balls, 4 for 57 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts, Adam White and Bryce McGain with you. 1 ball left in the over. Seals on the way. Runs away from us. Bowls to Webster. That one chops down again inside edge. It could have easily gone onto the stumps. It would have been a third player in the Australian second innings to go out that way. Fortunately for Bo, it went past the stumps, down to fine leg, and they ambled through for a single. Webster 8, Green 14. Bo will kick the strike. Australia 4 for 58. That is on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Welcome to Club Tocumwal, Australia's premier Murray River golfing destination. With 2 top 40 golf courses, award-winning food, funky players lounge, TAB and weekly live music. There's something for everyone. Their golf package team can help organise your next golfing holiday or day trip to the village of Tocumwal and drop in for a relaxing stop. You're welcome at Club Tocumwal. Find them at clubtocumwal.com.au or on Facebook. What are you really gambling with?
So far in this third session, 18 overs, 4 for 58. In the second session, it was 20 overs, 7 for 70. So that's 11 wickets already to fall after the afternoon tea break. It's running a very similar course to what happened yesterday. Webster up on his toes, facing a new ball, this time from Alzari Joseph from the Headley stand end, or the Michael Holding stand end here at Sabina Park. Finding the middle of the bat in defence. Alex Carey next in. He's up on the change room balcony. He's doing some stretches. He'd like to be batting tomorrow, Alex Carey, at about 1:30 in the afternoon, not at 8 o'clock at night.
How much longer left in the day?
Still an hour.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, no night watchman.
Not yet, anyway. Alzari Joseph bowling here to Webster, who's trying to flick away on the onside, almost a leading edge up to mid-on, no run. Shamar Joseph doing the fielding, hasn't bowled for a while, so he'll still have at least 1 more burst before stumps. He has been the leading wicket taker again for Belgravia Apparel, providing high-quality New Balance team wear to community cricket clubs and associations around the country. And we'll get new uniforms this year in the BBL and the WBBL. There'll be New Balance uniforms, so I wonder what they'll look like. There's some great one-day New Balance gear that's going around in Australian domestic cricket at the moment. Alzari Joseph bowls to Webster, who's tucking away off his thigh pad forward of square leg. There is the man in the deep, so it will only be a single. But still one more to the score. So just going back to that over, Bryce, of Alzari Joseph to Steve Smith. Alzari fired up. His second ball of the over was 147 kilometres an hour, and it was a short one. And the one that got him out was 143. So all 6 balls in that fast over were above 140. Yep. And coming from a height as well. He was lethal. Yeah, it was really high quality bowling. He's bowling again here. He bowls to Green, and Green guides it through gully. A little bit of risk in the shot, but he controlled it. And he'll get 2 runs. It won't quite get to the fence. Warwick doing the fielding. 2 more to the score.
We couldn't help but be inspired. Every time he walks back to his mark, he looks at either side of the side screen. It's the Michael Holding end. So if you're going to be inspired, you look at that, and what would Michael Holding do? He'd put everything into the big push for the West Indies. And he certainly did that. Boy, it was an amazing over.
And this is a guy that was in hospital yesterday having scans. Yep. So we weren't sure we were going to see him again for the match.
What a recovery.
He's into only his 4th over here, 1 for 9. And he comes past the umpire, bowls to Green. Oh, he gets a nasty one, Green. Somehow keeps it down. You can hear that. Whee! Green, not sure about that.
And from you too, I think.
Well, it was one of those ones that just off a length sort of kicked up. And that's what he can get with his height. He gets the extra bounce. And Green did well to keep that down. I'm not even sure entirely how he did keep it down. We're getting a replay now. Yeah, that one sort of shoulder of the bat. Seeing the replay on the Chemist Warehouse screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. 1 ball left in the over. Alzari, in he comes to Cameron Green, and Green pushes forward, runs through the covers. Nice shot. Won't be 4, but again, just pushing, not going too hard at it. Almost purposefully trying to hit a 2 rather than trying to bludgeon the ball through the covers and open up the possibility of an edge. It's good batting craft from Cameron Green. He's up to 18, Webster 9, 4 for 63. That is the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts, SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, Bharat Sundaresan. He's in next.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Welcome back to the Sabina Park, Kingston, Jamaica. The lights have taken full effect. You are listening to SEN Test Cricket. My name's Bharat Sundaresan. And still alongside me, former Australian leg spinner and overall good guy, Bryce McGain.
Thanks, Bharat.
As Jaden Seals charges into Bo Webster balls, and Bo Webster's hit on the pad. It's a loud appeal. Nitin Menon's finger stays down for now. Shea Hope has his hands over his head, the wicketkeeper. They might just go for it, you know. Roston Chase is not convinced.
You don't want to leave it, you don't want to leave that on the shelf. It's an important wicket of Bo Webster. They're not convinced. There was a lot of, I'm unsure, but we can't let it go and have the coach come to us later on and go, why didn't you refer it? And it has happened before in Test cricket. So The big shout, perfect seam to presentation. It darts back in height, so it's above the knee roll of the big man. And it's hit him on a straight, stiff front leg as a deck back. There's no bat anywhere near it. We'll go straight to the ball tracking here. Richard Kettleborough just zipping through this process like the professional he is. Deck's back in. It's moving a long way. Umpire's call. And it is a genuine, just a flick of the bail. It wouldn't even hit a stump. So it's the bail in the groove, and pretty sound decision, I think.
A good decision from Nitin Menon. He held his ground, and you could see the projection showing the ball would have just hit the top bail, or the top part of the bail. Bo Webster just...
Sigh of relief.
A massive sigh of relief. So, and Bo Webster, for a tall man, is generally bent in his stance. So here we go. Seals again. From over the wicket balls. And this time drives nicely through the covers for 4. That is pure class.
Stop it.
Bo Webster just climbed into that one. And that just sped across this outfield. That felt like a statement from the big Tasmanian.
Well, he leant into that one. So you said he's more often than not the bent front leg. Well, it's still a bit straight, but he just leant into it. And boy, there's been some good shots through that region. That's off the front foot. First ball off the back foot for 4. He's gone out there with all intent. 13. I don't think he's even faced a dozen balls.
No, 13 of 13 at the moment.
Oh, there you go.
So he has come out looking very positive, Bo Webster. Jaden Seals, what will he respond from? He bowls. Bo Webster, now off the front foot, just guides it towards gully. No run. So 4 for 67, Australia. Webster 13, Green 18. The lead now 149.
Question for you, Bharat. Is the batting partnership of Green and Webster the tallest in the history of Test cricket? I can't imagine another one, unless it's some of the West Indies fast bowlers
Ambrose
back in the
and
day.
Walsh together.
That's pretty high up there. Yeah.
What the Garner and I don't think Garner and Ambrose crossed paths during their careers. Robertson holding not as tall as those two. Seals is pretty tall. He's charging in, and he bowls to Webster, and Webster defends with the back foot. Ooh, thought there was a run. Anderson was coming in. He slipped. And it's been a fun, yet another chaotic session under lights here at Sabina Park. That is a good question, though. Webster and Green, we've seen them together in the slip region. And the other thing they seem to have in common, Bryce McGain, is they don't seem to be very flash when it comes to tying shoelaces. Especially when you're that tall, you'd think you wouldn't want to repeatedly just go down and get your shoelaces sorted. I just saw before the start of this over, Webster's turn. And Jaden Seals runs in again, 5th ball of the over. And he bowls to Webster, and Webster off the front foot, inside part of the bat.
Squeeze, yeah.
Ooh. He's just getting that bat right in front of that front pad. We saw this at Lord's as well when he made 79. A couple of close LBW shouts. It's very different to Cam Green, who stands so upright in his stance. Bo Webster often reminds me of Tom Moody. Bryce, you would have seen a lot of him. I doubt he played against him.
No, I didn't play against him.
Just to set up the way he goes up and then he goes down in his stance. All right, so Jaden Seals to finish this over. A bit happened in this one, and he bowls, and Bo Webster, once again late on it, but just jams it into his pads. He survives. So at the end of Australia's 20th over in this second innings, Webster 13, Green 18, 4 for 67.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
Australia kicked off their second innings. They seem to have all the aces in this contest. They still are well ahead as Alzari Joseph steams in from the Michael Olding end. He bowls to Green, and Green just evades a short pitch delivery, which is going down leg side. Nicely done by Shea Hope behind the wicket. So just to look at some people in the crowd, looks like they've gone hard on a Sunday afternoon, Bryce McGain.
They're looking a little weary, but you don't want to sleep through this. It is that exciting at the moment. The lead at the moment has just ticked along 149. So how many can West Indies get chasing? Once again, it's set up for a West Indies chase.
A limbering run-up from Alzari Joseph. He runs in bowls to Cam Green, and this time he just glides it off his pads onto fine leg where Jayden Seals does the fielding. So Cam Green just getting a bit of rhythm in his innings. He's now moved on to 19. Faced 42 balls. Australia 4 for 68. This is a 150 run lead now. So they lead by 150. Just the way this game is gone, even 60, 70 runs from here, Australia would think that they are well ahead and in command of this contest, especially the way we've seen the West Indies collapse in their second innings so far in this series. Alzari Joseph, he's been fired up. Just a false start. He goes again. The yellow watch shining under the lights here at Sabina Park. Runs in bowls, and Webster just gets out of the way of a short ball. In fact, it's been signalled wide by Adrian Holstock. It was a very short ball. Saw a few of these from him his previous spell, just after it dismissed Steve Smith. And it has to be a really short ball for it to fly over Bo Webster's head. 200 meters.
200 metres?
200 centimetres tall. I always get those mixed up.
Yeah. There's a little bit of loose change on the two. Is he just an even 200? Right on 200? Or is it a little bit more?
I thought he's 200 and Cam Green is 198.
Well, there you go.
We'll take the measuring tape out, Bryce.
Yep.
After the close of play. 4 balls left in the over. Alzari Joseph charges in, bowls, and Webster's bowled out.
Oh, dear.
He's cleaned him up. What a delivery from Alzari Joseph. Bo Webster's first innings in this series saw him get out to probably the ball of the decade from Shamar Joseph. This time it's the other Joseph Alzari. And once again it's hit the top of off. Every time Australia have a partnership, the West Indies produce something special. Bo Webster came in with positive intent, raced away to 13. Now he leaves Sabina Park with 13. 5 for 69 Australia, 151 the lead.
The wickets keep tumbling, and Australia bringing their middle order saviour. It's going to be Alex Carey joining Cameron Green out there. And Webster gets another cracking delivery at the top of off stump. He just got caught on the crease, felt for the ball, it beat the outside edge, and that's terrific bowling. You want to be at the off stump. If it beats the edge, you don't want it just going in a channel outside off stump. Good attacking bowling by Alzari Joseph. And the West Indies, they keep on punching. They've been in these games with their bowlers. Their batters owe them something. Now, a big push here could see them batting this evening. We saw it.
Very much so.
We saw it happen last night. The lower order of Australia just dropped like flies, and, well, it's an inspired West Indies bowling attack at the moment.
Well, Darren Sammy was into them, wasn't he? The start of this session. The wickets for Alzari Joseph, Steve Smith, the first one, and now Bo Webster have come off fuller deliveries, but he's largely bowled short of length, bowled a lot of bouncers. The previous one, as I said, was signalled wide. Bo Webster, all his weight on the back foot, and he knew exactly what he'd done wrong. That front foot just stayed planted right in front of him, and that meant that he kind of overbalanced. Didn't do a lot off the pitch, but just did enough to hit the top of off. So Alex Carey, who started off in extravagant fashion in the first innings, now faces his first delivery. Joseph around the wicket, 2 slips and a gully. Joseph charging in, and he bowls to Alex Carey, who's hit on the helmet. Oh, wow. That did not sound good at all. just couldn't sway out of the way. Got himself into an awkward position, Alex Carey. The ball kept following him, and it's hit him on the side of the helmet. He seems okay at the moment.
Well, this is where there's a 2-minute timeout. The doctors are coming out. The crowd is in an absolute frenzy here at Sabina Park. The local fans are on their feet. They're swinging whatever they've got in their hand. It might be a T-shirt, it might be a flag. They are just swinging. They are loving what's going on and the passion that these West Indian bowlers are bringing. Here's the delivery, short, skids on a pace. He turned, he got awkward. It's hit him right on the ear guard. A bit of the helmet's blown off.
Yeah.
It's the... It is a nasty delivery. It was right at his jawline, and it's hit hard.
It would have felt like a slap on the face, that one, on his right cheek.
Well, this is where the helmet sometimes, Bharat, when you get hit like that, it jams up against your cheek and jaw. So he's not really moving his mouth around too much. He's a bit stoic with what's going on. Probably in a bit of shock, to be perfectly honest. It can really stun you, these things. So a new helmet's got to come out and be set up for him. We might take the moment to take a little break.
We shall do that here. So at Sabina Park, the score on SEN Test Cricket, 5 for 69. We just have a bit of a break, a concussion test for Alex Carey. We'll be right back.
Woody in the morning, Woody in the evening, Woody at any time. Now I get my Woodies, thanks to AMI.
If you can't get a good erection or you have premature problems, call the doctors at AMI. AMI has helped thousands of couples with longer lasting sex. AMI has a fast-acting oral strip that may provide better stamina and a prolonged performance. Call the doctors at AMI on 1800 10 1080 for a free consultation.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding? Correct.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
Rugby fans, it's time to raise your glass and your game. Liquorland is the official supplier of the 2025 Lions Tour and the Wallabies. From kick-off to the final siren, we've got your game night drinks sorted. Whether it's beers with your mates or sharing a bottle to celebrate, make it a win with your favourite drinks from Liquorland. Drop into your local Liquorland store or shop online today. Cheers to the Wallabies, cheers Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Hi, Nicholas Theodosi from Always Buying Prestige Cars. Late model Prestige and European cars are in strong demand. So if you're looking to sell your car, call us on 9373 7777. Part of the Nick Theodosi Group. LMCT 8350.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Welcome back to Sabina Park here in Kingston, Jamaica. The break still continues. So Alex Carey just got a painful blow to the side of his helmet. A bouncer from Alzari Joseph just kept following him and he couldn't get out of harm's way. So right now in the middle, Bryce McGain, it feels like his helmet has gone to one of those car workshops. There's Manas Labuschagne, there's Nick Jones, the physio, and the doctor's not too far. They're all working on a new helmet because the first helmet that got hit, that'll need to go into the workshop for later.
Well, that's gone. That goes in the bin. They only have one blow in them for the safety factor, and they are working on just matching the right padding in the replacement helmet. The doctor's down there working on that. I thought it might be a bit more focused on Carey's head, but Carey's just toweling down and he's faced one ball and it was an absolute peach. It was nasty. It was just a nasty bumper and he just got all locked up and he just wore it. Curled up and wore it. And There's no doubt he'll be shaken by that. But we know he's courageous and will stand up and be in for the fight. And what a critical juncture this game is in now, Bharat. 151 the lead.
Doesn't look big at all. Lawrence Rowe on TV. You are listening to SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, Bharat, Sundaresan and Bryce McGain with you. And just for the last hour and a half, this has felt like Sabina Park of old. The West Indian fans, like you said, are enjoying the chin music. You can see and hear them snapping their fingers in glee every time one of their fast bowlers is charged down and sent a bouncer down. But what they've also done, have shown a lot of skill in getting their wickets. The wickets have not come to the bumpers. They've all come of the full delivery. Sam Constis very early in the piece, and Usman Khawaja playing on to a full one, Steve Smith playing on to a full one, and Bo Webster the last wicket to fall. Alzarri Joseph, who has been fired up. He bowled only 7 overs in the first innings after being sent to hospital to get some scans. Discomfort is all we were told. So Alex Carey marks his guard again. 5 for 69. The lead 151 here at the Sabina Park. So they have 2 men back for the short ball. Fine leg and a kind of square long leg. Backward point, another man just going into the offside. So Alex Carey will just have to get his bearings right again. He is a tough man, as we know, and he is ready. Here comes Alzarri Joseph again. Round the wicket, and he bowls to Carey, who leaves it alone. So, just for a brief second, all things back to normal, and he just practices a cover drive.
Well, it can really rattle you up. A delivery like that, first up, on the button, hit the helmet, and the time it takes to repair and set up a new helmet and just recover, it can really rattle you. He looked composed on that leave, though, looked sharp. So there is plenty of tension in the air here.
It certainly is. Joseph responsible for it. He bowls the final ball of the over, charges down Alex Carey.
Oh!
What a catch! What a catch that is. Another one bites the dust. Alzarri Joseph is running through Australia here. Alex Carey, like he did in the first innings, came charging down the pitch at the fast bowler. This time he got the edge, and that went sharply to Brandon King at first slip. Fingers pointing upwards, he hangs on to it. Australia are falling down like 9 pins. 6 for 69. The lead still just 151 in 21 overs.
Well, you can't deny Carey. He's done it before in skipping down the wicket, but I think that knock on the head has rattled him a bit. He came down, he went for it. It wasn't the length. He went through with the shot. He wasn't necessarily to the pitch of the ball. Outside edge that flew to first slip. King has held on. Somehow it flew. And Alzarri Joseph, this is an inspired spell by the West Indian quick.
Oh.
Extraordinary cricket here at Sabina Park, Bharat.
It really is all happening as Pat Cummins walks into the cauldron of Sabina Park. This does feel like the Sabina Park of old. This is pace like fire, fire and brimstone, a fire in Babylon, as they say. Shama Joseph kicked things off, and then Alzarri Joseph has taken over, and Alex Carey didn't get to the pitch of it. It was a bit of a wild swing in the end, and a sharp catch. So many have gone down in the slip cordon, and Alzarri is feeling it.
Well, he's gone bang bang for the over. 2 wickets in the 1 over. It was the 21st over. Webster out. He got bowled. And then Carey coming down the wicket off the last ball, outside edge. King, what a catch. And Australia in disarray at 6 for 69, Bharat.
Well, West Indies are right back into this contest. Jaden Seals, Cam Green, lone man standing. From the Courtney Walsh end, over the wicket bowls, full ball. Green drives nicely down the ground. That'll be
that's
4.
Superb.
That was very full. But you needed something. Australia needed something. That dressing room needed something. Seals is filthy with himself. Admonishes himself for just missing his length a little bit. But Cam Green, who's seen all the carnage play out at the other end, calm, this time leant into the drive and punched it past mid-off for 4. 6 for 73 now. Australia. Green moves on to 23. With that boundary, the lead still just 155.
Well, what a glorious straight drive. Just leant into that. It was picture perfect.
Jaden Seals again over the wicket, past the umpire, balls this time through backward square leg. He will come back for 2. Yeah, there was 2 always in that one. Mikhail Louis running around from fine leg. Gets the ball back in. So Cam Green to 25, 6 for 75 Australia, the lead 157. And he's the man now. What an opportunity he has to guide Australia through this next phase. It's not going to be easy. Shamar Joseph will be back very soon. Pat Cummins, who knows how he's going to bat after what he did yesterday and also in Barbados. This crowd is alive. Sabina Park is alive. This test match is alive. And so is Jaden Seals. Here he comes over the wicket. And he bowls to Green, who leaves it alone. Just looking at around this ground, they're dancing. They're waving the flag, the West Indian flag, the Jamaican flag, whatever they can get their hand on.
What about the Kingston Cricket Club? They are on their feet.
Oh.
They were heaving every wicket that's gone down. The excitement coming out of that old school pavilion. It is a real hum here at Sabina Park.
It's magnetic. The Mount stand is picked up as well. Maybe tomorrow we'll have people in the Headley stand as well. Why not? Believe West Indies, believe Jamaica. Maybe there is a final twist left in the series. Seals runs in over the wicket, bowls, and Green leaves alone yet again. So Australia started the second innings ahead by 82 runs. There was only an hour and a half ago. It feels like it was 5 hours ago.
There's so much packed into that time. We're at this, Bharat. Good morning, fellas. Don't know what the hullabaloo is with the Aussie Test team. They're on holidays in the Caribbean, playing a bit of social cricket. That's Andy D in Brisbane.
Ooh.
Not sure.
Andy,
they're in the cauldron right now, I can assure you.
These are probably the most difficult batting conditions we've seen for a while across the Test series. Seals has made the most of them. He bowls now to Green, who edges through the slip quadrant, and that'll fly away for 4
more.
Went down to ground. So it's turning into a bit of an expensive over. 10 runs already from the Seals over. This one came off the edge, but Green, as we see on the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse, had no idea about it. He played around that ball and just caught his outside edge and went for 4. So 6 for 79, the lead 161.
They're all valuable runs now, Bharat. Every boundary is like a dagger because it's going to be difficult. 161 is going to be a stretch. It's going to be a stretch. So every run is so valuable. Pat Cummins at the non-strikers end. Green finding the boundary a couple of times this over already.
Can he do it again? Last ball of the over. Seals is edged and just falls short of the first slip fielder. Oh, what a finish that was. This is edge of the seat stuff. Australia, wake up, tune in, because it's all happening here at Sabina Park and we are loving it. They're 6 for 79 Australia. The lead by 161 at the end of that over.
During winter, place your car tyres in safe hands with Tyre Power. Your #1 destination on Google Maps for safety, Tyre Power is ready to help your family drive safe on the roads. When it comes to tyres this footy season, you should always go with the Premiership team, Tyre Power. During the winter safety sale, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. To find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power dealer, visit tyrepower.com.au.
Welcome back to Sabina Park, and would you know what? Cam Green is doing his shoelaces again. And because he's such a big man and he has to go down all the way, every time he does his shoelaces, he has to take his pads off. This is a bit school cricket.
Well, surely there's
McGain.
an umpire, a dad that can do them up for him. He just stands there and gets them done up. That's what happens in underage cricket back home. I'm sure it happens across the Caribbean as well.
This is not underage cricket though. This is Test cricket at its best with Alzari Joseph charging in from the Michael Holding end. He bowls to Pat Cummins, who ducks under a bouncer that kept following him. We saw Alex Carey being welcomed with a bouncer. This one was equally good. Just getting his head out of the way, Pat Cummins. It's just the last ball of that previous over. Just felt agonizingly short of Brandon King at first slip.
They're sending a helmet out. It's getting fiery here. 2 slips and a gully. A third man is in play as well. That's a fly slip. Fine leg, deep backward square and a short leg. And Pat Cummins has played some important roles in these low scoring games. A couple of 20s have been incredibly valuable.
They'll need that, Australia. Joseph will try to make sure that doesn't happen. He bowls to Cummins, who gets out of the hump way. Loud appeal. No, pretty stifled one. The only thing he could have got to it was glove, but getting his hands out of harm's way. So, and no love lost here between these two teams, especially the fast bowlers, it feels like. Seals has fired up the Aussies. Seeing the replay there, it was far away, far enough from his gloves, but the plan is simple. Shot, and then he slips in that full one. That's how he's got rid of both Steve Smith and Bo Webster this evening, and Pat Cummins will know that, but he'll still sit with his weight on his back foot. This is fun. This is a lot of fun. Alzari Joseph over the wicket. He bowls to Pat Cummins, who again just gets it towards short leg, but did it well in the end, Pat Cummins.
Well, he's getting a long way across, so the line of these balls is off stump. He's getting right inside the line of the short pitch. That one had just ballooned up a little bit to short leg.
Oh, well, there you go. Just a replay going up on our screen for Chemist Warehouse.
Of the couple of balls before, the one that went down leg side.
Pat Cummins did get some glove on it.
And there's no referral. It's gone up, and Alzari Joseph, there's a few wry smiles of, we should have referred it, but
not from the bowler. Not from Alzari. He was the only one interested in that one. He'll be even more fired up as he runs in and bowls to Pat Cummins, who is a sharp bouncer. It's a high one, but a sharp one. So that's the second bouncer of the over. Yes, it is. So 2 off out of the first 4 balls have been deemed as bouncers. So he can't bowl anymore. But he can still go short. That was a short one. So wow, have West Indies missed a trick or what?
Well, Alzari went for it, and on naked eye, it looked like it was closer to his shirt, maybe his chest guard, and they let it go, but it definitely brushed his glove. So a missed opportunity for the West Indies to have Cummins out on 0.
Where does this one go? Joseph bowls to Cummins. It is full off the pads, does it nicely, so gets it down to fine leg for a single Pat Cummins. Jaden Seals, the fielder, gets it back in. So 6 for 80 as Pat Cummins gets off the mark. The lead now 162. You just get a feeling from now on, they look at whatever they get in 10 runs at a time. You think, Bryce, get it to 170 and 180. Get it as close to 200 as possible. West Indies, especially if they can knock Cam Green out now, really expose Stark in the tail to Shamar Joseph. 3 for 14, Alzari Joseph. He's got 1 ball at Green. Green will try to get a single, you'd think, just to keep the strike at the other end. Here he comes, runs in and bowls to Cam Green, who just fends off a short ball. He just said, there's a confusion. Run out here. Can they get the right end? They don't. They messed it up again, the West Indies. What is going on here at Sabina Park? Another run-out opportunity, completely fumbled. Roston Chase doesn't know where to look. We'll come back to that one in the next over with Adam White. Australia 6 for 80. It continues to keep happening here at Sabina Park.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. Tyre Power stores are owned and operated by local families. We're part of the local community and we understand the cost of living pressures, which is why we're here to help you save by getting the power of lower prices so you can stay safe on the roads. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, and when Cameron Green gets home, he'll be going to running between the wickets school because he's not very good at it. And the West Indies will be doing extra fielding training because they don't know how to get him out.
They need run-out training. They've just kept constantly throwing it to the wrong end. And this time they threw it to the wrong end and still had time to get it to the right end, but then missed the stumps.
Okay, this is the late salvo here from Shamar Joseph back into the attack. He's only bowled 6 overs. He has 2 for 19. He's bowling to Pat Cummins on 1. Shamar Joseph bowls and Cummins is defending, pushing away backward of point off the back foot. No run. We know the way that Pat Cummins has played through the series. But I think particularly in this situation, he thinks, right, I've got to get as many as I can before I get out. I guess there's method to the madness in this situation. I'm not so sure about the first 2 test matches. But it feels like all the Australians, when it becomes dark, they've just made up their mind it's too hard. That's what it feels like, apart from Cameron Green. Now, I might be being unfair by saying that because we don't know how difficult the conditions are out there. But Alex Carey's dismissal is emblematic of someone that thought, I've been hit on the head, I can't see the ball, I don't want to be out there. Shamar Joseph bowls to Cummins, who flashes and misses trying to play the cut shot. And I don't blame Alex Carey, so I'm not going to be one to criticise when Alzari Joseph's bowling at 145, 148 kilometres an hour at your head.
Especially when he had just copped that painful blow. You could see it. It is Alex Carey. He didn't show anything. No emotion, nothing. A couple of the West Indians ran past him and he said, I'm fine, man. But you could see that it had rattled his cage literally. Because it felt like a slap. Just
first
on
ball.
Your right cheek,
Shamar Joseph past the umpire bowls to Cummins, who's backing across and defending up to mid-off, and there's no run. 6 for 80 the score if you've just joined our coverage, wherever you are listening around the world. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Batting a second time, 6 for 80. The West Indies crashed and burned. They lost 7 for 70 in their first innings. And then Australia batting a second time, 6 for 80. So that is 13 for 150. The lead at 162, and we've still got half an hour to go on day 2. What are you doing on day 4, Brad? Shamar Joseph bowls here to Cummins, gets it at sort of rib high and somehow engineers it around the corner down to fine leg for a single. 6 for 81. Don't forget the new ball for Cobram Estate will follow. We'll go through all the highlights, the talking points, an interview from one of the Australian players as well, and we'll try and set up what will be another incredible day in the offing tomorrow.
Final day of the series. Has to be, you'd think.
Unless it rains.
Unless
it's the only thing that's stopping
There is rain forecast for tomorrow.
There was rain forecast today and yesterday as well. Shamar Joseph steaming in, bowls to Green, pushes forward, up to mid-off. Green now clicks over to 50 balls faced for his 29. So 100 balls in the first innings, another 50 here. He's doing the tough work that others haven't been able to do.
Well, they needed somebody to put their hand up in this innings. There have been some airy-fairy shots that have led to dismissals. The bowling has been genuinely terrifying at some stages, Alzari Joseph in particular. But Cam Green has held his end of the bargain. Number 3, they said.
2 slips in a gully. Shamar bowls, Green tries the hook shot. Oh, what a wonderful shot! Stand and deliver, one bounce over the rope at mid-wicket. It was a hook pull. I'm not sure how he did it. We'll have to have a look at the replay and we'll discuss exactly how he did it after the break.
Install me party you've ever seen. Rain comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Want the assurance of an Aussie family-sized electric water heater with a 12-year cylinder warranty?
Install a Rain. Install a Rain. Install a Rain.
Then accept nothing less than Australia's best.
The lead is 167. Cameron Green up to 33 with that audacious boundary to end the last over. I'll get Bharat to explain what he did after this ball from Alzari Joseph. He bowls to Cummins, who jumps and defends down the onside of the pitch. It'll run away. There's no one at mid-on, so they can get one. Cummins there could have been two, but Cummins, no. I don't want to face the bowling tonight. Cameron, it's your job.
I don't know whether he's more worried about the bowling or Cam Green's calling. But yeah, that shot from the last ball of the previous over, Shama Joseph, this one just didn't get up as much as some of these other short balls have. It skidded through, but it did skid through to him quickly. So rather than kind of swivel and hit it more towards backward square leg or mid wicket, he hit it more straighter.
Yeah, it was a strange spot that it ended up. I'll explain more after this ball from Alzari Joseph, who is bowling to Green, who gets a good bouncer that nearly hit him in the head. Late decision to get out of the way of that. It's almost like he lost sight of it. So with that last shot, I describe it as a hook shot because that's the way he kind of tried to play it. But because it didn't bounce, he still went through with the shot and got it through mid-wicket. A pull shot is something you take from outside off stump and take it to the onside. That one was more on a leg line to be able to hit sort of behind square, but as you said, it sort of skidded on. He got through his shot early but committed to it and got it to mid-wicket. It was quite the shot. That was quite the bouncer, the next one there from Alzari Joseph, steaming in, bowling to Green, who's dropping it at his feet again, head in line with the ball. That was good batting again from Cameron Green, the young man trying to convince the nation that he is good enough to bat in the top three or the top four for Australia.
Yeah, at a time more and more question marks have been raised about the top two. He's the number 3 has said, and he's just gone better and better and better with each innings.
As you've said on the new ball, he's trending in the right direction.
He is the stock by the Cam Green at number 3 stock right now.
Alzari Joseph halfway through the over. He's bowling here to Green, who is turning into the onside through square leg. Just a single because there are too many in the deep. On the hook, Shama Joseph is one of those. He just underarms the ball back in. And there is one run to the score. So 6 for 87. Cummins on 3, Green on 34. And Joseph, 2 more balls left in the over.
Well, this partnership now 18 and already feels significant in the context of this game. But the Sabina Park crowd has come alive. Wherever I look, you can see they're all on their feet leaning in.
I was just down in the crowd, Bharat, and we told you before how it has that BBL kind of atmosphere to it, or T20 cricket. It's obviously played around the world, the IPL, the 100, all these sorts of things, but they are emotionally invested. It's really good to be out in the crowd. It's a really warm night. There's singing and dancing, and there's lots of locals in the crowd. They promised they'd turn up, and they have.
They did. They certainly have, and created quite the atmosphere.
2 more balls left in the over. Alzari Joseph bowls here to Cummins, who gets inside the line of the ball and watches it go through, sailing over the stumps. That's how far he got across to the offside. But then shouldered arms. It was an unusual way to play.
Just looking on the TV screen, Ricardo, our ace photographer. You always bump into him here in the Caribbean, Argentinian.
He's got one of the biggest telescopic lenses on his camera I've ever seen.
Lives in Colombia, so 10 years ago did not know a lick of cricket. Now he considers himself quite knowledgeable on the game. Does a great job sending pictures all around the world for the Associated Press.
Alzari Joseph bowls to Cummins, again stepping inside the line of the ball and then turning it away to Campbell at short, sort of a leg gully, and they don't score a run. They knew what he was up to with that particular shot. Over bowled, 6 for 87 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings start with Tempur. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Tempur mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Tempur range today. You can view Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. Tempur, a mattress like no other.
Australia 6 for 87 batting a second time. Yes, that is correct. 6 for 87 with Cameron Green on 34, Pat Cummins on 3. We have 16 minutes until stumps. The Australians wasting a lot of time there getting drinks and a change of equipment. I want to talk about this because this is clearly wasting time and it shouldn't happen. But we've had some conversations, we won't say with who, over the last week or so about this delay of tactics, the delay of game tactics. And the umpires have got nothing they can really do because they can't stop someone from having a drink just in case on the absolute unlikely event
1 in 1,000
that someone collapses because they're dehydrated. Shamar Joseph bowls here and it's off the pad from Green, flicking fine down towards fine leg. They'll come back for 2 off the pad. So 2 more valuable runs, but not off the bat of Cameron Green. So I can understand what the umpires are saying. So we don't want the responsibility to say to someone, you can't have a drink, even though they'd had one 10 minutes ago, that if it was that the player then collapses, then the responsibility is on the umpire. And that's the stance that they have taken collectively. And while they don't like it, there's not really much they can do about it, which is one of the key reasons why we're having these overrate issues, because they're coming on every 10 minutes. Shamar Joseph bowling here to Cummins, Green, and he's got an awkward one there that comes off the glove and handle of the bat away on the onside. So we're just trying to give you a bit of a perspective. As I know there are a lot of cricket fans that are frustrated with, it's not just happening in this game here, with the same issues with England and India at the moment, where there was, I think, 14 overs lost, even with the extra half hour. That the players will talk about the DRS decisions and if the ball goes to the boundary or not, the time that's lost there. But never in the game have we seen more times where players are coming out and getting refreshments and towel downs and all sorts of things. Joseph again bowls here to Green, who pushes forward defensively well into the covers.
And the other aspect of it as well, like a lot of the elite panel umpires and other umpires as well, and at the higher levels, are former cricketers. And the other thing I've heard from a few of them is, especially when it comes to the gamesmanship aspect of it, it goes under we would have done the same when we were playing bracket, and I guess that kind of makes sense as well from generation to generation. I guess it's just part of it.
2 slips in a gully. Green on strike. Shamar Joseph again bowls and Green jams down on it. It spits out on the onside. He didn't know where it went. It just trickles away behind the square leg umpire and they get a single. And then the other thing, which again you don't really get a great perspective of watching on television when they go to a break, or even just the chatter between overs, is just how long it takes for the players to get into position to bowl the next over.
Yeah, all that contributes. And the Ben Stokes argument or the baseball argument is, aren't you entertained?
Oh, yeah.
Look around you. I mean, there's that famous line from him to one of the umpires in the 2023 Ashes. Look around you. They're all entertained.
We are entertained, but we want more entertainment. We deserve more entertainment. We deserve 90 overs. Shamar Joseph bowls here to Cummins, hit on the pad. It's not a strong, confident appeal. And they almost cheekily say, probably shouldn't have appealed for that one, but anyway. Andrew Mason has returned.
That was down the leg side. I saw it.
I thought you were going to say you were down the leg side. You're upstairs.
So it's 90 for 6. The guys upstairs think Australia have got enough. Can you imagine that?
What do you think?
Give me a minute.
Oh, Andrew Mason for the first time in this series sitting on the fence.
Oh my God.
Tongue-tied for the first time.
Oh no. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. The Australians are fine cricketers, good bowlers.
Shamar Joseph bowling here. Oh, that's a full ball that I don't know how it's been dug out because Cummins stayed leg side to the ball and jammed it out on the offside. And a dot ball to finish the over. 172 the lead, 6 for 90 Australia. Cummins 3, Green 35. We have 12 minutes left in the day.
At Australian Outdoor Living, we've spent 20 years bringing backyard dreams to life. Now we're celebrating with 20% off artificial grass for a limited time only. Join the party. Book your free measuring quote today.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
6 for 90 Australia, batting a second time. The lead is 172. Green is 35, Cummins is 3, so there's going to be a change at the Michael Holding end or the Headley stand end. Alzari Joseph, that fiery spell is over, and Justin Greaves will finish things off from the far end as we look at it. He's bowling to Green. Greaves bowls, Green drives stylishly through the covers, and that will be 4. A bit of a loosener from Greaves, and Cameron Green says, thank you, I'll take that, and draws applause from Pat Cummins, who slapped his bat a few times and said to his young teammate, well done, and so you should. That was brilliant.
That was brilliant, but
beautiful.
It felt like you go to the nets and this is not even a throwdown when someone just lobs you a loopy half volley and says, oh, just practice your drives. So easy pickings for Cam Green, and he'll take that. I think they might go after Greaves,
Greaves bowls again, and Green drives again. That time more square, so out to the man in the deep and just a single. But that does put Cameron Green into the 40s. 40 from 60 balls. Cummins is 3, 6 for 95 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Yeah, it is trending, like I said, 51, 40 odd in the first innings, almost 48. And now in the 40s
46
again.
In the
46
first
and now
innings.
40. So Cam Green
50 in the.
I'm doing well on the
second
stock.
innings. We're both all in on him.
Especially after
it's been a bit dicey for the last couple of months.
No, but Cam Green at number 3, that's the stock.
Yeah.
Not the general Cam Green stock.
And Cummins here defends the next ball into the offside. Yeah, I'm certainly not buying any more on Cameron Green at 3 because I've got a lot, but I'm not going to buy more.
I went in after Barbados after everybody was. I saw something in that second innings in Barbados, even though then he got out, and I said, This is the time. This is the buying time.
Yeah, but and this is the thing is you can't make judgment after one innings or 2 innings. You really can't make judgment after a couple of test matches. And we'll talk about this in the new ball. We've now got 3 tests of evidence as Cummins leaves outside the off stump. A next ball from Greaves. So yeah, he's certainly just rolling them out here. That was 120.7.
With 8 minutes left as well, so I think Australia might just bat till stumps, so they won't, whatever happens from here, they won't have a go at the West Indies tonight. So now it'll be a question of runs. No longer strategic batting. Just get over the line and come back tomorrow and try to add 40 more runs, 50 more runs. Stark still to come.
Cummins plays and misses. That was a good ball. Much better from Greaves. 1 ball left to go here.
This knock from Cam Green is an important one. Put the bad ball away, but I'm very impressed with his overall approach and adversity. I rate this knock very highly. And I think he must be very happy because he's had a tough time against Alzari. This is the most aggressive time I've ever seen Alzari Joseph in Test cricket. Most aggressive. Had a couple of deliveries at 146, 147.
Yeah.
Very aggressive indeed, yes.
Greaves here, last ball of the over, bowls to Cummins, who digs it out on the onside up to mid-on. And Seals will do the fielding. So that is it. We've got no more ads to play, so commercial free all the way up until stumps. And don't forget, after stumps, The new ball for Cobram Estate with Bharat and myself. I think Bryce and Brad are about to head downstairs for the interview. Not quite yet.
I don't think we're getting an interview tonight. It's that kind of a hectic day, so in all likelihood,
no interview.
I think Scott Boland would have been our interview. I can check actually. Maybe just continue.
Okay, you do.
Yeah, he's gone.
All hands on deck here in the Caribbean, so we'll have to do some producing and some broadcasting at the same time. The lead is 177. The West Indies bowled out earlier today for 143. After Australia made 225, batting a second time, the Aussies 6 for 95. And Shamar Joseph will bowl again. There's been another delay, change of gloves, drink. We've got 6 minutes left, so it'll be 2 overs. Joseph on the runway, running away from us, bowls to Green, who bunts into the onside and takes a single. Trickles out towards the square leg umpire.
Not afraid to expose Cummins.
I think both batsmen are pretty keen to be down the other end.
I think you're right. But let me just take the opportunity to really give the Jamaican public a thumbs up. You know, the West Indies would have come here having lost 2 test matches. You would think that maybe just a few will turn up. There's been a lot of energy and good crowds for the first 2 days, and I expect tomorrow to have another good crowd. I know there's been a lot of promotion. Jamaica take a bow. We've done very well.
Shamar Joseph starts his run in. Bowling to Cummins. Cummins is back and across. Full face of the bat, defending away on the onside. Up to Alzari Joseph, who collects.
Interesting nowadays how they position the forward short leg fielder. Now in the old time days he would call it hip pocket right in your pocket. Just have a look at the field at that. He's almost like a short square leg.
Yeah, so he's 2.5 pitches away. Yep.
It's strange, isn't it? I mean, you normally have them a little closer for the bouncer to take the catch. He's pretty deep.
Cummins taps away at the crease. Shamar Joseph approaches. He bowls. Cummins defends from the crease. Back to the bowler. Yes, it's almost like he's there for the clip.
Yep.
As opposed to the one that hits the glove and drops. Because if it was that, he probably wouldn't get there. Mind you, would you feel that close?
Well, Shamar Joseph Boland, yes, I would, really. I think he's in no man's land. I mean, because I think you have your forward short leg fielder for that turn off the body to take the catch.
Shamar Joseph to Cummins. That's wide of the off stump, and it's ignored by the captain of Australia. So Joseph now
look at Joseph
running back, thinking, oh, we could get. He wants another over.
Full of energy.
He's ambitious to think that we can get through 2 more balls here, another over, and then another over.
I'll tell you this: he's one of the fittest cricketers that I've seen in West Indies cricket for a long time. Very fit, can bowl all day and night too.
That's right. 2 more balls left in the over. Joseph bowls a short one down leg side. Cummins gets his hands and the bat out of the way as it goes through it rib high. We might have to button you off in a minute, Andrew Mason. 6 for 96.
But aren't we playing under the lights?
We are playing under the lights.
That's a classic, isn't it?
As you would say to me, you're a naughty boy.
Bharat seems to find it very funny.
Shamar Joseph. 1 ball left in the over.
Oh my golly.
Steaming in late in this day. He bowls to Cummins and he goes straight through him.
Wow.
That was a good ball to end, and that will probably be it for him for the night. We haven't seen anything from Warwican during the course of this innings.
And there's no need for Warwican.
Well, I mean, there's only been 28 overs.
No need for Warwican, really.
Yeah. Shamar Joseph has a big smile on his face. He's enjoying his cricket. He likes playing against Australia. We know that much. 2 for 26 through 9 overs. So 1 over left in the day. The lead is 178. Australia have 4 second innings wickets in hand. It did look like they were going to be all out after the dismissal of Alex Carey, who charged Alzari Joseph and edged it straight to first slip.
In fact, I was just upstairs, and gentlemen, you'll be quite keen to know that there is a group upstairs actually listening to you on the West Indies YouTube channel. They're very impressed with the commentaries they're getting on one of these boxes. So they've turned the volume for the TV down, and they're checking you on the West Indies YouTube channel. 116,000 people listening at one stage.
There was.
Thanks you, Adam.
There was.
And of course, my good friend,
the voice of the Caribbean, Andrew Mason. It's some muscular radio.
You're naughty. Under the lights.
Under the lights.
Oh my golly. Radio can be fun, eh?
There's someone in the box that likes action under the lights too.
Yeah.
6 for 96.
I think they're also naughty too.
So Alzari Joseph will have the last over. Back into the attack to bowl some speed at Cameron Green. He bowls, and Green up on his toes, defending comfortably back to the bowler. This is excellent from Green. If he can get here to stumps tonight, unbeaten, that's another big Green tick to his name.
Yeah, I've been impressed with him. I mean, he's had challenges. The pitches are not, I mean, this has been a good pitch, but you're batting on the lights in Barbados and in Grenada, not the best. But to me, this has really been his really best knock. And he's come at a time when things were not happening for the Australians. This is a top knock by Green.
Alzari Joseph at the top of his run. He has 3 for 16 into his 8th over. Joseph bowls, Green gets an awkward one. Where does it go? Up in the air and then drops safely into the gully. He tried to turn on the onside. It took the shoulder of the bat. It dollied up in front of gully. Green had no idea where it went. And I'll be 100% honest with you, I didn't know either initially. It's so hard to see the ball.
There's been a lot of criticism, I know that Bharat will write about Alzari Joseph, because there are many who feel that he really should be the frontline man now. But this spell from him has been good. He's been aggressive, and you expect that kind of thing from an Alzari Joseph. He's not been getting a lot of wickets, but this has been a good spell. Very aggressive.
Very aggressive. He bowls again here to Green. Oh, that's a good bouncer, and it just missed Green's helmet on the way through. So, but doesn't this show, though, this is why West Indian cricket fans and the media get frustrated at Alzari Joseph, because this is what he's capable of doing.
He is, yes.
Why don't you do this more?
You wonder about the effort. And of course, we've grown, of course, in the halcyon days of West Indies cricket to see, Andy Roberts, Michael Holden, Malcolm Marshall, Colin Croft bowl consistently aggressive for quite a long time. And I'm sure that someone spoke to me. He's now got a personal bowling coach in Vincent Benjamin there in Antigua, and I'm sure he's going to be very happy with the work. He's really been very good. Very impressed with him. 10 out of 10.
Halfway through the last over of the day, Alzari Joseph on his way, bowling to Cameron Green, who is playing backward of point and getting a single. Huge relief for Cameron. He gets down the other end, and now hopefully, for his sake, he can watch Pat Cummins play out the last 2 balls. He actually gave Cameron Green a thumbs up. Well done. You've done your job, mate. Good job. Well done. Well played. I'll protect you for the last 2.
Another intriguing day of cricket. Good crowd gathered. Very much involved in the cricket as well. West Indies not doing well with the bat, coming back with the ball. So we're looking forward to it. I can't wait for day 3.
Wow.
No, I can't. Not going to sleep tonight.
It'll be 2 nights in a row. 6 for 97.
Make that 3. Lovely.
42 to Green, 3 to Cummins.
3 sips down a gully.
Oh dear.
Leg gully as well.
That book's going to be good, Andrew.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bestseller.
4 slips and a leg gully and a bat pad. Alzari Joseph on his way. He bowls to Cummins, who is fending away on the offside. He's got runs. He's got 1. He'll come back for 2. So Green will be there tomorrow. Pat Cummins has 1 more ball to face.
And you got to give him credit because, after the last wicket fell, the West Indies would have been looking for another wicket or two.
Definitely.
That didn't happen. And in the context of this, and this has been an important partnership in terms of survival. Not the runs, because, when the last wicket fell, these two have done pretty well. Cummins is, about 5 from as many as...
5 from 24.
24, that's important, yeah.
Green 42 from 65.
Yep.
So we've got almost like an umbrella field here.
Yep. Put the silly point in. Come on, put the silly point in.
Okay, last ball of the day. 6 for 99, the lead 181. Alzari Joseph, in he comes, past the umpire, bowls to Cummins, bobs up just short of bat pad.
No.
Just short.
No.
And Cummins survives. He survives. 6 for 99. Cummins on 5. Green on 42. Andrew.
This is absolute rubbish. The guy is in no man's land.
You did say it.
But I think I know a bit about the game. Had he been in the normal position of a forward short leg, that would have been a simple catch. Well, he's almost a short square leg.
You did say it last over.
I don't need to say it again, do I? Of course not. Come on, you got to get it right. Have a look at that. Have a look. Where is he? Where is he?
It was a great ball.
Oh, come on.
It's just fallen short.
Yeah.
Of Anderson, who was kind of on his heels, and then when he came forward, Cummins thought he was out.
Yeah, but he's in no man's land.
Yeah, too far away.
The normal forward short leg position would have gobbled that comfortably.
And it was the last ball of day 2. It was eventful yesterday. It was just as eventful today. It's quite scary how similar today played out like yesterday. Not much happening in the first session, a fair bit happening in the second session, an awful lot happening in the third session. So before we leave, we'll come back for the new ball. Australia 6 for 99, batting a second time after dismissing the West Indies earlier today for 143. So Australia's lead is 181 going into day 3 tomorrow. Andrew Mason, a quick word from you before we break for the new ball.
6 for 69 when the last wicket fell. These two have carried it quite nicely up to a position of comfort, if not one of command. I expect the Australians to do well. It's now 99 for 6, and it's a very, very, very interesting situation. Despite losing wickets, advantage to Australia.
Yeah, I think you might be right, but it could have been so much better for the West Indies. But as you said, that last partnership of 30 just settled things down for the Australians, and they'll go to bed tonight feeling a bit better about things. Green 42 not out. Clearly the standout on the scorecard. 16 to head is the next best. It just shows how good Cameron Green has been in difficult conditions, batting at number 3. So what happens next? The new ball with Bharat Sundaresan will go through all the highlights, the scorecard, and all the issues of the day, and we'll be back local time. It'll be 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so that's 4 o'clock in the morning back on the Australian Eastern Seaboard. And then a half-hour pre-game into the first ball at 4:30 Eastern Time, 1:30 local time. We hope you can join us then. But until then, have a break, come back and listen to the new ball for Cobram Estate.
Follow at SEN_cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok for all the highlights and behind-the-scenes action. Live from the Caribbean, Australia and the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket. Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Grown, harvested and first cold pressed in northern Victoria on SEN Cricket. This is the new ball.
Well, what a day it was. What a night it was. It is time for the new ball for Cobram Estate. It is the West Indies and Australia in Kingston, Jamaica at Sabina Park, where we saw some crazy cricket played today. No question about that. The West Indies batting a first time were dismissed for 143 after losing 7 for 70. And then Australia batting a second time under lights, finishing day 2 at 6 for 99. They were 6 for 69, but a
30-run unbeaten stand between Pat Cummins and Cameron Green. Not sure whether they've guided them to safety, but perhaps guiding them to comfort. Before we get through with some of the issues of the day with Bharat Sundaresan, let's reflect back on a day where so much happened. Cummins here to King, who drives. Oh,
Beautiful
that's
shot.
a good shot from Brandon King through the covers. That's 4.
He's in and bowls. Up to the pad, big appeal like before. He's gone. Given like before. The umpire took a long time to give it, but that dreaded figure went up. Well, this is the deflect away beautifully by Chase. That's going to go towards the boundary, and we'll get there just about now.
So Chase, who's in a big hole here, survives. Cummins bowls again. Chase edging this time. It is taken by Khawaja. No problems at all. We say it all the time. When Australia needs a wicket, it's Pat Cummins that delivers.
Here's the delivery, which is on the line of leg 7. I'm sure the Campbell is going to the Hope Gardens. And he puts it down the middle, and the ball goes through the fielder, and the head up to the ball without the legs to get there. It goes for 4. 4 overthrows. Campbell's 26, and he is coming 4 edges. 4 runs down to third man. Going between the second 7 gully. That goes across the boundary. He's gone to 33 for 72.
Hazelwood bowls, driving through the covers. No problems there for Campbell. That races into the fence. Boland a new over. Bowls to Campbell, not offering a shot, hitting on the pad, and has been given. He didn't offer a shot, John Campbell. Hazelwood again to Louis. Oh, he's bowled! That was crazy from Louis. That was just a dead set slog.
Comes in again to bowl to Graves, and Graves is forward and drive, and Bryce will come a lovely shot. That's a beautiful shot. It goes for 4. Boland again comes into open. Hope is forward and is bowled. What a delivery!
Hush over Sabina Park as Cummins bowls here to Warrington, who fends at that one. Oh, that's out. That's gone. Caught behind. A feather through to Carey. Shamar Joseph field spread as Boland around the wicket bowls. He's bowled in! 3 wickets to Scott Boland. The West Indies all out for 143, and the big Victorians in the wickets. Again. Joseph bowls here. Constance up on his toes, edging. He's out! He's been taken in the gully. Sam Constance gone for a duck. Shamar Joseph bowling to Khawaja. Oh, he's out! Khawaja inside edge onto the stumps. Both openers out. Alzari Joseph bowling to Smith, who's edging and drops. Oh, drops. Greaves has put him down at first slip.
Goes past the umpire, now bowls to Smith. Smith is bowled! What a delivery from Alzari Joseph! And he's caught the big snapper.
Green pushing forward, wanting a single. Oh, no, Green's out here. He has to be out. He's not out. No. Should have been run out. Greaves bowls and head. He's edging this time. Gone! Good catch! That's better. Well done, Anderson. Greaves bowls here to Webster, who just smokes it through the offside off the back foot, through the covers, 4 runs.
What was that? That's on the up.
4 balls left in the over. Alzari Joseph charges in, bowls, and Webster's bowled out.
Oh, dear.
He's cleaned him up. What a delivery from Alzari Joseph. Certainly is. Joseph responsible for it. He bowls the final ball of the over. Charges down Alex Carey.
Oh!
What a catch. Another one bites the dust. Alzari Joseph is running through Australia here. Alex Carey, like he did in the first innings, came charging down the pitch at the fast bowler. This time, he got the edge.
Shamar bowls, Green tries the hook shot. Oh, what a wonderful shot! Stand and deliver, 1 bounce over the rope at mid-wicket. Were you entertained? So much happened on day 2. Well done to Matty Donald back in the SEN studios in Melbourne for putting together a great package of highlights. There was so much to get through. So just repeating that score at the close of play, Australia 6 for 99 in their second innings, batting obviously a second time, being in their second innings. The West Indies 143 all out. We'll go through the scorecards. We'll get Bharat Sundaresan in after this. It is the new ball for Cobram Estate, and that was the state of play for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. Belgravia Apparel in partnership with New Balance, delivering high performance teamwear to the BBL and the WBBL this summer.
The Run Home with Joel Kane and Brian Fletcher.
Monday, the Run Home with Joel and Fletch. Mickey's A grades. We'll catch up with Sats and the Rat, and we're going to check the vent line. The vent line started to explode again, Fletch.
Yeah, and I got a text message or a direct message from a Hollywood star who said, "Can you please stop talking about this story? I will tell it live on air." Boom!
The Run Home with Joel and Fletch. Weekdays from 3 p.m. Hyundai's Game On event has kicked off.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Need power, lighting or fuel solutions that don't cost the earth? Green Power Solutions is Australia's #1 sustainable rental hire company for generators, lighting and hybrid power systems powered by sustainable fuels that can cut greenhouse gas emissions by up to 90%. From major infrastructure projects to high-profile events, we combine innovation, reliability and environmental responsibility to keep your site running and your sustainability goals on track. Search Green Power Solutions or call 1-800-GO-GREEN.
It's Tyre Power's big winter safety sale. Get better grip and a safer drive this winter with a new set of Falcon Eco Run tyres from Tyre Power. Right now you can buy 3 and get 1 free on Falcon ZX ZE310R Eco Run tyres for passenger and selected SUV vehicles. That's buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres, but only at Tyre Power and only until the end of July. Get the power of a safer drive this winter. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Installery.
For the hottest of hot butter you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15 millilitre serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. That is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Voted one of the world's top 10 iconic wine stores, here's Miles from Prince Wine Store with a wine update.
The Prince Wine Store Tour Survival Mix Dozen is out now. Join us, glass in hand, as we follow along with 12 wines matched to 12 stages of the tour. From the Great Southwest to the foothills of the Pyrenees and beyond. Watch along and enjoy something delicious as riders make their way through the 4 corners of France. Get yours online or in store.
Prince Wine Store, Bank Street, South Melbourne. Delivering Australia-wide. princewinestore.com.au.
It's another great week at 40 Winks. Right now you can get any size mattress for the price of a single. That's right. Get a queen, king or even a super king mattress for the price of a single. Plus, earn double Qantas points on your purchase. But be quick, the any size plus double Qantas points offer is on for a limited time only. Exclusions and T's and C's apply. So come and find a bed matched perfectly to you. Go to better sleep at 40 Winks. Serious about sleep.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel has a longer lifespan, is more resistant to corrosion, looks great, and you can get all of that for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
Round 19 on AFL Nation. Dane Zorko and the Lions take on the Bont and the Dogs. Live this Friday night on your home of sport, SEN.